12 teams ready to take to the field, and it's Honda on pole position. Shoda Nevatane, the man who will lead their chance at the start. Saya Suzuki on the front row of the grid as well. Then Team Porsche with Benjamin Hengse for company on the second row, and Lexus with Kanata Kawakami alongside. Adriano Corazza will take along for Toyota later on, with Yamanaka starting this race. Subaru with Angel Nestroza also at the wheel. Genesis line up 7th with Dean Helt starting this charge for them. Jun Hashima for Ferrari lines up P8. 9th position, Yusuke Goto for Chevrolet. 10th is Mercedes-AMG with Guy Barbara starting their charge. Then it's Audi and Daniel Penko, the Spaniards. And Mazda completing the 12-driver strong field with Robbie Heck. Now, the only dry compound of tyre that the teams have are the medium compounds. And as the track is dry, they are all starting on the mediums here, Jimmy. Now, it's a rolling start, so we shouldn't expect any dramas down towards the first corner. But up the rise through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, there's a good chance of some overtakes.
It's like dark and foreboding here at Spa at the moment. You can see the grey skies. I mean, I think we know what's coming at some point, but when do our drivers, what do you do about strategy? All starting on mediums for now. Honda leading the way here at Spa for the grand final. Will they still be there come the end of the race? Well,
who is going to be crowned as the Manufacturers' Cup champion of the 2024 season? We're about to find out in 20 laps as the grand final here in Amsterdam gets underway. Honda leading the field across the timeline. We are ready to go racing for one more time this season and crown our world champions here at Spa. Honda lead the field down towards the first corner, and already a flash of rain looks like it's beginning to start in these early stages. BMW, Porsche, Lexus leading them down towards the first turn. Out of La Source, up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and on the run to the Camel Straight and into Les Combes is where we'll see the slipstream coming into effect. And of course, for Nevatane, the man who's leading the charge, he does not have that hole being punched in the air in front of him, so he may be under a bit of pressure in the early stages. You can already see a little bit of water on the racing line on the circuit, so let's see how this one works out. Here come BMW against Honda. Up the Camel Straight we go into Les Combes, and Suzuki takes over the lead in the early stages at the front.
Yeah, I mean, easy there. Porsche also got the inside. Big lunge there by Team Porsche, knocking Honda off and returning the favour. Oh, Team Honda, big slap there. I think that's Nevatane at the wheel there off that Honda. I mean, all's fair in love and war, but I'm not sure the stewards will agree with that one.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. That's what you've got to remember in this race. You can't win it on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. Toyota getting into the back of Porsche there, and also in turn pushing Honda a little bit wide. It's aggressive, it's feisty. Honda now side by side with Toyota through X as well. Toyota with no room. Genesis trying to find their way through. They've got momentum. This is scrappy here, lads, in the opening lap of this one. Genesis now side by side with Toyota down through Pouon. 2x2 through there is a little bit brave. Toyota managed to get the better of Genesis, or do they? Because they still run side by side on the exit. That's going to shuffle them out and allow Subaru to come back through and try and challenge them for position, and do so. So Toyota, the big losers on the opening lap, they've lost 2 places from where they started.
Yeah, massive start there, but Dean Helt in the Genesis car really getting his elbows out early doors. I mean, Dean's definitely that sort of driver. He'll make the move if he needs to, but then understeering through the first step, though, that allows Team Subaru to try and get into Nestroza in the car for them at the moment. But that's a small gap now opening up between the first, second, third and fourth, and that second pack in fifth backwards. But at the front, Team BMW have just bolted away at the moment. Suzuki at the wheel, we know how quick he is in that BMW, and just showing it there, taking the place early, and he's just cleared off.
So Honda, not a particularly brilliant start to their race. Let's have a look at what happened here with this overtake then down into Les Combes. On the outside here of BMW, now Honda, keep an eye out for Porsche behind, because they're going to come through stage right. Up the inside they go, pushes Honda a little bit wide. They go off to the runoff, returning the favour. Porsche get muscled out there as well. And like candy from a baby, Lexus go through and up into second as well.
I think the move from Porsche is a little bit optimistic. I mean, you've got to go for it, of course, but then that rejoin from the Honda. I don't know if it's because they just hit a bit of AstroTurf and the car didn't grip, but it looked like it just slid sideways onto the back of the course and collecting Porsche on the way through. So, I mean, sometimes I think the stewards just go, well, listen, you're as bad as each other, deal with it, and then no further action. But I've not even seen them investigating yet, so...
No, it seems like it's been indeed a racing incident, because, as you say, there's been nothing flashing up on our timing screens. Up we go in towards Les Combes. And Porsche sitting there in third place and not close enough to mount a challenge to Lexus at the moment. Benjamin Hengse behind the wheel of that car, the Hungarian driver who was made an emphatic debut earlier on this year. If you remember back to World Series 2 in Prague, challenged for the victory right up until the final corner. And I dare say if that track had been a couple of hundred down to tyres in mixed conditions. So let's see whether they can repeat that feat here tonight. Genesis versus Subaru, Ferrari and also Chevrolet, four abreast. Look at this. How do you thread the over needle? Ferrari are going to outbrake themselves and go straight off into the Ardennes. Chevrolet left to pick up the pieces there. Well, and somehow Genesis and Subaru managed to emerge without any problems as Mazda have picked up a 1 second penalty.
I love the Ferrari there, where they were heroes for approximately a second. And then just completely off they go. But Levertani in the Honda there, just about clinging on inside that top four at the moment to the back of Porsche. BMW is still there with Suzuki. I think gradually, very slowly putting away from the cars behind. Just seems to have that little bit more speed in these early stages. But it's a team game. They're only on lap 2 of 20, and each team still has 2 drivers yet to go. So it's far from over, but BMW, your early leaders.
So Subaru there in the wheel tracks of Genesis. I mean, that's good for them because it'll help them with their straight line speed deficit that they've been struggling with as Mazda just drops down after that penalty to last position in this one. Angel Stroza behind the wheel of that Subaru. A Porsche man for many years. If you remember back to the World Tour, as it was named then, back in 2019, he burst onto the scene by taking victory for Team Porsche at the World Tour event in Tokyo. And we'll be keen to see what is going to happen here for the team of Subaru, sitting in 6th position at the moment. So BMW lead them 1.7 seconds back are Team Lexus at the moment. Toyota there in 7th place as well, and Mercedes-AMG not too far adrift there either. It's all pretty calm as it stands for now between these drivers, and we'll be keen to see what's going to happen and how this is going to work out. So up the rise we go on the Kemmel Straight. You see Subaru there with Toyota in front at the moment. In towards Les Combes we go. Well, close up in front there as well between Genesis and Honda. That's an exchange for position, and Honda being muscled to the outside here, and Toyota and Subaru ready to take profit as Honda are left down in the doldrums, going through into the right-hander of turn 7. Subaru are going to get shuffled onto the curb on the outside here, down in towards turn 8. We're going to go on the inside for Honda. Mercedes are ready there to try and take advantage. Subaru are going to get it hung out to dry, but the track will come back to them. Are they going to be able to hold on to 7th place? Oh, they're onto the grass. They just about managed to keep it facing in the right direction. Great recovery there from Angel Stroza, because that could have been quite messy, but a very busy couple of corners.
These guys are going hard. I mean, it's early doors yet, and everyone's acting like it's the last couple of laps of the race, but really, really aggressive so far. So far, the guy at Barbara's done a great job in this Merc AMG. He's up 3 places. I mean, we saw him earlier on in the Toyota GT Racing Cup. He was very good at scything through the field early doors. I've got to say, it's been a bit of a... He's been good today, but that's not going to make him very popular. Running into the back of the Honda in front. A little word maybe uttered under the breath of Guy Barbara there as we go up now towards Blanchimont very fast. He's got the draft on Honda and Navitani, but what an awful start it's been for Team Honda. Down 5 places, maybe even 6 here as AMG looks up the inside. Not quite enough space to do that now, I don't think.
Yeah, up the inside through to Blanchimont, you need to be having a willing dancing partner, or you need to be comfortable having your Christmas dinner through a straw. Going in towards the bus stop chicane we go. Is Guy Barbara going to have a lunch to the inside? Thinks better of it, and he's got to keep an eye on behind him. Whoa! A door open very late there between Honda and Mercedes. Mercedes now on the outside. Chevy are going to join the party. 2 for the price of 1 as Honda get muscled out down as well. 3 abreast down the top, finish straight. So Subaru in the mix there as well. Honda shuffled down to 10th. On the inside is Subaru. On the outside there you've got Mercedes as well as Ferrari. Again still 3 abreast on the exit of La Source. Ferrari shuffled out onto the curb, onto the outside. It is kicking off dramatically here, and I wonder whether the drivers are just thinking about the fact the rain's coming in and they've got to try and make up as much progress as they can because of the strategy changes that are going to be involved in this race.
And Gotto there for Chevrolet just went, oh, thanks, I'll take those. And just took like 3 places there and all that melee. So, yeah, crazy in the midfield right now. Everyone desperately vying for position, but of course you don't want to be fighting too much in these early stages because otherwise you might lose ground to the leaders. And again, there's some contact in the background. Ferrari, I think, coming to blows with Team Honda. Navitani has had an awful first stint, down 8 8 places. What is wrong with Nabatani?
You make it sound like top of the pops here, Jimmy. Down 8 places,
down
up
8
2
places.
places.
I know he's gone. He's out of there. But that team is our biggest loser so far.
Yeah, it's not been good, has it, at all for Nabatani? And the problem is that then means it's going to be an uphill struggle from that point on for his teammates, Matteo Estevez and Valerio Gallo. They're going to have a lot of work to do. And, of course, we know the weather is going to be closing in before long.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get very tricky very, very quickly. But that's a great part about these GT live events. They don't make it easy for our drivers. We know they're some of the best Gran Turismo drivers in the world. Look at that clown, my God. You just see that and think, yep, it's over, boys. It's coming.
You've got to cue the Jaws music, haven't you? Because you know it's an inevitability. And the thing is, as well, I suppose some of the teams are thinking about and would have had to have the difficult discussions of who's quicker when it gets wet. Because, you know, some drivers are quicker in the dry, some are tricky in mixed conditions. Let's have a look here at Toyota. This is in front with Honda and Genesis. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Toyota just, the sea's parting for them.
Beautiful. That's how you do it. That's how you get those places made. But that's part of being a driver here, is you have to be able to see those moves happening. You have to be able to understand that these things unfolded in front of you and how to react to them. But to go back to your point, Tom, about drivers having that conversation, I mean, part of being a team player here is knowing your strengths, knowing your weaknesses, and being honest with your team, because you can't perform at your best if you aren't all performing well and playing to your strengths. There is whether. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Here it comes.
And you can see it's going to be coming in a fairly heavy intensity as well, because it's going sort of, what's that? South. I've never reached Reading. Wait, hang on a minute.
Northeast.
Yeah, northeast. There you go.
God, mate.
I know. Geography was never my strong point. Yeah, can you tell? Anyway, it's coming in northeast, and you can see it's coming in a fair old intensity as well, and it's going to hit where's at the bottom of the circuit first, so sort of Lake Coombe area and down through the Stavolo corners. That's where the rain's going to start to hit, but depends on the sort of intensity. You can see if the checkered flag fell now here on lap 5, that's what the points rankings would look like, but there's a lot of time for things to change, and that of course depends on the fact if Lexus finish in second. If they get dropped down to third place, well, it could be BMW that take this crown.
Yeah, I mean, all can change. We've still got a very long way to go in this race. Honda there holding on for dear life, whereas Ferrari and Subaru, team radio here. It's Team Subaru. Team Subaru there saying one more lap. Then what? On to another set of mediums, I guess?
Yeah, well, there's no sign of the rains here yet, as we saw from the weather radar, so that's the only logical option. You can't go out on intermediate tyres on a bone-dry track, can you? Otherwise that would be, well, it would be daft, wouldn't it, really, if you think about it? We'll wait and see what's going to happen, though, with that weather and how quickly it's going to come in.
I feel like you'd wait, though, you know, if you could see that, because they've all got access to the same weather radar we do, would you not wait?
Well, that would be the logical thing, unless they're trying to throw a dummy and play a bluff. Let's have a listen. That'll be Genesis then in 5th place, saying they're catching BMW. So behind the wheel of that is Dean Helt, who we saw has been getting his elbows out in the opening stages of this race.
But you can see that they're looking at the big picture. You know, they're only in 5th right now. They're not looking at 5th. They're looking at BMW. Go, right, they're the leaders. We are catching them, which means that we're going to be, you know, we're some of the quickest on the circuit. Let's just keep that up. Let's just keep moving forward. As we watch Team Lexus go into the bus stop again, followed by Porsche, Toyota, Genesis. That rain getting ever closer as we get further into this race. And again, the teams all have this information. So the guys will be back on there, I say the pit wall, in the seats of our Theatre Amsterdam at the front row there, just giving that advice to their teammates. And Porsche, where's that come from?
Penalty for colliding with another car. Is that an incident that we haven't seen on screen? Because they're not particularly close to anybody this moment, unless they had it coming together with Lexus that we didn't see about. It could have been for earlier on in the race. Now Subaru and Mazda in the box at the end of lap 6, but we know that weather's coming in now. Which way they're going to play it and who are they going to change over driver wise to as well? So onto the wet tyres, Subaru, on a track where it's not even raining at the moment, so they're trying to get ahead of the curve essentially. Innestrosa out of the car, into the car goes Kylian Drummond, Heck out of Mazda, Ura in the Mazda. They've gone for a differentiation in strategy here. Mazda going on to the intermediate tyres, Subaru going on to the extreme wet tyres. The rain not even arrived at this point. That is a bold call at this stage. Oh, it has arrived. Look at the wipers on.
There is some rain, but I just think, especially for Subaru, it's far too early for the wet tyres. Surely, I've been saying that. Look how the rain is now coming out of the X corners to go down towards Buon. And Suzuki there, you hear the rain just coming down the roof of the car there. Let's see if there's any really deviation in line. still giving it, you know, the full beams at the moment, but it is going to get to the point soon when the track grip does start to reduce. And of course, with slick tyres, once you lose the heat, it's over, basically. So what you're trying to do now is just keep pushing, keep the heat in the tyres. I'm sure we'll see him boxing at the end of this lap, but I just think going for the wets and the intermediates, you've just lost about a lap of dry pace from that, which is not the way.
Well, let's see how this plays out. Mazda got the better of Subaru on the intermediate tyres. The rain is at its heaviest at this point on the circuit. In terms of the weather radar, we can see from our commentary box, it is going to be absolutely tipping down over the course of the whole track. Very, very dark clouds, and you can look at that. So anyone who's on the slick tyres, they now have to come in. Look at how quickly the complexion of this race has changed as the rain has come down very, very suddenly, and those who are on the slick tyres are going to have to come into the box. But are those who pitted early, Mazda and Subaru, going to be able to take benefit of that early stop? I don't think they are, because the pace, though it's going to be a bit slower, I don't think it's extremely slow. It's not like they're tiptoeing around, is it?
No, I mean, they seem to be at a decent pace coming in, but now's the real question. Do you go for intermediates, or do you go for a full wet tyre? I mean, the idea is you try and skip the intermediates if you can, just to make, if you are going from one extreme to the other. Let's see. All our drivers coming now, every team in. Unsurprisingly, as the rain comes down, you can see now the trails in the pit lane. Waiting for our first car to come in. Here is Team BMW, our leaders. Now, what do? This is crucial for their race. They go on to the wet compound tyre. Full wet there for BMW and Lexus. Do Porsche and Toyota follow suit? They don't. The Bouteille in for Team BMW. He spoke to Super GT Steve Brown earlier. He said the Bouteille, one of the fastest drivers in that BMW. Now, here are Team Mazda, Team Subaru. They opted to pit earlier, but they're miles away. Absolutely miles away.
It was a bold gamble. I didn't think it was going to be one that particularly paid off. I'll tell you what is interesting is you've got a right mixture of tyres here at the moment. Some have gone on to intermediate, some have gone on to wet, and the problem is that it's moving quite quickly, this weather at the moment. It's sort of going from a light blue on our weather radar to a dark blue to a light blue again very quickly, and dark blue means it's heavy rain, light blue means it's light rain. So this is going to be hugely interesting. Of course, different drivers now in the car for the most part as well. So Labouteille's behind the wheel of the BMW. Lopez now in for Lexus. Mosso in for Team Porsche as well. Serrano in for Toyota. Yuito Sasaki in for Genesis inside the top five as it stands for now. The top two on the wet tyres. Likewise, Genesis and Chevrolet. Porsche and Toyota sticking with the intermediate tyres then at this stage in the race. And only time is going to tell if this is going to be a gamble that will pay off. We'll have to look at the sector and the lap times.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated, of course. We'll have a little while before we know which is quickest. Coque Lopez now in the car for Team Lexus. Man, this guy, what a veteran of Gran Turismo. He's won pretty much everything, so he knows how to win a race here at Spa in the Group 3 cars. And we'll be keeping an eye on some of the crossover time. Let's have a look. So we think that at this point, the best tyre to be on, if you're doing 2-minute 30 lap time plus, is a heavy wet. Intermediate, it's about a 224 to 230, and after the racing mediums, anything under a 224, you should be on that slick compound tyre. They're definitely slower than that right now. We're on board with Team Toyota, and the rain already seems to have sort of let up a little bit. It's not quite as dark as it was before, but still coming down through this second sector. Now we go, tough spot here. Team Porsche taking that wet line, getting off that rubber, and then onto the curb on exit. Wouldn't want to usually be there, but it seems to be a little bit of grip out there. Jose Serrano, Team Toyota, coming up the hill. And looks like Lexus, Coque Lopez, is bringing that gap down to BMW in front.
Closing up like a freight train on Porsche and lunging to the inside. Down at the bus stop, side by side they go. Porsche are going to give this one up too easy, and Toyota have to settle for second best. Can they get the switchback on the exit of the corner? Coming out of the final turn we go then for Porsche, and they do manage to hold on to third place for now, but Toyota having a look on the inside, maybe into the source, but Porsche parking it on the apex and holding firm for the time being. Now a look at the lap times. Wet tyres for BMW and for Lexus, 236.3, 235.2. Porsche
same.
And Toyota about the same. There's not much difference, is there?
The only thing the Inter is maybe slightly quicker, but only slightly at this point. As we look at Toyota and Porsche, Lexus also closing up on Team BMW, but you have to think this is probably going to be it now for Team Porsche and Toyota. Porsche. Serrano's going to have to go the long way around the outside, but you might want to do that really if it's the wet. That straight line speed of a Supra, proving that it doesn't even need to matter what line is on. Drive straight by that Porsche in a straight line, and up to third place go Team Toyota. Great move there from Jose Serrano. Now, can he latch on to the top two. The gap is about 4 seconds between him and Coque Lopez, his fellow countryman, in that Lexus. So it's got a bit of a gap to bring down there, but let's see if that intermediate tyre is the one to do it on.
Ferrari have picked up a penalty as well down in 9th place. Mohamed Badima now behind the wheel of that car. It's not been a particularly fortuitous day for them, and likewise Honda still struggling to make an impression after a quite difficult start to their race. After being on pole position, they've dropped down into 8th position. They're now on the wet tyres, whereas everybody else around them is on the intermediates, and if the track gets wetter, they're okay. If it gets drier, they've had it, really. We'll wait and see.
You say that. Weather radar, which we'll try and show you guys very shortly, is we're coming to a heavier bout of rain again across the circuit. So if you are on those intermediate tyres, it's about to get a bit more sketchy for you. For the wet tyre runners, maybe the right choice to be on that tyre at this time. But it's so hard to choose. It looks like Toyota's actually fallen off the back a little bit. Lost a second and a bit in that middle sector.
These intermediate tyres are going to be coming to the end of their life now here, aren't they? Look at this Porsche struggling, Toyota struggling, Genesis on the extreme wet tyres. This is going to be easy because you don't need a car with an engine, you need a boat with 2 oars out there at the moment here at Spa-Francorchamps. Genesis now versus Porsche, and surely this is going to be a formality as we head into the next braking zone of the bus stop. You've got to go one at a time into Blanchimont, or can Genesis take that advantage? Well, they certainly think about it, and they're being slowed up by Porsche here as we head through there, but Porsche are going to surely run it wide. Nack will play a little bit off line as Genesis then do go now through and into 4th position. Next target is Toyota as the rain buckets down here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, it really is getting tricky out there now. Team radio. That's definitely Genesis, I can tell there straight away, and that was aggression. Through they go. They need that. They need to be pushing now. And look at this. The fight for the lead is closed right up. Coque Lopez is now right on the back of Thomas Abutale in that BMW. Coque Lopez on a charge right now, on board now with the Spanish driver in that Lexus RCF up Eau Rouge to the top now through Radion. And we're now just into the draft of the car in front. Do we go for a move here? We latch onto the back of the team BMW deep into the slipstream. Let's see if the racing line differs. Still on the draft. Will Coque Lopez go through his pulls out to the left, then ducks back inside, dummies him, takes the place, goes up into first and holds the BMW's contact. The grass there. Same thing happens.
So hard to hold the line when you've got a lack of adhesion when the rain is coming down in the intensity. It's starting to ease off a little bit again. It was heavy for just a minute or so, and that favoured the wet weather runners. But if the track again dries out, if the rain gets lighter, and according to our weather radar that we can see in the commentary box, it looks like it's going to for a little while. So that could bring the intermediate runners now back into play in a lap or so's time.
Genesis up to P3 in the background too, so they're the P3 in the background too, so they're really making the most of this wet compounder tyre. Here's a replay of what happened there. So we're on board with the Lexus just on the roof cam here. Great move by Coque Lopez. Splits his car up the inside, he's got it there. Then just a tiny bit of contact. The BMW goes off onto the AstroTurf. It's not really those things where it's like, okay, it's his fault. When he's out there, there's no grip. There's zero grip. So he just slides back onto the circuit. Though he does keep the position, which I'm sure Coque Lopez won't be too happy with.
No, then the thing is, while they're squabbling amongst one another, they've got to bear in mind the fact that that gap to Genesis is going to be closing. I know it's about 7 seconds there and thereabouts at the moment, but you know, if they have another couple of corners like that, that could easily be halved in a matter of moments, can't it?
Both of them really on the edge of grip right now, just trying to get that traction down. And again, Coque Lopez smells blood in the water all over the back of that BMW. Coming up now towards Blanchimont. Very, very fast left-hander. See, just a little bit more confidence, I'd say, from Coque Lopez behind. Will he ever go into the bus stop? He likes the heavy late braking zone. Does Coque Lopez? He does. Lunges up the inside. Will he get stopped in time? No. Straight on goes Coque Lopez, but he's got the inside for this left-hander. Just about. And the door shut there by Thomas Abutale. What a battle here for first place. And the crowd love it.
Absolutely amazing. Amazing. We're at the halfway stage now here of this race, and the top two are knocking 7 bells out of one another. If Coque Lopez had misjudged that, been a couple of metres later on the brakes, that would have gone down like a knackered lift. Fortunately, they managed to keep it facing in the right direction. BMW then lead by 0.3 of a second over Lexus at the moment, but Genesis closing the gap now. It was 7 seconds just a lap or so ago. It's now down to just over 6 seconds.
Man, what a show these guys are putting on for our audience here at Amsterdam. The grand final of of course, in the Manufacturers' Cup. We're halfway through the race now. BMW and Lexus so far are your headlines. Back on board with Coca Lopez. He fancies another go at it. This time he's going to try the outside up towards Lake Como. They're side by side. Not being much grip out there. He's on the curb. Is he going to make it stick? He goes all the way around the outside. Coca Lopez and Team Lexus up into first place. And now I think, Tom, we're going to see Lexus and Coca Lopez just put the hammer down and try and extend that gap.
Well, let's not forget that the Lexus team won the Manufacturers' Cup, the inaugural one, back in 2018. To do that here tonight if they do take victory and clear off in the points tally. Just to go back to some of the intermediate shot runners, by the way, they're nowhere at the moment with the track being as well as it is. They're about 2 or 3 seconds off the pace of the wet weather runners, and that has really helped Subaru out in this middle stage of the race. They were down in last place just 3 laps ago. They've now brought themselves back up into 9th position, so they're slowly creeping their way back through the field. But I dare say, on the horizon there, Jimmy, looks like the clouds are easing off a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Man, I love change of weather in a race. It just makes everything so much better, doesn't it? It really does. And Coca Lopez, again, we talk about the guy's experience. I mean, he's still in his 20s, but he's one of the most experienced drivers here at the moment, knows this game back to front, knows this car back to front, and just showing exactly what he's capable of when he's given a free track ahead. Already the gap up to nearly a second between Lexus and BMW, and you see really battling with traction there, but just skirting on the edge of grip and making it look easy as he does it. So your order right now, as we come to the end of lap 10, it's Team Lexus from BMW and Genesis in P3. So here's a replay between Porsche and Toyota. What happens here? Toyota looks to the outside. Just runs into the back of Porsche. Does it spin? Masterful recovery, but AMG ladies there. Who's at the wheel of that right now? That's Kamata. No, sorry, that's not him. Sorry, my bad.
Behind the wheel of Mercedes is Daniel Fenton.
Yeah, he just. Well, all right, well done.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Lovely.
Again, go.
The sea's parted. That's the thing. Keeping your car on the straight and narrow, not getting involved in any bother, could prove to be very beneficial. You can see, meanwhile, Chevrolet have closed up onto the back of Genesis here, 7/10 of a second, so they're within slipstreaming range. Behind the wheel of the Chevy at the moment is Antonio Santos, the Frenchman who's making his World Series debut here this weekend. And we'll see whether he is going to be able to ruffle a few feathers at the moment.
How have Chevy done that? Team radio, yeah.
So let's see whether Chevrolet can depose Genesis down, and look at that, blue skies up ahead, so the rain beginning to ease off, and this might bring the intermediate shot runners back into play. But are we going to see wet drivers going on to intermediates, or are they just going to wait for the track to dry out and go on to slicks? That's a crucial point. More problems for Porsche as they spin off on the exit of Below, all of their own accord, and go tumbling down the order. What a shame for Artemosso.
They were... Oh, man, Mosso not happy, is he?
No, he wasn't.
No,
he wasn't. He certainly was not, Artemosso, and now down into last place. Well, very fine margins here in the GT World Series.
What I was going to say, sorry, before we saw that replay there, is that is our second place, current second place in the standings.
Yeah.
Now, pretty much out of it.
That is it. We need to have a look at the live point standings, don't we, at the moment? Well, it's Lexus and BMW who are at the top of the pile, and Lexus, by a comfortable margin, if the checkered flag fell now, would be crowned as the champions. But there's still plenty of time for things to change, and as you saw there for Porsche, a couple of mistakes over the case of a couple of laps, and their race has turned completely on its head.
And we've only seen so far 2 of the 3 drivers from each team. So still a couple of drivers yet to go. This race could still change, as you say. And now it is still raining slightly, but you can see the water is starting to be dispersed there as Team Genesis really hanging out on that curb. You don't want to be there in the wet. It's very slippy out there.
Hello.
There is still, I mean, there's still rain due, but like, you can see the track isn't quite as wet as before. You wouldn't believe that, though, as Genesis, man, out all over the place. And then in comparison to Santos behind in that Corvette, the Chevy Corvette, just a lot more composed.
Yeah, the Chevrolet looking, as you say, just a little bit more stable at this particular point, but still right on the gearbox of the Genesis as we head through the Blanchimont corner. And Chevrolet now ahead of Genesis and up through into third place, whilst we're looking at this battle a little bit further down. So we'll have to get a replay of that overtake for position, because now it is Antonio Santos in front of Yuito Sasaki then. Out of the final corner we go, and is Sasaki going to be able to repay the favour on the Chevy down in towards turn 1? Don't think they're going to be close enough at the moment. Well, Chevrolet have shown consistently Similar pace to Genesis, in fact quicker pace over the last lap by about a second or so, as BMW pick up a warning for a collision. And look at this now, BMW back in front of Lexus. So Lopez, whether he made a mistake or something like that, I'm not 100% sure, but there must have been a smattering of contact between the two. It now means the Frenchman, Leboutelet, behind the wheel of the BMW, is now back in the lead of the race.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, I'm not quite sure what happened there, as you say, but maybe a mistake, maybe Leboutelet's tyres were in just a bit of better nick, although looking at the... doesn't seem like that was the case. Interestingly, Tom, looking at the standings as well, the intermediate runners are starting to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah,
in fact, a bit quicker than the wet, sorry.
They've had to go through the sort of ugly stage in the middle of this one, haven't they, where they've not had the pace. But now, as you can see, the rain isn't really falling that much, if at all. It's falling that much, if at all, to be honest with you. And that's where the intermediate shop runners, the race will begin to come back to them. But the crucial thing is, have they lost so much time? So let's have a look here what happened with BMW and Lexus into La Source. Lexus a little bit deep on the brakes. BMW are going to get a good exit out of La Source. Is there going to be contact side by side going up through into Eau Rouge and Radion? No, it was just a mistake there from Coque Lopez, which allowed Leboutelet and the BM to go through and take the lead.
Just better traction out the corner, wasn't it? The BMW just picked up really nicely, and the Lexus was just there, just left standing. But
Toyota got a penalty as well, red dot flashing next to their name, so not been a particularly brilliant race so far for Jose Serrano. There he is in the background, a half-second penalty, so track limits violation, 1.5 seconds actually for Toyota. That's even worse, so they will not be retaining their crown if it stays as it is. Fenton going through into the Fagnes chicane and in towards Stavlo. You can see a bit of rear instability as he just kissed the white line. Wide there for Subaru and for Kylian Drumont as well. We know how fast that Subaru is in these mid-speed corners at this circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, and look at that, a possibility maybe of some blue sky coming in before the end of this race. The track will begin to dry out, and if it does dry out, who is going to be brave and bold enough to make the switch onto the dry tyres? AMG and Ferrari, meanwhile, pretty close to one another. Just a change of positions there as well between Mazda and Toyota. Team radio here. So dry time is later for Genesis. That's Yumito Sasaki, the voice that you were hearing a few minutes ago. So I think what they're going to try and do is stay out on the wet tyres. And that's the problem, isn't it? The intermediate runners, they're kind of quids in here at the moment because they'll have more grip underneath them as the track begins to dry out, whereas the wet runners won't. But all have got to stay out, really, until the right time to switch over to dries.
And we can see just about weather radar on that left-hand side. That is the last of the rain. So we will probably have a drying, if not dry, circuit towards the end of this race. And this is where the intermediates are going to start to shine, and those wet tyres are going to start tearing themselves apart. I mean, the track, it's still in a condition where the wet or intermediate tyres are both viable, but we're going to see that Inter get quicker and quicker and quicker.
Certainly will. So through turn 7 we go. On board here then with Lexus, who got a face full of BMW for pretty much the majority of the last couple of laps. They were having a clear track in front of them. But for that mistake from Coque Lopez that we saw down at La Source. Honda have got a penalty now then as well in 5th place. It has not been a race to remember, and unfortunately a possibility of victory looks to be slipping through their fingers quicker and quicker as the laps count down.
Tell you what, it's been a great middle stint from Santos, the French driver, his first time at one of these events, and he's taken that Chevrolet up to 3rd place for now, only 7 seconds behind this battle. I'm interested as Coque Lopez, it seems as it's got dry, he's starting to fall off a little bit. He seems to be a bit more comfortable in those low grip conditions, but now the grip's going back. Leboutelet is back in the pound seat and just that little bit quicker.
Keep an eye out for AMG and Dan Fenton as well on the intermediate compound of tyre. Let's have a look here at him and Kylian Drumont in the Subaru. Coming in towards X corner then, through the left-hander. Is Drumont going to go onto the curb? And oh, just look at the traction, look at the drive that Fenton's got on that intermediate tyre. He's just going to steam past him down into Pouhon.
Yeah, it's been a bad race strategy-wise for Team Subaru, that's for sure. Definitely not gone their way. But, well, again, there's still another driver yet to go. AMG Mercedes, Fenton there at the wheel of that. He is the lead intermediate runner, he's going to be a great yardstick. And of course, all the teams are going to be watching that. BMW, Lexus, Corvette, Chevrolet, sorry, they're all going to be watching what happens there all the time. Wow, that is really coming down the times now. 2:28 from the Bouteille on the BMW. We're now firmly in the window for those intermediates to be quick.
And that's the problem for the wet shod runners. So you can see the top four all on the wet tyres, but behind them, Daniel Fenton, team radio here.
Oh, wow, big call.
So that's Sasaki and Helt at Genesis exchanging notes with one another in fourth place, and they're working out when is the best time to change over to the dry tyres. So there'll be a driver change. Sasaki will get out of the car. So Nico Romero will be behind the wheel for what looks to be their closing stint in the race, and all they've got to do is try and find the right crossover point, and it could come to Genesis here, because the last thing these wet shod runners want to do is stay out too long, allow the inter runners to close up, and then they've lost the advantage that they gained in that middle stint.
Well, we thought that the crossover point for the racing medium tyres, which is what the guys have available to them for dry tyres, is a 2:24. We're not quite there yet.
But look at the intermediate runners, Jimmy, as well.
Wow, yeah.
Dan Fenton lost around 2:26.9. Wet shod runner nearest to him is Genesis, a 2:28.5.
A 2:25 from Porsche and Mosso. So I think you're right there. Yeah. Sasaki was right. Get on there. And the thing is, all the rest of the teams know to look at that. Mercedes AMG Fenton, he's gained 1.3 seconds on Team Genesis, and Genesis has been quick on this little stint, but the tyres now starting to definitely go the other way. So all the teams must know this right now. You see a lot of people standing behind rigs. Miyazono there watching on, getting ready to get in, I think. And this next lap is going to be pivotal for the race. Will they pit? Will they stay out? Let's find out.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be busier in the pit lane than the supermarkets on Black Friday, isn't it, in a few moments' time, because there's going to be a lot of activity going on with drivers changing over, presumably all to the dry compound tyres. The wet shod runners there, the hand is kind of tied behind their back at the moment. They've got no choice but to change over to that one. Otherwise, as I said, that advantage is just going to be washed away, so to speak. Mercedes closing up so fast.
I think you have to risk it. You have to risk the slick now. I mean, because if you get caught napping, it's not worth just a couple of seconds. It's going to be 4 or 5 seconds. So let's see. Our first teams coming by the pit lane. Will they pit in? BMW and Lexus. What are they going to do? Our leaders have gone past pit lane. Have they come out? I don't see them.
No, Lexus aren't in. BMW aren't in. Genesis go in then. So they're deciding to take the gamble. They said they were going to go aggressive, and they are the first of the wet shod runners to blink at the start of lap 15. Subaru also following them through. Not surprised at all. Subaru and Honda under investigation a few moments ago for a collision. They've got nothing to lose at this particular point and everything to gain. Meanwhile, look at Mercedes now right on the gearbox of Chevrolet, and this is surely going to be a formality, a matter of time before the Mercedes muscles their way past the Chevy.
Yeah, Fenton was 3 seconds quicker that lap. That's how much the difference.
Indeed, Yamauchi-san, here is the grid then lined up, ready to go for the first race of the evening in the Gran Turismo World Series in the Nations Cup. Miyazono will start this one on pole position with Gallo alongside on the front row. This is a sprint race and, of course, will not only decide the grid for the next race, but it will give them points in this one as well. 12 points to be scored in total in this race, right down to 1 point for 10th position. It sits for now. Kylian Drumont is the point third. 3 drivers separated by just 1 point for second as well. Jimmy, looking forward to this.
Yeah, Drummond didn't have the best qualifying session earlier on, of course, which is why he's down there in 8th position. But anything can happen. We've got a good few races coming out, and with double points on offer as well. All can change.
Certainly can. So Dekhiye Miyazono will lead the field across the timeline then as we get ready to get this one underway. There are the competitors in the bottom left of your screen. Nations Cup action at the Gran Turismo World Finals for this race is about to begin. What will happen as the 12 drivers come across the line and we go racing here in Amsterdam. Miyazono leads the field down towards the first corner, followed by Gallo, Lopez, Serrano and De Bruyn inside the top 5. Over the crest of the hill we go. A fast and frightening first couple of corners as they're pretty blind. We don't really hit the anchors until a couple of corners later. And given the fact that the field is quite spread out due to the rolling start, don't expect any moves in the first couple of corners, but especially as we get onto that long back straight and head in towards the hairpin at the end of it, that's when I'm sure we'll see the drivers making their first overtakes for position.
Ricardo leading NSX, leading F40. Miyazono, Gallo and Lopez breaking away from the front of the pack. Also going with them is Jose Serrano. But we're about to get to our first big straight here and our first big slipstreaming opportunity. Who's got the power? Let's find out. Miyazono leads. We go into the dark, into the tunnel for the first time here. Awesome to see all these cars.
If they do, they will be set to lose a fair bit of time, and it might be difficult for them to make up that deficit as the race progresses on. Meanwhile, the end of the first lap, Gallo it is at least. Lopez picks up a penalty then for track limits, presumably there. Half a second penalty for him. That will drop him behind Serrano when he serves it. And crucially, will it drop him behind the likes of De Bruyn, maybe into the clutches of Carrazza for 5th or indeed 6th place. Lopez also a little bit wide at that first corner. That leaves him under pressure here from Serrano. And the Spaniard in 4th place rather, can't take this line down. He's got to make every opportunity count while he can. Up the inside as we go through into the left-hander, into the tunnel. Serrano up and through into 3rd place. Runs it a little bit deep, but Lopez won't have any chance of retaliation into the next right-hander.
Yeah, you can see these guys squabbling. Has sort of brought Kai De Bruyn back into the fray. In 5th place currently is the Dutch driver in the R32 GTR. Drummond has made his way up to 6th position there just behind him. So good recovery so far. But what an awesome lineup of cars. As I always say this when we use these cars, it's so nice to see all these guys, all these cars on circuit together. This is what Gran Turismo for me is all about right now. Valerio Guerra leading the way in that NSX down the straights. That looks like a rocket down the straights, Tom. That thing.
Yeah, it's pretty handy, the straight line, isn't it, that Honda NSX? So that's good news for him. Meanwhile, behind you see Serrano and Lopez. Oh, Serrano very sideways. There must have been contact going into that left-hander because Serrano was fishtailing all over the shop going through there. Lopez still sitting in 4th place, and he's got that half-second penalty to serve, as we know, this time around. Drummond, meanwhile, has managed to escalate himself up a few places into 5th from 8th on the grid, and Sasaki likewise up from 10th into 7th position as well. There's a right gaggle of cars here. Oh, Jimmy, there's an R32 Nissan GTR. You might recognise that.
The best car in the field, I think, mate, honestly. So Kai De Bruyn, of course, a man with taste, that he chases Kylian Drummond, and also another very cool car, the Mark IV Supra. So Supra versus Skyline. We're on board now with the Frenchman, Kylian Drummond, and there now is Kai De Bruyn sitting just behind him. You can see the power of this thing down the straight there. 250, 260, 270 like it's nothing. 300 kph plus 200 mile an hour as we go into T1 there. Hard on the brakes. Now these cars, they are equipped with the racing hard compounded tyres, but they're definitely not racing cars. They don't have the same sort of agility as our Group 3 or Group 4 machines. So it's all power and really just try and figure it out when you get to the corner.
Yeah, you can see Drummond there having a good run here on Coque Lopez coming through this first sector. I thought he might have a dive to the inside there, but Lopez defending that line quite nicely. Drummond tried to switch back and go for the sweeping line to gather more momentum as he came through the next series of corners. We'll find out if he's able to do so when we come through into this next left-hander and onto the straight. The exit through here is going to be absolutely critical. Slightly tighter line and a later apex there for Drummond as he tries to carry the speed through that corner, but the legs on that Ferrari looking pretty handy in a straight line as we go through the tunnel, burst briefly into the daylight, then into the darkness. Your eyes playing havoc with you as you adjust and you come back into the daylight, and we head into the braking zone of the next corner. Meanwhile, up in front, Serrano and Lopez are pretty close for company there as well. Sorry, Miyazono, I should say, and Serrano for 2nd place. Serrano's managed to drop Lopez courtesy of the penalty for the Spaniard, and now Jose Serrano, 1/3 of the Nations Cup winners last year, right on the back of the 2020 champion.
Valerio Gallo sort of bolting away, though. Nearly a second between him and this man, Dekhiye Miyazono, and Jose Serrano just behind. I mean, these 3 drivers, the talent they share between them is insane. So fast in Gran Turismo 7 as we go on board with Jose Serrano. just trying to navigate his way through this tight and twisty part of the circuit, the last chicane. This is where these cars struggle the most, and then here's a bit they like the best. The big straight here, again in the tow. So great to see Honda versus Lamborghini versus AMG all on circuit at once. Cool, huh?
Oh, it's mega, isn't it? And also, you know, different drivetrains as well. You've got front engine, rear wheel drive, mid engine, rear wheel drive as well. So the different characteristics of that car will come into play at different points over the course of the lap. Meanwhile, Miyazono has got Serrano all over him like a bad rash. He's now got him underneath him as he goes through into the tunnel and into the left-hander. Serrano into second place, and now his next target will be race leader Valerio Gallo, who's some 1.5 seconds up the road.
He didn't put up too much of a fight there, did Miyazono. I think he just understood that, yeah, I've maybe fluffed this corner a bit. I'm just going to open the steering, let Serrano through and chase for now. Let's see if we can catch Valerio Gallo. Behind these guys, by the way, is that man, Coque Lopez. He's just about fending off Kylian Drumont and Kai de Bruin in the Supra and Skyline combination as we go into the tunnel once more. There is Coque Lopez in the Ferrari F40. Of course, all these cars who've just joined us tuned to over 1,000 horsepower, which means speeds of 350 k's plus before this big braking zone down at the bottom. Use the camber on the inside to get the car around. Here's a replay. We're on board with Sasaki lower down the field. We go into the chicane. There's Coque Lopez going wide. There's a car on our inside as well. I think that was Kai de Bruin. As we come back across, is there contact? No, they're just about all avoided, but Sasaki loses the place. There goes Kai de Bruin. Does he get past Kylian Drumont? He does. Up in him goes Kai de Bruin.
Yeah, lovely bit of driving there for the Dutchman then. Just lost out to De Bruin on that last lap. They must have made another mistake, unfortunately, there for the Dutchman, but good overtaking nonetheless. And that just goes to show how the seas can part when you're racing in such close quarters. So just a reminder, this race, 12 points on offer for the victor. Kylian Drumont was the man who was leading the points. If the checkered flag fell now, according to our point standings, he would drop down to 4th. Gallo would inherit the lead of the championship by 2 points going into race 2. But there's still plenty of time left to run, and plenty of time for the complexion of this one to change as we head on to the start of the halfway point of this race.
On board with Karatsa. Not seen too much of him in this race. He's in the R34 GTR, the Spec 2 Neo, which goes for 40 billion trillion pounds nowadays. don't ever look for how much that car costs nowadays.
Oh, Sasaki, look at that. That's a lunge on the inside of De Bruin going through into the left-hander. I didn't think he was going to make that stick. De Bruin ran a little bit wide. That's a warning sign there, isn't it, for the Dutchman?
Like the traction there of the four-wheel drive from the But, yeah, as you say, Sasaki looking all over the back of Kai de Bruin as we come now into this left hand. Just seems like a bit more cornering speed, a bit more able to rotate that car with that mid-engine layout, the rear-engine layout the Porsche is famous for. But you see, down the straights, Kai's gone.
Yeah, the four-wheel drive really helping out Kai de Bruin in terms of the corner traction, and that really pays dividends, especially when you are on a long straight such as this. Sasaki just has no answer to it, so clearly the Japanese driver knows that his strength is in the twisty bits, in the corners, and that's where De Bruin in the R32 Skyline is beginning to struggle. Drumont, meanwhile, up the road, now on the back of Coque Lopez, looking to try and find his way past. No, you're not having a fever dream. You have got a Ferrari F40 and a Toyota Supra battling for position here in this race, down through into the left-hander, and surely it's only a matter of time before Drumont starts to attack here.
Yeah, this Supra is pretty much everyone's perspective of what every Supra is. Like 1,000 horsepower and chasing a Ferrari. He's going heavy in the brakes, or runs into the back of Coque Lopez there. A little bit of contact. Kylian Drumont, I think he just sort of let off there and let Lopez keep the position, because you can't bump and run there. You will get a penalty from our live stewards behind the scenes. But look at the legs on that Ferrari out of the corner, so fast in that first part of the acceleration zone. It's only towards the end of the straight does the Supra come back towards it again. So we're really seeing some strengths and weaknesses of these different cars. Of course, the cars all picked by the drivers after their sector qualifying earlier on. So these are all cars that they've chosen to be in.
You see Kylian Drumont there trying to find his way through on the inside. There's a half a gap appearing here. He'll be a brave man if he can stick it through. And he does. Kylian Drumont makes a late lunge there on Coque Lopez. The door was only slightly ajar, but Drumont elbowed his way past and up into 4th place.
Didn't invite him, did he? He's like, all right, okay, there it is, off I go. So Drumont now in that Supra, has he been released now? That's the question. Was he being held up by Coque Lopez? But the gap now to the front three drivers is now 4 seconds. Serrano Serrano now battling with Valerio Gallo for the race lead. Looks to the outside, round this left hand. It's going to be the long way around for Jose Serrano. Does he make it work or not? No, he's on the high side. Gallo comes back on the low side. Great clean racing between these two drivers, and Gallo just chops him off there. Says, no, you know what? No more. I'm taking the line. And I have to say right now, Serrano looks a little bit more racy than Gallo does. Looks like he has the pace at the moment.
Yeah, just looking at the pace last time around, Serrano 45.7, Gallo 46.2. I know, of course, Serrano would have had the advantage of the slipstream down that long back straight, but still, that's a good pace difference between the two. Serrano fastest overall in the first sector this time around, despite being behind Gallo. Gallo runs a bit deep into the penultimate turn. That's a warning sign there. He'll live to fight another day. Can park it on the apex, but now he needs a good run out of this final corner, which he does manage to get, and just thwarts the challenge of the Spaniard for the time being. But we come across the line then to start lap 7 at Trial Mountain. Just a reminder, of course, 12 points on offer here in this race, and it could be set to change the championship order.
What, Serrano there, going for the drift entry. I'm not sure he meant to do that. I think he panicked a little bit there. It's so funny seeing Gallo come through there all just sorted out and gripped up, and Serrano just all sideways, but kept the car in one place, but definitely lost a bit of time doing that, but putting on a good show for our Dutch audience here. Through the first sector again. 7 laps down, 10 of 10 and 3 remaining.
See how ginger they're having to be on the power going through there as well, just trying to get the power down, aren't they? They've got a lot of performance, these cars, 1,000 horsepower, but the stopping power, by comparison, it's like the brakes are made out of old biscuit barrels at this point, because they just don't want to slow down when they get to a corner.
I mean, to be fair to most cars, stopping from 350 kph isn't the easiest thing in the world, as we're about to see that now. 360 kph I saw there from Jose Serrano, and he almost, as Tom says, misses his braking, almost touches the back of Valerio Gallo there, and you can see there he's just hardly able to control this V8 under the hood of this AMG here. Now in the background, Miyazona is starting to slowly come back into the picture, but Serrano's definitely the fastest of these first 3, but he just can't find a way by Gallo at the moment.
See the live points rankings then. Gallo, if the checkered flag fell now, would be the winner going into the second race of the evening. 3 races to come here tonight in the Nations Cup to be crowning our world champion of 2024, and it is still very much all to play for, especially with double the points on offer for the final race of the season. Out of the final corner we go, across the timing line then to start lap 8 out of 10 here at Trial Mountain. On board we ride here with Jose Serrano. There's some good battles going on further down as well. Sasaki and Lopez pretty close on track for 5th place. Karatza not far behind Kai de Bruyne for 7th position as well. Coming over the crest of the hill through into that left-hander.
Serrano a bit more composed this time through there. I think he learned from his last lap, didn't he? Look how much closer he is because of it. Now, if he's this close going to the tunnel, it's almost a guaranteed overtake. But Gallo has been very, very strong through this first sector all race. So let's watch on board. Jose Serrano locked on to the rear end of the NSX. Although Gallo not looking too quick through it this time. This might be Serrano's chance to strike.
You can see some drivers, when we're in different cars, being quite aggressive and soaring their way at the wheel. You can't afford to do that in these production-powered machines. It's like driving a spoon through treacle, isn't it? They're just so smooth through those corners, so ginger on the power, so careful on the brakes and on the steering as well. They've just got to try to not upset the balance of the car and keep it as neutral as possible. Here's the slipstream, though, for Jose Serrano. Bit of a warning shot there for Gallo, but Serrano wasn't close enough on this occasion, so he's going to need to be a bit closer next time around to try and pounce and challenge for position.
I really thought he was close enough that time to have a go, but apparently not. Maybe a bad exit or just thinking better of it. Looking back now from the rear wing of the Honda NSX driven by Valerio Gallo, a man with lots of GT accomplishments underneath his belt. Very, very talented driver from Italy, and pretty much these events don't feel the same if he's not here. As we go down to the chicane, come on to lap 9 very shortly. It'll be just 2 laps to go for Valerio Gallo and his first win in this Nations Cup Grand Final.
I've got to say, I love this Honda NSX as well. It is so nice to see it out racing here in Gran Turismo 7 in the World Finals. I saw one in real life when we were in Tokyo earlier this year, and I could almost have jumped for joy. It's just such a spectacle to behold.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, great to see all these cars out on circuit. Of course, 2 seconds for the replay. Here's Sasaki and Koke Lopez. So Lopez in the Ferrari 40 in front. What's happening here? Goes a little bit wide. Suzuki just manages to sneak underneath there in that G3 RS. Off he goes up into 5th place, and Coco Lopez will be frustrated with that one.
Yeah, not brilliant for Lopez, dropping down 3 places from where he started. Not ideal at all. It all sort of began really with the penalty that he picked up in the opening stages, and ever since then it's just gone from bad to worse for him really. The upshot is he'll be scoring fewer points in this race. If he finishes 6th, he'll get 5 on the board, but also as well it will mean it will compromise his starting position for the second race, because of course that reflects the order of race 1 here.
Much better exit this time from Jose Serrano. A little bit of wheel spin from Valerio Gallo in front. We're deep in the toe. This will be the Spaniard's best chance at a move on Valerio Gallo. Gallo goes defensive to the inside. Serrano's going to be forced to go the long way around the outside. There's no camber out there. Really hard to keep the car in the corner. Gallo keeps it down low, keeps it tight. Serrano tries to drift around the outside but can't quite make it work. And now Gallo knows exactly what to expect come the last lap. But Serrano ever a threat in the mirrors.
This is going to be so close on this final lap. You can sense it's bubbling up quite nicely. Will it boil over though for any of these drivers as we head towards the final tour here at Trial Mountain? We've seen a couple of mistakes creep in for Valerio Gallo over the course of this race. Seems to have ironed them out though in the latter parts of this, and is parking his car exactly where Jose Serrano doesn't want it. So down into the final chicane we go. Gallo it is that leads from Serrano. This is for pole position and of course for maximum points in the championship as well. Out of the final corner we go. Gallo it is that leads Serrano. I don't think the Spaniard will attack him towards turn 9, not unless he's a brave man, but we know he is a brave man. Surely he's not going to think of soft, decides to wait for the right opportunity as this lap unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that he can get close enough there, but I mean, I would have been tempted if I was Serrano just to put a nose in, just to see if I could distract. Valerio Gallo goes for a dive into the tunnel. Gallo sees it late, just about runs the speed around the outside there, still holds the inside line. Serrano's still second for now, but Gallo he's fully aware of the Spaniard just buzzing around in his mirrors. One small mistake and Serrano's going to be there.
Serrano needs the run of his life through these next couple of corners as Robbie Heck picks up a warning for colliding with another car through this left-hander. It is all about the exit. Serrano's pretty close to Valerio Gallo. He'll have the advantage of the slipstream and he is closer than he was before. This is going to be the opportunity that Serrano's been looking for to go for the race lead. Gallo knows that, goes defensive, but I'm sure it's not going to be in vain as Serrano pulls alongside the Italian. Side by side we go as we burst into the daylight, into the braking zone. Gallo's got the inside line and the camber on the corner though. Can Serrano firm it around the outside? Gallo manages to hold on to the lead as we come through. Serrano still there on the outside but has to settle for second best as we come now down into the final couple of corners. This is absolutely spectacular here at Trial Mountain, and Gallo, all he has to do is park his car in the right place to not allow an opportunity for the Spaniard to find his way through the left-hander we go on this short run down into the final chicane. And unless it's a lunge from Serrano, it won't be, because Gallo parks his car on the inside. Serrano will try and get the switch back through into the next right-hander, but he's not going to be close enough. Out of the final corner we go. Valerio Gallo wins race 1 here at the Nations Cup for the World Finals in Amsterdam from Jose Serrano in second, and Takuma Miyazono will come home in third place as well. Absolutely fantastic. What a clean, fair battle out on track, and it is Valerio Gallo who takes 12 points in the opening race of the evening.
Yeah, I mean, if that race is anything to go by, we are in for an awesome rest of the evening. Those guys were going at it for
The Nations Cup Grand Final is on the way, and here is how the grid lines up for one last time in 2024. Red Bull X 2019 is the car, and on pole position the winner from race 2 and the championship leader Jose Serrano. Kylian Drumont joins him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 headed by 2020 champion Takuma Miyazono. Next up is Kai de Bruyne, the Dutchman, to a roar from the Dutch crowd. Angel Enestrosa, P5, he loves these cars, we know he can be quick. Valerio Gallo down in 6th place, he's got a bit of work to do, and he's got Guy Barbara in 7th position right behind him as well. Next up, Adriano Carazza, P8 on the grid. And just inside the top 10, Takuma Sasaki, who's had a bit of a difficult second race. Completing the top 10, it is Robbie Heck, the American driver. Next up, his compatriot Callum Roach in P11. 12th and last on the grid, Coque Lopez. He has also got a lot of work to do from that far back. Now, let's look at the tyres for the final time this season at the start of the race. Serrano, he's got clear track in front of him here, Jimmy. He wants to make hay while the sun shines and get off into the distance.
Yeah, that is the right choice, I think, from Jose Serrano. He needs just to make himself a big gap as quick as possible, use that clean air, use that soft tyre, and just be efficient with his time. Interestingly, we mentioned Valerio Gallo before we started. He's gone for that hard compounder tyre, so he's opting to try and basically be the cork in the bottle for the rest of the drivers and opting to go fast a bit later on.
So then coming through to the start-finish line we are. Here are the live points rankings. You can see Jose Serrano it is that leads it then. 5 points over Kylian Drumont. Double points on offer for this grand final. And only one driver that can be crowned as the 2024 Nations Cup World Champion. Jose Serrano will lead the field across the line. Drumont in second, Miyazono in third. For one final time in 2024, we are about to go racing. It's lights out and we are underway for the grand final of the Nations Cup in 2024 here at the Nürburgring. Serrano leads them down towards the first corner, followed by Drumont, Miyazono, de Bruyne and Enestrosa. A rolling start for the drivers. Don't expect any heroics down into that first corner, but you should expect Serrano to try and clear off into the distance with the soft tyres and the clear air in front of him.
You look at the gap already, 7/10 of a second in the background there as Roach gets by Sasaki. Gallo also moving behind Carazza, but Serrano, the right choice to him for his race, is just going to get away early and try and avoid squabbling with his guys behind him. Drumont ahead of Miyazono, and Kai de Bruyne looking already for a move on Takuma Miyazono. Maybe a bit of contact on the way there through there, but de Bruyne up into 3rd place and showing his intention early.
Yeah, didn't take that one lying down, did he, Kai de Bruyne? He wants to make hay whilst the sun shines. He knows how tricky this Nordschleife circuit is. We're on the Grand Prix layout at the moment, but as we head on to the proper Nordschleife, it really does begin to narrow up. Look at that, 1.5 seconds for Jose Serrano in the opening stages of this race. Keen to see also what Robbie Heck is going to be able to do from 7th position. He's on the soft tyre, and he is going to be a lot quicker than those in front of him on the medium compound tyre. But will he be able, of course, to use that speed? That's the question that we were asking at the start of this race. And as we head on to the green hell, we're about to find out what will happen. Bit of a wiggle on the exit of the corner there for Kai de Bruyne. And down in towards the elevation and the fast part of this circuit we go. Just beautiful to watch this on board here with Takuma Miyazono. And you can see how close he is to Kai de Bruyne, but he's not going to be able to use any of that momentum at the moment. So de Bruyne's hoping to hold it into 3rd place and then try and use some of the strategy a little bit later on to try and play things out.
It's mad seeing the speed of these things through the first part of the Nordschleife here, the Nürburgring proper, and you have no time to think. You get through one corner and another one is upon you, completely flat there after Flugplatz. Now we take the long run down towards Schwedenkreuz, a corner that in real life in most cars is a bit of a lift and a bit of a panic, and this car, watch Takuma Miyazono's throttle input there through his left-hander. Of course, completely flat at 200 miles an hour before braking hard down to Arben. Just touched the grass there on the left. Very lucky to get away with that, and now we plummet down towards the forest, between the trees, down towards the compression and the foxhole. Again, completely flat down here for these drivers, keeping that foot pinned even for the left-hander here before we slow right down for Adam now forced a very tricky section through here. Takuma Miyazono showing that you can follow close to Kai de Bruin, who's touched a couple of curbs through there, unsettling the car. You don't want to do that. The curbs here on a Nordschleife are very tall. You hit them in the wrong way, they're going to send you into the barrier.
Robbie Heck making good progress. He's got himself ahead of Angel Inestrosa, up 5 places from where he started. So he really managed to take advantage of that soft tyre when they were on the Grand Prix layout of the track, and now he's up inside the top 5. I wonder if his progress is going to stall somewhat as we come through this section of the circuit. You can see Miyazono and de Bruin very close to one another, and then a fairly pronounced gap, about 1.5 seconds or so, back to Robbie Heck in P5 at the moment. Inestrosa in 6th position, Karatza inside P7, Gallo on the hard tyre. I suppose the converse as well, Jimmy. You know, we're talking about the soft tyre and not being able to use it necessarily to your advantage on this tricky section of the track. If you're on the hard tyre, it might be a benefit because you might not be able to let anybody pass at this point in the track.
Yeah, it's sort of the idea, really. You use the hard tyre to really hinder other people. But here's a replay. We're on board with Karatza going down a T1. We have a lunge on Guy Barbara. We don't look at it. Barbara and Gallo are side by side. Oh, just gets a little bit sideways there. There's contact there. Barbara hits the wall, then hits Gallo, and Karatza just about manages to get by all of them up into, I think it's going to be a net 6th place once he gets by Valerio. There it is. So a nice start from Karatza there, if not a little bit hectic.
Yeah, it was all hectic in front of him, really, wasn't it, with Barbara and Gallo coming together in that second corner, and that sort of started off that chain of events. Either way, it's worked out quite nicely for the Brazilian, as Kai de Bruin has still got Takuma Miyazono all over his rear wing at the moment. Drumont's doing enough, 3.6 seconds though behind Jose Serrano, but the race will come to him a little bit later on, so there's no point worrying about the gap in front. All he can do at this point is control what is in his hands, just worry about his own race and get on with the job. In towards the carousel, probably the most famous section on this Nordschleife circuit.
I watched this, I think, how? that absolutely froze it through there. And now we get to the highest point of the circuit, Hoa Axe, this corner, and it's all downhill from here, although literally, not figuratively, as we now just try and make our way through what I think is the most challenging part of the circuit. So much camber, so much elevation here from Rupperman, like it's nothing. Completely flat through there, on the brakes, use the camber on the inside of this right hand, and again, dive to the left, hug that curve before you come up to Bridgestone 1 and Bridgestone 2, otherwise known as YouTube corner. In this right-hander, again, just throwing the car. It looks effortless in this Red Bull X 2019. It's just ridiculous to watch this, isn't it?
So blind they are, those corners as well. They come up you so quickly, don't they, through there. Killian's just a little bit wide through on the left-handers. A few moments ago, down through the compression we go into there.
Just a lift of the throttle there. After Flanskar. What's going on? I could not keep up with this. This is too much. I mean, like, this is why these drivers are the best in the world. And it might look easy watching it, but you think how quickly these corners are coming up on you. You have to be precise every corner, otherwise you end up just spearing off into the barrier. Climbing the carousel now. See, de Bruin not quite. See, this is what I mean. A little bit eager on the throttle there, and then slow on exit. And that means he's going to be under attack from Takuma Miyazono going on to this long back straight, Le Dottinger.
Yeah, lovely to see the Dottinger again. Great chance for some slipstreams as well. De Bruin is being pulled along somewhat by Kylian Drumont. Miyazono, did he lift off the throttle there coming down that back straight? Just wonder, because he was quite close to Kai de Bruin and he's not quite able to find his way past. Maybe saving a bit of fuel in the early stage of this race, something to consider as well, because they are pretty thirsty machines, this one. He is now side by side at the end of the Dottinger, then through the left-hander we go, and still he is on the outside here, but you've got to be careful because it's a bit sketchy going through there as it's so close to the grass. Into the braking zone. We've seen a few instances there in the Gran Turismo World Series over the last 6 years or so. Thankfully, not this time.
Yeah, to give you an idea of the pace advantage, it's a 6.24 from Serrano from a standing start, or for a rolling start, and a 6.30 from Kylian Drumont. So that's a 5-second difference there between the two drivers. And Drumont now doing a good job in second place, the faster of the medium runners, but not able to keep the pace of Serrano on that soft. Lopez opting to come in early from that hard compound tyre, as we thought he would, but Gallo, from what I can see, has opted to stay out another lap.
I was just about to say, interestingly, Gallo and Barber have not decided to pit then, so they're going as long as they can on the hard tyre. I mean, we generally say that the hard tyre is lava. You want to stay off for as long as possible, for as short time as possible, but there's obviously some method in the madness here for Coque Lopez. He thinks he can either eke out either the soft or the medium tyre an extra lap. Again, it doesn't sound like a particularly long amount of time, but when you consider the amount of tyres, the amount of force and energy going through them, a lap around here, it's an awfully long time, and you've got to make that gamble and be confident in it before you come into the pit lane, because if you made a mistake, well, you're going to pay for it for the next 6 minutes.
I mean, I did watch some practice earlier on, and the soft tyres are pretty cooked after 2 laps, with Serrano's just gone on to lap 2 of that soft tyre. So I think it stands to reason the medium might struggle to do 4 as well. But we settle on watching Kaiser Bruin making his way through the chicane very, very quick through there, and now back on to the Nordschleife, the northern loop. Really awesome to see these cars and make their way around this legendary circuit. I mean, we'd race it every time we come here if it was up to me, of course, but that's why it's not up to me.
Look at the fuel, though, there for Serrano versus Drummond, etc. You know, he's done about 6 or 7 litres more fuel, Jose Serrano. Doesn't sound like a particularly great deal, but that's, you know, another couple of seconds in the pit lane that he's going to spend putting fuel into his car relative to those around him if he's not able to save it. The crucial thing is, of course, that Serrano doesn't have the advantage of the slipstream. He's punching the hole in the air. Those behind the likes of Drummond, they of course can afford to save a little bit of fuel. We saw that with Miyazono on the first part of the Dotting Hill, just lifting off of the throttle, coasting as it were, and just trying to save those crucial sort of millilitres, litres, as it were, to try and give him an advantage when it comes down to the pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to have to be fuel that goes in the car. We calculated around 96 litres for the entire race, give or take. And these guys are burning through their fuel quickly. The best of two so far actually is this man, Dekhiye Miyazono. He was doing what you said he was doing earlier on, just sort of hanging behind Kaiser Bruin, being pulled along by this train in front of him, but also saving that time in the pit stop. There's so much that goes into these races. It's not just good enough to be fast, you've got to be smart as well. And Miyazono has always been that sort of person that has that running in the back of it, that had that capacity to think about things, and that's super important to be successful here in the GT World Series.
The good thing is for Coque Lopez, though he pitted at the end of lap 1, it's a bit of an outlier compared to the rest of the field. He has got, obviously now, a lovely bit of clear track in front of him, 21 seconds to not worry about closing up into the back of many cars. The risk is, of course, if you go for the soft tyres in the middle stint and you end up stuck behind someone who's on a medium or a hard combat tyre and you can't find your way through, well, it's all in vain, isn't it, really? Because you've got that extra pace and no opportunity to be able to use it through these sweeping corners that, again, so blind that you've got to be so precise and lightning on the reactions that this is where the dirty air will really be beginning to kick in. That's the converse, of course, because it will cause you more tyre wear, despite the fact that you can save fuel in a straight line.
Yeah, through Adenau here, there's medium speed corners, so if you lose the grip, you really feel it as we go back up the hill once more. Interestingly, we'll keep one eye on Coque Lopez, because he's gone a completely different direction from everyone else. He's pitted super early, got that hard tyre off, and now he's on a soft tyre with no one in front of him, so he can just push into that gap as hard as possible. This is what Lopez tends to do. He never ever seems to be in a good position going into these final races, but always finds a way to make the strategy work. As we go back on board with Kaiser Bruin, there is the trophy these guys are all fighting for. They're the Nations Cup trophy. Which man will have his hands on that when the race checkered flag falls on lap 7 in a few moments' time? Kaiser Bruin still there, still on board, getting a tub there from Kylian Drummond. Fuel-wise, Kaiser Bruin and Miyazono have used about 3 litres less fuel than Drummond in front. So staying where they are now actually might be, I mean, that's worth a second. It's 3 litres per second.
That's it, yeah. So they're just playing the smart game at the moment, biding their time. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You've got to be careful. You've got to use your head in these races. Unlike what we saw in the first one, where you can sort of afford to lunge your way through on the inside or send it around the outside and, you know, throw caution to the wind, so to speak. You can't do that here in these longer form races. You've really got to be sensible, figure out your strategy and find something that works for you. And also, crucially, not make too many mistakes, because a second here, a second there, half a second even, can be absolutely critical.
Really interesting to see what the lap time is going to be for these guys on that medium tyre. 6:24 first. It's ridiculous for the full down. To give you some context, of course, I'm lucky enough to race the equivalent of a Group 4 car in real life, and our best lap time was like an 8:38. That's 2 minutes, 2 and a bit minutes faster. That's just ridiculous around here.
I'll give it a matter of time, Jimmy. It's probably a matter of time before you end up in some kind of fast prototype, isn't it?
Oh, please, not here, please. I don't want to.
Shut your eyes, turn the wheel, and hope for the best, wouldn't you?
I just don't want to do it.
Through the long right-hander we go, then the fast left-hander as they make their way through, and Kaiser Bruin, as we say, just biding his time, keeping it patient. Roach has got a penalty as well down there in 8th position. Didn't quite see exactly what that was all about. He's made up 3 places, though, from where he started, but he's got Sasaki not too far adrift down there in 9th position. Gallo also, as we know, on the hard tyre as it stands for now. We should see a flurry of activity in the pit lane at the end of lap 2. For my money, you're going to see at least the hard shod runners coming in. I reckon we're probably going to see the soft shod runners of Serrano and Heck probably pitting, because I don't think they'll have much life left in them.
Interestingly, the gap to the front hasn't extended in the same way, so I think we're seeing that second lap on that soft tyre is nowhere near as strong as the first. I mean, to be expected. Serrano's tyres now are starting, you can see there the rear tyres are starting to hit to the point where they're really, really struggling. That'll be bad traction, bad braking, the bad tyre wear affects everything about a car. As we come down again, watching Kay de Bruin again, Mirzona, I've got the impression, just lifting that throttle, just letting himself coast up to the back of the cars in front, giving himself a maximum possible pit advantage. Now, will these guys come into the pit end this lap? Let's see, Kay de Bruin, Drummond, they all stay out on that medium compound tyre, but our leader, Jose Serrano, is into the pit lane, as is Robbie Heck behind on the soft tyres.
So medium trim runners again, trying to go as long as possible, trying to do, what, 4 laps on those medium tyres, quite possibly. We're on lap 3 now, so Serrano comes into the box. He, of course, has used more fuel because he's been punching the air in front of him, and that is the difficult thing about leading the race in circumstances such as this. Though, of course, you can get clear air and run your own time, you are going to be expending a bit more fuel, and it's a lot easier to gain time on track than it is to lose time in the pit lane. You know, a second here, a second there doesn't sound like a lot, but in the pit lane, it takes you ages to get that back on track, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. I mean, like, as you say, a second in the pit lane is much easier to lose than a second on circuit, or to gain even. So, there's Serrano, so he's back now in P10. Lopez, interestingly, ahead of him now on that soft compounder tyre, so it goes to show that Lopez's first stint was actually pretty good. Yeah, really good from Coque Lopez, former Nations Cup champion, of course, won it back in 2022, part of the winning lineup as well as Team Spain when it was a team competition in 23. I'm trying to understand, Lopez must have been a blinder to do that, surely. Well, am I being silly here, Tom?
No, he's waited quite nicely here so far. You know, he's still 17 seconds off the back relative because, of course, he's got Robbie Heck behind. He's closed up the gap quite nicely, about 5 seconds or so, compared to where he was when he came out in that pit stop. So it's working out quite nicely for Coque Lopez, but, again, those around him have still got to make their pit stop. You know, there's, what, another 10 seconds roughly there and thereabouts in Astroza, Sasaki to make up the road. So we'll see how it works out. And of course the converse for Lopez, though he's got that nice bit of clear air, he doesn't have the slip through. He can't save fuel like those others who are in close competition around him. So that could come to hinder him when he gets to the pit time again.
Yes, definitely. And from there, right now, the men in the best possible position for that are De Bruin and Mirzona. Now, Kylian Dumont is now leading this race. From the front back, the Frenchman always been very, very fast in these competitions, and we know he has the ability to win here in the Gran Turismo World Series. Fastest lap, though, so far belongs to Takuma Mirzona, the man in 3rd place, a 6:25.7, only marginally faster than the cars around him, but enough to have the fastest lap for now. But I can guarantee you, as the race goes on, that is going to fall dramatically.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Kay de Bruin just keeping watching brief on proceedings. There is Kylian Dumont. In terms of the fuel, he's exuded another 4 litres compared to the Dutchman at the moment. So just see how tight those margins are there as well as they make their way through these corners. It almost looks like they're flirting with the grass, the curb, every single opportunity going through those fast corners.
What's the magic of the Nordschleife is it isn't as a traditional racetrack. It's a relic from a time that's gone, but still somehow used and raced on today. Well, look how close these barriers are. You make a mistake, you're on the grass. When you're in the grass, no grip, you're in that barrier almost straight away. And it really is a track that demands your attention. It demands skill and precision. And then on top of that, we launch these guys into the fastest cars in the game. We go, yeah, off you go. Enjoy that, have fun. I say that outside of the Tomahawk. I would love to see a race in those.
That would be class.
Yeah.
One day. That's the thing I love about the Nations Cup as well, as the variety. You know, we started off in 1,000 horsepower road cars, no downforce, you know, not particularly brilliant when it comes to braking power compared to a racing car. And then speaking of that, we end up in a racing car for the second one, where we're in, you know, a 90s Formula car. And then for the last one, we're in a modern day hyper-powered Red Bull X 2019, which has got more downforce than you can shake a stick at.
This is Lopez.
Yeah, making his way past Robbie Heck. Heck on the hard compound of tyre here, coming through, and that was nicely done. Heck not holding him up too much, but again, nice bit of clear air there Coque Lopez to just try and take profit of it. Where's his next gap up the road? 18 seconds. He's again in a nice, comfortable position at the moment. But again, I just wonder what it's going to look like for him in terms of fuel relative to those up the front. I'm just looking at the fuel savings for some of them, 32, 33 litres for De Bruyne and Miezono. Lopez, about the same, 33. He's just ticked over to as well. So it's working out OK there for Coque Lopez. He's on the soft tyre, but let's not forget, he is going to have to owe the medium tyre at the end of this one, whereas others around him may owe the softs. So it might put him out of sequence.
Yeah, it does get a bit complicated now. We've got a lot of different strategies going, lots of numbers being thrown at us and at you guys at home. But what we do know is once all the pit stops are said and done, we'll know exactly who's where and what fights are going to be on for the end of the race. Dumont has fallen back a little bit to Kai De Bruyne. He did try to, I think, make a little bit of a gap to these guys, but he pushed hard and ended up using a little bit of fuel. And now he's realising that, oh no, maybe actually I've just gone a bit hard at this point. But De Bruyne and Miezono are doing everything they can do right now, just staying in touch, just staying within slipstream range, just outside of that massive dirty air area, which is really going to push the tyres and make things a bit more difficult for them. And Miezono, if anything, is looking like he wants to maybe get by Kai De Bruyne.
Worst case scenario here for Dumont is if he comes into the pit lane the same time as De Bruyne and Miezono do, he'll be relinquishing that race lead away, won't they? Because they'll be able to get ahead if they're taking on less fuel, or indeed if they don't take any fuel on board and they decide to do it later on. What are we down to? 24 litres? I'm sure they're going to have to, really. It depends on which way they go in terms of the tyres for their middle stint in this race. Speaking of the tyres, the rear's not looking too bad. They're certainly a bit more second-hand. Lopez and his rear tyres are in far worse condition comparatively. Are they going to last another lap though, or are we going to see the medium runners coming into the box at the end of this one? We'll find out in a couple of minutes or so's time once we've made our way down through the Dekhiye. Lots of battles and strategies to play out. Either way, the top three at the moment, Dumont, De Bruyne and Miezono, bit of an exhibition at the sharp end of this race. They have controlled this one very comfortably indeed so far.
Now, will Miezono save more fuel, or will he just get the slingshot, try and get onto the back of Dumont, and then take the race lead from there? Who knows? I mean, here we go. Looking back from Kylian Dumont, he's pulled a bit of a gap there. Miezono, watch that little bar, the indicator, on the right-hand side of the steering wheel. Will we see any lifting from Takuma Miezono? Maybe he's just turned the fuel down. You can do that in these cars. You can turn the fuel mix down a little bit. It slows down the car, but saves a little bit of fuel. On the straight, when you've got the slipstream anyway, the car has to do that squirt. It's the right time to do it as they all brake hard down into the end of the lap. Off the Nordschleife, we go back on to the GP circuit, and as predicted, all three cars come into the pit lane, but that will mean that De Bruyne or Miezono will likely go up into the lead now. Because look at the fuel difference. Miezono has saved 7 litres of fuel over Dumont. That's massive. That's over 2 seconds.
It's huge. Absolutely huge. As we say, very, very difficult to gain that back when you get onto the circuit, unless, of course, you're following a car quickly on the Dekhiye. So, De Bruyne, Dumont, Miezono, Inestrosa and Roach all in the box off of the medium compound of tyres. Sasaki and Karatsa have decided to carry on, presumably in their middle stint, unless they've just not come around to the pit lane yet, because, of course, they were a fair old way back. So fuel going on board, soft tyres for Dumont and De Bruyne. Miezono, the outlier there, he's going onto the hard compound of tyre for this middle stint. So he's going to try and hopefully gain track position and then keep the rest of the drivers behind him on the Nordschleife circuit, and it's worked out quite nicely for Miezono because he has now got track position, but of course he's got a slower compound of tyre.
I have to apologise for missing something a little bit earlier on. I wondered why Serrano had dropped behind Coque Lopez. It's because the opposite take is still there. He's done his fuel stop, Serrano, now. He's putting all the fuel he needs to get to the end of the race, and now has track position over Miezono, Dumont and De Bruyne, but he does have to go onto that hard tyre at the end of the race. Miezono opting to do that now, so really there's a bit of a gap again for Serrano to drive into, so that might have been an amazing strategic call from Jose Serrano.
Well, it could be. We'll wait and see what happens, though, with Miezono, because he's got a fast-charging De Bruyne and Dumont behind. They're both on the soft compound of tyre. So what Miezono's got to really hope for here is that he can keep those two behind on this GP circuit. Then when we get back onto the Nordschleife, the Green Hell, then he can hopefully keep them at bay for at least the rest. If he's on the hard tyre now, he's going to try and run it for 1 lap, then go on to the soft tyre for the very end of this race. But 3 laps on the softs, that's a tall order, though, isn't it, for Takuma Miezono. He's run the mediums, he's now on the hards. Let's see how this is going to play out. Either way, he's going to have a fast-charging Frenchman behind him here, because we're on board with Kylian Dumont. Down through in towards Hatzenbach we go. And again, you can just see how narrow and tight it is. You've got to thread the eye of a needle through these corners. But look how early Drumont can get on the power and how late he can get on the brakes. The Achilles heel for Miyazono here is going to, when we come up towards the flag puts, because look at that, around the outside to Kylian Drumont, and I don't think Miyazono is going to have anything left in his locker. Indeed, he doesn't, and Drumont accelerates his way through, effectively, into a net race lead.
Kind of Gruen follows him through as well, follows Drumont through. They do not want to lose time behind Miyazono, so now Drumont and De Bruyn need to really push and get away from Miyazono, because he is in that hard compound tyre, but while using the draft, he can sort of stay with them, but that will, of course, fall away as they go through the corners. Through Schredenport, it's now breaking hard down to Arenberg. Get the car into the camber on the inside, hook it in, and then back full gas as we go down the hill back towards the compression and the Foxhorn. You can see the difference just there already. One corner, and the gap's up to 5/10 of a second.
Look at Serrano, though. He's only, what, 5 seconds up the road compared to Drumont. And Drumont on a quicker compound of tyre, taking fuel on board as well. So Serrano here on this middle stint, he's going to be struggling. He's going to be a bit of damage limitation, and of course he owes that hard tyre at the end of this race. So again, it could be a smart strategy, but it might not work out for the Spaniard. Let's have a look and see what happened then here. So Miyazono just ran it a bit deep, couldn't get the car rotated. Drumont said thanks very much, went straight through, and then De Bruyn said thanks very much as the slipstream came into effect with Kylian Drumont and managed to sweep on.
I've never seen a move like that before at that corner, but I've also never seen...
Serrano, penalty.
Oh, that's huge. Colliding with another car. When was that? Was that Carrazza?
We'll have to wait and see. I did wonder if the gap had shrunk down. It looks like it, well, it clearly has, hasn't it? So Serrano now with Drumont. Let's have a look at what happened then here. So Serrano, oh, it's with Robbie Heck, isn't it? It's further back and up the inside, and it was the merest of touches going through there, wasn't it?
It was very tight. I mean, our stewards do have access to different angles than we do, and they will have looked at that a few times before handing out that penalty, but that's going to be huge. Huge for Yoseta there. He's really going to have to push to make that time back. A second might not seem like much on a circuit this big, but these guys, that's how tight the competition is. 1 second can make all the difference. Now, interestingly, do you know who the fastest man on track right now is? Well, not this guy.
Yeah,
but it's Valerio Gallo on that medium compounder tyre, currently in P7, and he is someone who still has the soft tyre yet to run, and he is gaining on Miyazono in front.
Well, you've got Italy's fastest man out on track, and you've got Spain's maddest man, I'm sure, in third place following that penalty as well. So, a difficult middle stint then here for Jose Serrano. As I say, it was just the lightest of grazes. Meanwhile, Adriano Carrazza up into second. He's all over the back of Takuma Sasaki. Is he going to be able to find his way through on the Japanese driver as we come through this series of corners? Well, if you give Carrazza an inch, he'll take a mile, and I wonder whether he's going to think about it before too long. He's not close enough to mount a challenge at the moment. Both of these drivers on the medium compound of tyre, both will be pitting at the end of this lap because they're going to be critical on fuel. 8 litres left for Sasaki, 8 litres left for Adriano Carrazza. And they'll be coming out of this one on to their next compound of tyre, because they've done a first stint rather on the medium compound of tyre. So presumably they're going to go to the hard tyre for 1 lap only, and then try and run the softs to the end of the race. So what they've tried to do is get the overcut effectively on them. But what's the gap now down to? 15.8 seconds to Jose Serrano. It's a bit of a bold strategy, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I was just chuckling to myself watching the gyro cam from it. It looks so fast through there, man. I mean, I've done a few silly laps around in Nürburgring silly cars, and I just think to myself that, like, I cannot do that. Oh, Suzuki there running it very wide on the exit of onto the straight, onto the dot under her there, and now Carrazza will have that draft down the straight. Usually it's easy to pass it, but these guys are both on very little fuel indeed, so they're going to have to take fuel here. How much they take, of course, might not agree with each other. We might see Suzuki take a lot, we might see Carrazza take a lot, but we'll see as they come into pit lane underneath the Bullstein Bridge as we go now down towards the heavy braking zone. Zaki looking up at the screen there, because they can get a bit of info from the screen. They can see the same big screen you guys can out when you're and at home. So sometimes you catch the players glancing at that to get a little bit of an idea of what's going on around them.
You do hear that in F1 as well. Drivers, when they've got a commanding advantage, will just have a look up at the big screen to see what's happening. Sasaki and Carrazza then, as predicted, into the pit lane. They cut that very, very fine. 1 litre of fuel left for Sasaki in his Red Bull X 2019. So Serrano is going to take over at the front, but the deficit between himself and Drumont now down to 2.1 seconds, and Drumont is going to be coming very close to the back of him very, very soon. And we'll see how long it takes the Frenchman to mount a challenge for the race lead. So, start of lap 5, we are on. 3 to go here in the grand final in the Nations Cup. Serrano on the slower compound of medium tyre, but also, crucially, owes even the slower compound of tyre to that, the hards, at the end of this race.
New fastest lap of the race set by Valerio Gallo, a 6:23.4. The Italian on a charge right now on that medium compound of tyre. He's just found, I think, a good rhythm around here, and importantly, actually starting to put up to the back of Takuma Miyazono. So if the tyre graphic is be believed, Gallo might be able to catch Miyazono by the end of this lap.
And the best news for Gallo is that he owes the soft tyre at the end of this race, so he'll be quicker than those around him as well, because every other driver in front of him will not be on the soft tyre at the end of this race. We'll have Serrano on the hard tyre, Drumont will be on the hard tyre as well as De Bruyne. Miyazono will be on the soft tyre as well. So what he needs to do really is try and get onto the back of Miyazono and get past him while he's on a quicker compound.
Another penalty for Serrano. That's got to be track limits. We've just gone through one of the fastest chicanes on the circuit. Really easy to pick up a penalty there. And Serrano throwing away any advantage he has. Just not quite comfy maybe on that medium stint on that medium compound of tyre, but another penalty for Serrano, and that's an automatic one. Stewart's got nothing to do with that one as we ride on board with Kylian Drumont. The sun starting to get a little bit lower in the sky now as we just fly through this first sector of the Nordschleife. And that'll be a real encouragement to Drumont, because he can now see the car he is chasing. It won't be long before he's got a draft, and he'll be right on the back of our current leader, Jose. 1 second penalty too. And here are our live point standings, but that will change very soon.
Yeah, certainly will. So Serrano could be costing himself a chance at being crowned the 2024 Nations Cup champion here, because, as you can see, very fine margins, double points on offer for this grand final as well. So if Drumont is able to leapfrog the Spaniard, it will be Drumont who is crowned as the champion, but De Bruyne, Miyazono, all relatively close behind as well. Let's have a look at what happened here to Serrano then. So as Jimmy said, coming in towards the chicane, he just clambered the curb a bit too much going into the part of it, and he knew straight away, didn't he? Bit his lip there, shook his head, and that was it, unfortunately. Big shame there for Jose Serrano, and you can see now the Jaws music is being cued in the record player, because Drumont and De Bruyne are very close behind indeed.
Now, interestingly, Kai De Bruyne has done an amazing job saving fuel, whereas Kylian Drumont has 19 litres left in the tank. Kai De Bruyne has 26. That is nearly 3 seconds in the stop, and that's going to be huge for the Dutch driver when we come round to our last round of pit stops. But we've still got to get there first. This circuit bites, especially when you don't expect it. 1 lapse of concentration and you find yourself in the barrier.
So if you're Kylian Drumont here, do you try and find your way through on Serrano as soon as possible? Or do you just play the long game, wait for him to serve that penalty?
You've got to send it. You've got to get through as quick as possible here, because he's going to be slower through that last sector. I say this is a good chance. Up the hill towards the carousel here. We go through Bergwerk, and then we have a nice long section. Drumont should gain a little bit into Bergwerk through the right-hander. He does, and now it's full front up the hill. Use the draft of the car in front. Maybe not quite close enough though, but he needs to get by. He can't afford to wait, because there are cars who maybe aren't directly behind him right now, but it also threats when it comes to the last round of pit stops.
The other thing to consider here is that Drumont and De Bruyne are on that soft tyre. We saw there was a big drop-off in performance on that second lap, and they are now on lap 2. So there is a possibility that the tyres could be coming a little bit more towards the end of their life compared to the medium tyres, relative to Jose Serrano in front, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I think I just heard Drumont there turn the fuel down as he couldn't get any closer to Serrano. Now right on the back of the Spanish driver as we go into the carousel for the 5th time. He'll launch the car to the bottom here and just ride it through. Incredibly bumpy through here. Very easy to spin a tyre if you get on the throttle too early on the exit. And now we go back up again to the highest point of the circuit. But actually Serrano, impressive enough through there, still keeping that gap of 7/10.
Certainly is. Threading the eye of the needle through there. That's beautiful from Kylian Drumont. Fantastic piece of driving from the Frenchman, and likewise Serrano and De Bruyne. I have to say, De Bruyne doing such a good job to keep within the wheel tracks consistently. Half a second he sits now behind Drumont, and he's been there for a fair amount of time. And De Bruyne actually the fastest man of the entire race in the first and second sectors over the course of this one. Up in towards YouTube corner we go. Serrano there, he's going to be a bit of a sitting duck as we head in towards the Dekhiye, the top three. Well, you could throw a blanket over them, couldn't you, at this point? But look at that, 8 litres more fuel for Kay de Bruyne. That is going to pay dividends when we come through into the pit lane. Serrano surely is going to be into the box at the end of this one. He's got no choice, he's got no fuel left in that X2019. Drummond and De Bruyne as well, they've got to come in, because I would have thought that those soft tyres are not going to be able to go 3 laps for a 1-lap dash on the hard tyre at the end of this one.
And let me tell you, that penalty zone is going to come up soon for Jose Serrano, and it hurts. It's on the main straight, this one here, so that'll cost him a ton of time. You can see as we go now up through the last real corner before we get onto the back straight. And then you can just let the engine run free as you come now back towards the GP circuit. There's the penalty line in front, you can see it. Serrano crosses it now, slows down massively. Oh man, look at that.
Closing speed is incredible, isn't it?
But Serrano, luckily, will have the draft. He should pick the car back up again nicely. He has fallen back a little bit, but that's not going to hurt him as much as we originally thought.
But the problem is he's lost track position. They're all going to have to take a bit of fuel on board for this final stop. And again, the big outlier here is going to be Kay de Bruyne. He's got 12 litres left. Drummond in front has got 4 litres. Serrano just 2 litres. So again, very, very fine margins. Here are the live point standings. Now, Drummond has got the head of Serrano. He now would be crowned as the Nations Cup champion, but there's still 2 laps left and remaining. 1 litre of fuel left for Serrano. Cut that very, very fine indeed. De Bruyne, meanwhile, he will take over in the lead of the race with track position here, presumably, as well. The upshot is, though, that Gallo is going to be the fast charger at the end of this race. He sits in 5th position currently, but he's got the soft tyre to run. He's got a fair amount of fuel to take on board, though, as well. What about Angelina Stroza behind? He's a fair way out of contention compared to Gallo, so no need really to worry about him. It's the top 5 we've got to keep an eye on here, and it's Gallo to see what progress he's now going to be able to make in the final stint of this race as he goes on to the soft tyre. Just to remind you, coming into this one, he is still very much in contention for the title. He had 27 points. He was tied on 2nd place with Kylian Drummond, and this final stint is going to define absolutely everything in the Nations Cup.
Wow, it comes down to this. Kay de Bruyne out front, 3.4 seconds is the gap owing to his fuel saving throughout the race. Great strategy there from the Dutch driver. That's the gap on circuit. That is the gap to the end now. Behind him, Jose Serrano still within touching distance. Dekhiye Mirzona out of the pits now, and look, on that soft compounder tyre, if there's something you don't want to see in the mirrors, it is Dekhiye Mirzona on the soft tyre. This guy is a rocket, and now has the fastest car possible until the end of the race, but as does behind him Valerio Gallo, incredibly fast Italian driver. Alternative strategy from the rest, but now also within touching distance. It's going to be an absolute dogfight to the end here, and I cannot wait as Serrano already latches onto the back of Kylian Drummond.
Big outlier in this one, of course, is Takuma Sasaki. He's out of sequence compared to everybody else. So though he's in the race lead, it's not the race lead, effectively. It's the net race lead is being decided between De Bruyne and Drummond and Serrano at the moment. But keep an eye out for Mirzona and for Gallo as well, because they're both actually now on the soft compound of tyre at the end of this one. If the checkered flag fell now, of course, I know it's a bit difficult with Sasaki being in the race lead. Gallo would finish a joint 4th place in the championship standings, which is not where he wants to be. Mirzona would be 3rd in the championship standings as well. So we'll wait and see how this one is going to play out and see what the gap is going to look like between Sasaki and De Bruyne as well. Up to 10.5 seconds between them. Sasaki, as we know, on that soft compound of tyre, so he's trying to get the overcut, effectively go a lap longer now on that soft tyre compared to everybody else. In fact, he was a lap longer on his first stint, I beg your pardon, so he was a lap longer on the medium tyre at the start of this one, which is why he is now out of sequence relative to those around him. So yeah, be interested to see what happens once this final pit stop has taken place, and once we get on to the final lap, then we will know proper what the order is going to look like for the victory.
Guys, you are watching right now a master at work. This is Dekhiye Mirzona on the soft compounder tyre, and now all he has to do is qualifying laps. Push hard now to the end of the race. Serrano ahead of us on the relative, 6.9 seconds. Incredibly nice is the gap between him and Serrano. If anyone can close that down, it is this man flying down now towards the compression in every corner, every braking zone. He's going to be taking time out of the Spanish driver owing to that soft tyre. But as you said, Tom, the tyre does fall away on the second lap. So do you push hard now? Do you use it up to that lap time? Or do you try and maybe conserve a little bit and have a quicker average over the 2 laps? That's up for Miyazono to work out.
Everything that you seem to throw at Dekhiye Miyazono, he adapts, doesn't he? He's like a chameleon. He just seems to change his colours depending on the circumstances that are thrown at him. And I saw him earlier in the licence test qualifying session that we had, and they were driving old Ferraris and then changing over to a Subaru with studded tyres on in the snow, and he was just able to throw the car into the corners and extract the maximum performance, and that is exactly what he's doing here in this final stint of the race. The gap coming down 2.3 seconds. He's faster in this sector alone.
Look at this precision through here. It is insane. As you say, Tom, 2.5 seconds gained on this lap. The gap now down to 4.9 seconds as we go through Adenau, just siving our way through here. The amount of skill and precision it takes to drive these cars around the circuit at this speed is almost beyond comprehension, but that's why these guys are the best drivers in the world at Gran Turismo. Through Bergwerk now, heavy on that throttle, and now a chance to breathe. And I think I just caught a glimpse of Serrano in front there, and it's a completely different ball game when you see that car you're chasing. You just, something changes in your brain. You turn into the hunter, and you just find that extra bit of speed, and Miyazono is very close to seeing the Spaniard in front now.
So the carrot being dangled then for Dekhiye Miyazono. Let's not forget he won the Nations Cup Championship back in 2020 when he went on to do the Triple Crown. He won the Toyota GR-GT Cup that year and also was part of Subaru's Manufacturer Cup winning lineup as well.
So Miyazono there looks really damn fast, right? You know who was faster behind him? Valerio Gallo.
Yeah.
He's gained now to 1.7 seconds. That gap was 2.5 seconds at the start of a lap. The Italian driver putting in an even better performance right now than Dekhiye Miyazono. This is going to be a grandstand finish at this race with only a lap and a half to go. Who's it going to be? These guys do have the tyre advantage, but they've got to get past Kai de Bruin, Kylian Drummond and Jose Serrano if they want a chance at taking this Nations Cup final championship.
So 1.5 laps then to go here at the Nordschleife. Through into the right-hander here for Valerio Gallo. I suppose the difficult thing for him is he's going to come into Dekhiye before too long as well. That's the problem when you're following cars through these fast sweeping corners. 1.7 seconds between Miyazono and Gallo it stands at the moment, but once he of course gets closer to the Japanese driver, it will start to hinder him a little bit more.
I think so. Fuel-wise, they're all good to the end, so it's a straight push now. There is Serrano. This will help Serrano. Having a look. There's Miyazono. He's right there. Look how close they are now. Miyazono can smell blood in the water. He can see Serrano from the sparks being kicked up from the Red Bull X 2019 in front, and he might even get into the point where he'll get a toe down the back straight. Watch him for his right hand to completely flat the commitment. Unreal here from Miyazono, darting the car to the right to get a better entry, almost onto the gravel there. Now through the Kleiner carousel, back up the hill, using that toe. 1.2 seconds now is the gap. He'll have a toe going onto the straight. This is huge right now, with just over 1 lap to go. Miyazono and Gallo on a charge.
So current point standings, Jose Serrano would be crowned as the champion by finishing in 4th place, but of course Sasaki will be coming into the pits in a few moments time from the race lead. He'll be changing over onto the hard compound of tyre at the end of this one, and that will mean it will be a final lap showdown in the fight for victory here in the Nations Cup. Sasaki in the box then as he comes in. Where will he emerge? Actually, after the pit stops as well. That's going to be an important point.
I don't know.
No, I don't know, but I wonder if he's going to be a bit of an upset for some of the drivers, quite possibly, here as well.
I feel like he'll be behind Gallo. I feel that's where it's going to come out, but we'll see. I mean, Sasaki has had a good in-lap on that soft tyre, but as we go, so Kai de Bruin then inherits the lead from Kylian Drummond, Jose Serrano 3rd, Miyazono 4th, and Gallo up into 5th. It's now a straight fight between these 5 drivers for the win here in the grand final. If the race finishes now, Serrano would win, but I have a feeling he's going to be passed very soon by this man. Dekhiye Miyazono extremely close to the back, and he has the tyre advantage on the soft compound and tyre. Serrano has driven well, but that hard compound, look at the difference here. He's just a sitting duck at this point.
Yeah, Miyazono's had a particularly good run in this weekend so far, and he's now all over the back of Jose Serrano. He's lunging his way to the inside of the Spaniard, down into the hairpin, and Miyazono goes up and through into 3rd place. He made that look so easy, and that then elevates him up into 3rd now in the championship standings. Next target, Kylian Drummond, and he's only 0.6 of a second away.
Yeah, I mean, this is it now. If you're in that driver's seat, you're just feeling egged on. You think, right, I've got one, let's get another one. And then the thing is 3.5 seconds in front of this is Kai de Bruin. So will Takuma Miyazono have the pace to catch the Dutch driver? He's there because of his great fuel saving. Will Miyazono go for a move here into the chicane? He's looking at it. Oh, he does! In the chicane, does on the inside, slows them all up though, and Miyazono through, and now it's 4.5 seconds, and there's Gallo. Gallo there in the background too. Now he's got to get by as soon as possible. He cannot waste time with Serrano or Drummond if he wants to challenge this win, but look already, he's stuck there. That could be the deciding move from Takuma Miyazono.
Yeah. Difficult times then for Valerio Gallo. You can see there if there's a tie at the point, it'll be the driver with the higher result in this grand final race who will be crowned as the champion. Now Miyazono is up and into second. That's enough currently for him to be crowned as the world champion. But he'll be tied on points with Jose Serrano, so of course he needs to finish ahead of the Spaniard. Serrano currently in 4th place, and now here's Gallo trying to make his attempt at a pass over through flag puts on Serrano, but nothing doing for him at the moment. He's so much faster than the Spaniard because the Spaniard's on the hard covered of tyre, but he doesn't have the opportunity to use that extra pace, but he's got underneath him. He's going to be forced to the outside line here. Gallo's going to be later on the brakes. Is he going to sweep his way through on the inside, then go to the outside line? Very close quarters here for Valerio Gallo. Around the outside, and Serrano's not giving this one up easy at all. Side by side, they still continue to run, and eventually he has to set off a second best. It's going to be game over for Gallo at this rate.
Serrano fighting for his life right now. It's so hard to keep a guy on the soft tyres behind you, but he's doing it well. And all this while, all what's going on, Miyazono is putting away. Kai de Bruin is still 4 seconds to the good of Takuma Miyazono. If he can just keep his pace up, he might be able to beat the Japanese driver to the line. But Gallo right now, this is the downside to a different strategy. Goes for the lunge, can't quite make a move. You can feel the impatience from the Italian driver, and I have the feeling this isn't going to end well. Contact there with Serrano as dusk begins to settle here at the Nürburgring. Lights on as we now fly through the forest, illuminated by the headlights of his Red Bull X2019s. Gallo running out of time to make a move.
And this is the problem when you start lower back in the pack. It gives yourself so much more work to do. Gallo has really been compromised by his poor race 2, and now he is paying the price for it here in race 3. He picks up a warning for his trouble being issued by the stewards, and he's still stuck behind Jose Serrano. He can feel the hopes and dreams of a world title, a second Nations Cup championship slipping through his fingers at the moment. Meanwhile, Miyazono will be rubbing his fingers with glee in about half a lap's time if it finishes as it is.
I don't know if he can get there. Kai de Bruin's pace in this hard tyre is exceptional. He is being caught by Takuma Miyazono, but not quick enough. Not quick enough, I think, to have to fend off. Here comes Gallo once more, looking for another place up towards the mud curve. He's side by side with Serrano. He can't make it happen. Serrano, a defensive masterclass from the Spanish driver. This guy knows exactly what he's doing. The sparks being kicked up in the dust by the Red Bull X2019. Now looking into the carousel, into the corner before the carousel. Still can't find a way by. This is a disaster for Valerio Gallo.
Look at Gallo. He's all over him like a cheap suit here, trying to find his way through, going in towards the carousel, but this is nothing he can do. You can't go 2 by 2 through that corner, not unless you fancy a taste of the barrier. And Drummond, meanwhile, a bit of a cork in the bottle here at the moment as well, just keeping his powder dry up the road in 3rd place. And this is so frustrating for Valerio Gallo. I'm sure it's going to be game over because we've got less than half a lap to go. And Miyazono, meanwhile, is closing up onto the back of De Bruin. He's brought the gap now down to 2.4 seconds. I don't know if the victory in the race overall is going to be in question, but he will finish crucially ahead of Jose Serrano on the road, which will be enough, even though it's a tie, for him to be crowned as the Nations Cup World Champion of 2024. This is absolutely superb.
So Serrano is doing his best to try and stay on the back of Kylian Drummond, because if Serrano can get by Kylian Drummond, he will be the champion for 2024. But of course, he's got Valerio Gallo behind him. It's looking one eye forward, one eye back, and Gallo is doing everything he can to find a way by. But it's so hard to overtake around here, around in Nürburgring. But we're now coming on to the best pace to do that, on to the Dottinger. It's going to be a slipstream battle between these 3 drivers, and basically easily, if Serrano can get by Drummond, he will be our champion for the year. Miyazono now has caught Kai De Bruyne. He's right on the back of Kai De Bruyne. If he can overtake De Bruyne, he will be unquestionably the 2024 champion. This is so important for the championship.
One more straight to go then to define the 2024 title in the Nations Cup. Miyazono pulls out of the slipstream and signs his way past Takuma Miyazono. But what's happening in the background? What about Drummond and Serrano in the battle for third place there as well? It's very close between them, but Miyazono, he's going to have enough in his pocket. This will give him a 4-point advantage as we come to the checkered flag if he's able to stay ahead of Kai De Bruyne. The Dutchman would love to take victory though.
De Bruyne's out of fuel, Tom. He's out of fuel.
Oh, disaster for Kai De Bruyne. What does that mean though for Drummond and Serrano close behind? De Bruyne so close to taking victory. It's going to be a big upset here indeed. He's parking his car. Serrano involved in strife. Drummond as well. Takuma Miyazono is the 2024 Nations Cup champion of the world here in Amsterdam. Absolutely superb. Drummond in second. Serrano will come over the line in third. The problems there for De Bruyne cost Serrano really dear in those final couple of corners. It means that Drummond will take second in the standings and Serrano will finish down in third overall now as well.
Oh my words. Oh my words. Takuma Miyazono, your champion, Nations Cup champion for 2024 with an amazing drive and all the drama at the end. Kai De Bruyne did a fantastic drive and all the drama at the end. Kai De Bruyne did a fantastic job putting himself in contention but just ran out of fuel. I saw it right at the end there, and in all that chaos at the end, we're going to have to wait for our results, I think, just to make sure we've got the points completely correct. But that was insane at the end there.
Unbelievable job from this man here, Takuma Miyazono. He got the strategy absolutely spot on. He performed when he needed to, and he knew he needed to make those overtakes on that final lap as quickly as possible to not get held behind. Let's see what is going to happen as the drivers prepare to do battle at Mount Panorama. And here is how the grid lines up ahead of the 22-lap strong race. Pole position, Kanata Kawakami for Lexus, put in a great lap time right at the end of the session. His compatriot and former world champion Takuma Miyazono for Subaru is alongside. Then it's Ryota Kokubun for Mazda heading row 2 with Nabatani for company. Next up is Tomoaki Yamanaka, a stalwart of the championship in the Toyota. He's got Lucas Bonelli in the Mercedes-AMG for company. Then it's Saya Suzuki in the BMW M6 with Sasaki in the Genesis alongside. Next up is Sato in the Audi. Not a particularly brilliant qualifying for them, but the big shock is Ferrari. Winners last time out, only 10th on the grid for this one. And championship leaders Porsche down in 11th place with Arto Mosso making a mistake on his lap. Gotto completes the 12-driver strong field. As we said, 3 different types of tyre compound available to the drivers. Kanata Kawakami here, Jimmy, going on the soft early. Seems like he wants to get away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that is the strategy if you're out front. Use the soft, use that clean air and just try and drive into it. The thing is, because no one's challenging him on that stint, no one's challenging him on the soft tyre there, that's going to be, he's going to be very happy to see that, because it means he can just use that tyre to the best of its ability. Miyazono, the opposite strategy behind for Team Subaru, going for that hard tyre, as does Kokubun. So they're going to be the cork in the bottle for the guys in the mediums behind on that first lap over the mountain.
Certainly are. So coming through Murray's corner, the final turn of this Mount Panorama circuit. Drivers are in place. There's Arto Mosso. He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders to try and hold on to Porsche for their championship lead. We're about ready to go racing then, as the grand final of the Manufacturers' Cup is about to go green here at Mount Panorama. Action is about to begin. World Series 3 here in Tokyo is underway. Kawakami leads the field down towards the first corner, followed by Miyazono and Kokubun. Through Hell Corner we go. On the run, up the mountain straight and in towards the mountain section we go for the first timer. Start there, of course, which is spreading the field out courtesy of the rolling start, meaning that we shouldn't see too much action in the first couple of corners, but as we come over the crest of the hill and it begins to tighten up as we head through in towards Griffin's Bend, that's where we'll see drivers getting very close to one another and maybe trying to launch a move before we go into the one-at-a-time section.
Say that already. Look at the gap between Kawakami and Kokubun, who's got through past Miyazono. They're really struggling for speed on that first lap, dropping down from P2 to P4. Kokubun out in front now on that hard tyre. Nabatani, the first of the medium runners, eager to get through as well. But look at the gap, 2 seconds already to Kawakami out front. This is exactly what he wanted.
Amazing start then from Kanata Kawakami. You can see here Kokubun, he's going to be a bit of a cork in the bottle. Nabatani's on the medium tyres, so though they're not the fastest compound, they will be that bit quicker than Kokubun. Miyazono also on the hard tyres, struggling to get them up to temperature in the first few corners. Keep an eye out also for Yamanaka in the Toyota Supra. There is Kawakami putting out nearly 3 seconds by not even the end of the first lap. Through the Forest Elbow we go and down the Conrod Straight for the first time, and you can see how nose-to-tail it is throughout the rest of the field. Down the Conrod Straight we go. This is where we'll see the slipstream coming into effect, and where we should see the medium shot runners breezing past the hard shot runners. Here is Yamanaka on the back of Miyazono. That Subaru's not ever been particularly quick in a straight line. Miyazono in the Toyota draws alongside his compatriot and goes through into 4th position before we've even reached the end of the straight and in towards the chase. Oh, and wide there as well for the Honda of Nabatani. Kokubun ready to try and take profit of it, but Nabatani just about manages to hold firm in second for now.
4 seconds is a gap on lap 1. Kawakami's just gone, oh mate, I'm going to win this, see ya. He's just left the field behind. Obviously, long race yet to go, but that's about as good a start as you can have, I think. Meanwhile, the battle for second and the rest of the hard and medium runners are pretty much all stuck together as we come onto Mountain Straight for the second time now. This is where we get to see the straight line speed of the cars. I mean, having taken a drink for every time we said that Subaru's going to struggle in a straight line, because that's going to be a big factor in this race.
It certainly is, and I tell you what, not a particularly brilliant start for the likes of Mosso and Hashima. They're still 10th and 11th as Yamanaka breezes past Miyazono heading in towards Griffin's Bend.
What can you do then?
No, absolutely nothing. That's it. He's just a sitting duck at this point, isn't he? So Kawakami here, he's trying to break away from the rest of the field, isn't he? Well, he's already done that, 4.1 seconds. I think he's trying to channel his inner Igor Fraga. If you remember, what Igor loves to do is lead from the front, doesn't he? Doesn't like to get bothered by anything behind, and, well, he's clear as... makes no difference for the rest of the field. He's not going to be bothered at all, is he?
Yeah, we had Igor Fraga here at our lovely venue, hyping up Kawakami before the race up on stage. So maybe those words poking out a little bit, of course. Here are drivers, they can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, all soaring away at the wheel. It's hard work, this, on the sim. You wouldn't think it is, but you can really work up a sweat trying to hustle these cars over the mountain here as they'll come down one at a time. A replay now. This is Kokubun and Navatani. I think this is the overtake we saw earlier. It seemed a bit rough on me on the replay. Let's see it again. He was through there, but I think he overshot it, as you said. They went a bit wide. Kokubun tried to come back, and looks like they just about avoided contact there. Very nice, clean driving, but Navatani sending it like a mile into that left hand.
Yeah, fantastic overtake there from Navatani to be able to hold that one going through that chicane. You can see, meanwhile, further back, as I said, Mosso and Nishima not making the progress that they would have wanted to. I wonder, and I'm not a strategist or, a racing driver by any stretch of the imagination compared to these drivers, but if you're looking at Mosso and Hashima, surely I'd have thought the sensible money would be to get onto a quicker compounded tyre and go and make as much progress up through the field as you can, as we see Miyazono getting off the hard tyre at the end of lap 3.
Well, Miyazono there opting, as you say, just to box and get off that tyre. It's always been the way in these events that the hard tyre is kind of just lava. You don't want to be on it at all. But it's one of those things where you want to try and do that in a good spot in the race. So when you do go onto a faster compound tyre, we're about to see what Miyazono and Suzuki are going to bolt on a fresh set of Michelin tyres. Not quite sure what the compound's going to be just yet. Still waiting for them to make their way to that pit box. There is Miyazono. So what's he gone for? Soft tyres. Okay, that is an interesting strategy. So what he's done there is giving himself a massive amount of space. So there's no one in front of him now. And now he can just try and hot lap, because he knows if he's racing other cars, they get in the draft, he can't keep them behind him. So he's going to try and basically gain time this way.
That's going to worry too much about Suzuki as well, because Suzuki, though he's come out relatively close to him on the circuit, he's on the medium compound tyre. Now let's have a look here at Kokubun versus Yamanaka up the mountain straight. This is for third position then, so side by side these two drivers going. Yamanaka just breezing past once again, and also Benelli getting overtaken there by the Audi of Sato. So that's up into fifth position as well. Now the field beginning to spread out a little bit. You can see the medium shop runners breaking away a little bit from the hard shop runners, aside from Kokubun, who's still got Sato all over his rear wing.
Yeah, good fight here for fourth place between Mazda and Audi. Interesting, the gap in the front with Kawakami. Oh, Sato much quicker on exit there, runs into the back of Kokubun. That's about as rude a hurry up as you can get there from the Audi driver, and now they're going to be drafting down the straight. That little bump I saw down there, I'm sure, looks like they're maybe using the old stock car tactics there, trying to gain a bit of time on the cars in front. Will Sato go for the move? They go to look in the mirror too, but Benelli's there. So up the inside goes Sato, up into fourth place. Does he yet? Kokubun runs a bit wide. Can Benelli take advantage of that there now? Just about side by side. I think that Kokubun comes out ahead, but that's what happens. The racing is so close that if you lose one position, you end up losing another one just because you're offline. Kokubun there deciding, you know what, I've had enough of these hard tyres, I'm coming into the pit lane. But what I was going to say before all that started is the gap at the front stopped growing. And Navatani there, who was sort of giving it all that in qualifying, is now on his medium compound tyre and matching Kawakami on lap time. Well, about 2-3 tenths slower a lap, but to be honest, that isn't so bad around here.
No, normally you'd expect the gap to be about 1.2 seconds or so between the different compounds of tyres. So interesting to see there for Kawakami versus Navatani. We'll keep an eye on that. Kokubun's off the hard tyre. He goes on to the mediums then for his middle stint. Goto also coming into the box in the Chevy Corvette from the hards. Likewise onto the mediums. Now Kokubun ahead there of Saya Suzuki. That's pretty important, but he's going to be able to retain that position as he comes up the mountain straight and in towards Griffin's Bend, because this could upset Kokubun's race here. He wants to try and run in clear air. Down the straight we go. Suzuki's on the outside. He's got the slipstream and he's got the place really easily there, and that's not what Kokubun needed. The crucial thing when you're coming out of the pit lane, you're trying to get the undercut compared to some of the other drivers. You need clear air. You don't need to be battling with somebody that's out of position compared to you, and that is going to really put a spanner in the works for Kokubun and Mazda.
Yeah, this is what we kind of meant about hitting at the right times. Here's Mosso and Hashima, our current first and third place in the standings at the moment. They're going side by side, just about keeping things there. Championship standings, that is, a similar name to the race at the moment, but a drag race all the way down Mountain Straight. So this is great to watch for these guys and great battling, but of course, if they are swapping positions like this every corner, it is going to cost them a little bit of time. Also does guard the inside though finally of Hashima, but yeah, very close these guys right now.
Yep, and then getting the better of the Ferrari driver. Here is Kawakami still continuing on. taking a look at the sector times, they're looking pretty okay still as it stands for now. He's just, as we said earlier on, driving a nice clean race. The gap up to nearly 6 seconds, and you can see there a look at the tyre wear as well. His front significantly more worn than the likes of Nabatani, Yamanaka and Sato on the medium tyres who haven't pitted.
Here the car through the corner, the tyres are screeching. And actually, he was slower through the last sector than both Nabatani and Yamanaka behind on the medium compound tyres. So I think he's already, to say, Tom, he's really worn those fronts. We heard him actually just before going to this race with Sasha saying that he's a bit nervous about tyre wear in this car. And we're seeing that already. Like he's struggling, that front end, really pushing on. So understeer, if you're unfamiliar, basically, think about it if you're about to hit a wall. If the front hits the wall first, it's understeer. If the rear hits the wall first, it's oversteer. And at the moment, the front is really pushing out. He can't get the car to turn as much as he wants it to. And those tyres are screeching in protest. And it's only going to get worse as the tyres get more worn.
Yeah, if you want a sort of more literal example of that, go to a supermarket, fill up your shopping trolley right at the front end and then try and turn it. That's understeer for you. Kawakami on board with him. The gap coming down to just under 5.5 seconds. It's still a nice, comfortable cushion for him. He's just got to drive as cleanly as he possibly can. Try and eke these soft tyres out for as long as is viable. He doesn't want to stay on it forever because obviously they're going to fall off a cliff at some point. That performance is going to go, and if he's on them, he's going to be a sitting duck later on in the race. We've got to time this tyre change to perfection, and Kawakami, you can see him there nice and smooth on the steering, just one solid movement going into the corners, not trying to soar away at the wheel, and just trying to keep that gap at a constant. So this is what we usually see in these GT World Series races. Is it starts off pretty exciting. We get different drivers on different strategies all sort of working themselves out. Then we get a little bit of a lull sort of in the middle stages, and then once it all works out with the strategy later on, you've got different drivers on different tyres who have pitted at different times. That's when the race will really begin to come alive. I don't think Kawakami's going to be boxing on this lap or indeed the next lap, but it's certainly going to be on his radar before too long.
Interestingly, Nabatani is kind of matching Kawakami for sectors now, so we'll keep an eye on that gap. Here is Suzuki in the BMW trying to come past Tokuman. Of course, both these guys are pitted already, and Tokuman's decision to pit early maybe not the best one for him as he gets.
Yeah, that's a re-overtake as well. We saw an overtake there coming in a couple of laps ago. Tokuman managed to get ahead of Suzuki, and then Suzuki's gotten ahead of him in turn again. So Tokuman there now 1.5 seconds behind Suzuki. Crucially, he's out of the slipstream range. As we've got Benelli for AMG, Sasaki for Genesis, and Hashima for Ferrari, all in the pit lane then here on lap 6.
So second and third, both lapped quicker than first place on the last lap. So those medium tyres now are starting to come into their own as the soft tyres start to wear. So in comes Benelli going onto that soft compounder tyre now. Let's see what he can do on this stint. Comes out in traffic behind. I think that was Kokuman and Suzuki. So he's going to drive up to the back of these guys and have to get by on circuit. So not ideal for Benelli, but we'll see if he can make the best of it. So watch Kawakami come over the mountain for the 6th time. Those front tyres now really starting to get to the danger zone, especially down here. You do not want those front tyres, that front right tyre in particular, just knocking down there to 24%. And that for a corner like this, Forest Elbow, coming through here, that front right tyre is pushing on. You're just trying not to put the car into the wall on the outside. That's going to get tougher and tougher. And I won't be surprised if we see him pit very soon.
Yeah, I wondered if he would be actually at the end of this lap, to come to think of it. I said earlier on I didn't think he would be, but to be honest, the tyre wear has really gone down quite significantly for Kanata Kawakami here, and I'm sure he's going to be thinking about that either this lap, if not the very next lap for the Japanese drivers. Are coming through into the chicane we go. Now, does Kawakami box at the end of this one? Just to remind you, Lex is second in the point standings, 2 points behind Porsche. Points awarded for the top 6 drivers. Kawakami decides to come in then into the pits. A bit of a late call there for him, but all is fair and okay. They've practiced these pit entries all day. And Kawakami then, where does he go now in terms of the strategy? Does he go to the hard tyre for this middle stint, or does he try to go on to the medium tyre and try to weather the storm a little bit? Either way, he's going to lose the lead here. Nabatani and Yamanaka, who are yet to pit in this race, continue on, and they will take over at the front of this one. Kawakami in the box. We still wait for the decision on where he's going in terms of his tyre strategies. He comes in for a new set of Michelin tyres on his car. He goes to the medium tyre then for the middle stint. That seems quite sensible for him, so he's going to try and go for a long middle stint here in this race and then run the hard tyres at the very end of this one. The thing is, what this does now then effectively kind of locks in the strategy for the likes of Nabatani and Yamanaka, because they need to be on the soft tyre at the end, because their nearest competitor, in theory, is going to be on the slowest compound.
So interestingly, Miyazono, of course, who pitted earlier on for those soft tyres a bit earlier in the race, fastest man on track at the moment, also has the fastest lap of anyone at 2:06. Very impressive in race trim with that fuel in the car. Is now 5 seconds behind Kawakami on the road and is on the faster tyre. For now, though, of course, the advantage that Subaru has being a little bit lighter than the other cars out there. It does go through the tyres a little bit slower than the other cars out there. So you might wonder, oh, it's not fair, this car's slow in a straight line, but it's fast in other parts of the circuit, which is what makes the Manufacturer Series so unique. So many different brands, different approaches to going fast, and they're all using, of course, our balanced performance system, have a very similar lap time. So it's always very, very cool to watch as we get an awesome onboard shot from Miyazono. I mean, surely, if you're unfamiliar, one of the Gran Turismo greats is Dekhiye Miyazono, and with Team Subaru as well, been a long-time Subaru driver, taking this manufacturer to the series win a couple of times in the past as well. I wouldn't want anyone else in this car. I think maybe Mick is out. Come back, Mick, we miss you.
Don't forget about the QR code on your screen at the moment as well for more information about the drivers if you want to find out a little bit more about the men behind the wheel of the cars at the moment. I was trying to work out a way of putting that.
That would be a great Rickroll opportunity. That would be an amazing opportunity.
Certainly would. So here is Miyazono then. Soft tyres for him. Of course, they're going to wear that a little bit quicker. Started this one, as you can see, on the hard compound, but he's running the softs in this middle stint of the race. He's in a nice bit of clear air at the moment. The gap between himself and Kawakami pretty stable as it stands for now, but Miyazono will be starting to eat into that before long.
Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, 2:01.3, 2:01.4, sorry, last time out. Of course, Kawakami with the box, 2:03.7. So the gap has it's stabilised around 5 seconds between the two. So I think Kawakami is using that medium tyre, and Miyazono is coming to the end of the life. And let's look at the background there. As scary to see, isn't it, when you're in a little Subaru trying to make your way down the straight. Lots of cars in the background. Meanwhile, Navatani still leading, 3 seconds of win over Yamanaki, Kokubun and Suzuki. This battle continuing, apparently, as Kokubun goes back past Suzuki in the Mazda. They're being clever about it, though. They're doing it on the straights. They aren't fighting in the corners. These guys, they know how to race each other. They know how to be quick over a race distance. One is different to be quick over a single lap and over a race. And these guys have raced together for many, many years. So definitely a little bit of collusion there between the two, I'd say. But I imagine that will fade away as the laps fall down to the end.
Yeah, putting a good show on for the crowd. They are here so far, aren't Kokubun and Suzuki as it stands for now. Keep an eye out for Benelli because he's not far down the road from these two drivers as well. You can see him there just flashing past your screen in the Mercedes AMG. 2 seconds now is the gap between himself and the two Japanese drivers, but also, of course, Benelli is on that softer, quicker compounded tyre. Let's have a look and see how Cockburn set this one up. So coming out of Hell Corner, and Suzuki then a bit wide onto the curve. Cockburn, of course, with the advantage of the slipstream as well. Pulls behind the BMW, pulls towards the right-hand side of the BMW, and blasts past the BMW quite nicely for Cockburn.
No spectacular overtake, but it works. If it works, it works.
The good thing is they're not costing each other too much time, compared to the likes of Benelli, who will be bearing down on them, as we said before, too long. Interestingly now, one of the top three who haven't pitted, Sato, comes in on the medium tyres. I'm fairly sure he's going to have to go onto the hard tyre and then run the softs at the end of this race if he wants a chance at the podium. But I could be wrong.
Seems early. The rear tyre's failing a little bit on that Audi, which I'm not surprised. I've heard that car isn't kind to its rear tyres. But just to go back to Suzuki and Kokubun, I mean, they're not costing each other time, they're gaining each other time. They're using that slipstream to just slingshot past each other, gaining a few extra kph per straight, if they were describing it on their own. So watch out for these guys. This might be a bit of an interesting strategy for them. Sato there going on to that soft compound in the Audi. Let's see if it can keep those tyres alive for more than a couple of laps. It does Miyazono go for one more lap on those soft tyres? We'll find out as Sato's come out just behind Suzuki, who goes up into 8th place for Team Genesis, and that is not what Sato wanted there. He wanted to be ahead.
No, absolutely not. He wanted to be on the soft tyre, as you said, but the problem is it's so much one at a time as you come up through the mountain. You just have to sit behind him unless you dive to the inside. Oh. There's a bit of contact there, and Sato just backs off the throttle and allows Sasaki to hold on to 8th place for now. It's a fair old dive bomb going through the left-hander. You don't make many clean overtakes going through that part of the lap unless you've got a willing dance partner. Sato not able to make that move stick, but now he's just been hemorrhaging time, and this could prove to be quite costly for him if he just loses more compared to Sasaki, and then of course relative to the other drivers who he was close to on the circuit before his pit stop.
Yeah, Stewart's having a look at that as to do with any contact, but I don't think it's going to be, oh my word, Sasaki there getting it all wrong, and we're going to see an overtake down towards front, but we're not. Sato having to wait a little bit longer now, and this is what Sato was just, he was scared of this, getting stuck behind the guy in front on worn tyres who's just trying to keep it together and just costing you time. It's so frustrating when you're the driver behind there, but that's what you've got to do. That's racing, and sometimes using worn tyres in this way is just as effective as using your tyres when they're equipped with Sato now pulling alongside. I didn't think this was too much opposition there from Sasaki. Sato up into P8, but that was a slow out lap there for the Audi driver.
Nice good overset there from Sato then, as he makes the position, goes up into 8th. Proves me wrong in terms of the strategy as well, so he went on to the soft tyre. I thought he was going to go to the hards. Proved what I know, absolutely nothing at all.
We all knew that.
Takuma Miyazono, 6th position for him as he comes into the pit lane then from the soft compound of tyre. Let's see which way he is going to go. He's already run the hard tyre, just to remind you, so presumably this will be the mediums right to the end of this race. As we said, the crucial thing for him is he needs a nice bit of clear air. He's into the box at the moment. Interestingly, Hashima and Mosso not far adrift of Sasaki for 8th position. Just to remind you, points on offer for the top 6 finishers in this race at the moment. Given the fact that they are 1st and 3rd in the championship for Porsche and Ferrari respectively, they will not be scoring any points so far here tonight.
No, it won't be. But we'll see. Obviously, the race has still got 12 laps to go. Miyazono, I think, is strategy-wise, is playing this very well. I mean, he's putting himself in clean air, and he will be able to see that Nabatani and Yamanaka in heavier cars have managed to do 10 laps. It will be 11 laps next time by on this medium compound tyre. This Subaru, which is a bit better on its tyres, will be able to go longer than that. So yeah, medium to the end now for Miyazono. And again, look to that mini-map on the top right-hand corner of your screen. That's the gap he's got to the rest of the field. So he can just drive into that gap now, try and get those laps. Basically, it's qualifying laps now for Miyazono for the rest of the race, if he has any chance of catching the leaders. Kawakami and Nabatani at the front there are the ones we're sort of watching for once the pit stops are all said and done. But interestingly, we still have 2 drivers who haven't been pitted.
Yep, Nabatani and Yamanaka really eking out those medium tyres, aren't they? They want to go for as long as they possibly can. So presumably they're going to either go onto the softs and run for as long as they can on those and then do a really short stint on the hards at the end of the race, or they're going to go onto the hards in the middle and then go onto the softs at the end. Let's wait and see what will happen for those 2 drivers. Crucially, when they're going to come into the box as well. Have a look at the tyre wear. They're pretty warm, but they're not too bad.
Just having a look at Miyazono there, checking out the big screen and seeing what everyone else is doing there. That's one of the advantages of being here, of course. You can just have a quick look up to the monitor and go, oh, right, isn't that tyres, is he? Oh, he's got that tyre wear, is he? I wonder how he's doing. But Nabatani, I've got to say, for someone who is relatively unknown to us, doing a great job so far. I mean, those rear tyres looking a little bit worn, especially that rear right tyre, which will be under load right now, coming through the cutting. But doing a great job, very mature drive so far, with only half the race down at the moment.
Yeah, Suki Nabatani in the Honda doing a fantastic job, as we said, podium for that team in Montreal. If you remember, for the first World Series event of the year a few months ago, an opportunity here for Honda to try and capitalise on their home support here tonight in Tokyo. I just love this onboard shot, it's so fantastic. It's the eye of a needle down through this section of the circuit. Is this one of your bucket list tracks?
Yeah, I love Turkey, but of course one of our German commentators, Mr. Florian Strauss, won this race the back-first 12 hours. He never talks about that, actually. But yeah, I would love to race it, of course. A reminder as well, we are live in 7 different languages with my German commentators. I mean, English broadcast is best, we know that. But if you want to see what mediocrity looks like, you can check out the English broadcast as well.
Checks in the post for them now, I'm sure. Be happy about that. So we're at the halfway stage then of this race. It's going to come alive, I'm sure, towards the very end of this one. So Nabatani, Yamanaka, the only 2 drivers left to pit at this one. Everybody else, as you can see, has made at least 1 pit stop. Benelli and Sato's tyres doing all right so far, but Nabatani does come into the pit lane at the end of the halfway stage, and Yamanaka also following suit here as well. So what Yamanaka needs, he needs a really good middle stint. Let's see whether these 2 will diverge in terms of their strategy, and crucially, where is Kawakami going to emerge? He's surely going to end up in the lead, because was it 25 seconds, isn't it, for the pit stop, and he was 15 seconds behind. So nice and easy there for Hinata Kawakami, and I think, if anything, he'll be extending that advantage. So this is proving to be quite nice for Kawakami, but just to remind you, he does have to run another set of tyres, the hard tyres, the slowest competitive tyres, right at the end of this race, which possibly some other drivers will not have to do. Nabatani goes soft for the middle stint of this one. Yamanaka also following the same strategy. So all the drivers, despite the fact they've started on different competitive tyre, hang on a minute, here's Kokkerman, who's managed to drag alongside Nabatani then and goes through into second position.
What a nightmare for Nabatani. That's, again, same thing. He does not want any traffic, and just that he'll be absolutely ruined that. Only a 10th difference there, which is a bit quicker on the in-lap. That wouldn't have happened. But again, now he's got to try and pass him on the mountain. But interestingly, the gap before any pit stops is about 5 seconds. It's now 10 seconds to Kawakami, I believe. So really opened it up.
Look at Benelli here as well. He's having to really defend from Tomoaki Yamanaka, both on the soft compounded tyre, but Benelli's tyre significantly more warm, courtesy of pitting earlier than the Japanese driver. Samurai, as he's known by our Italian commentators. Oh, into the wall there for Benelli. That's going to really put him on the back foot, possibly leading under threat here from Yamanaka, who's got great traction and great momentum. Has he got the opportunity to use it, though? It's going to be one at a time through here, surely, and he's going to have to bide his time. Sato's there, ready in the background to try and take profit of it as we come down through in towards the forest elbow. All of that momentum, but no room to use it there for Tomoaki Yamanaka down through the left-hander, and this is going to be a case of when and not if for Benelli to be losing possibly not one, maybe two positions. Down the Conrod straight we go. Yamanaka has got the slipstream. He'll have the overspeed here. Benelli's car's quick in a straight line, but I don't think it's going to be any match for the newer soft-shod Yamanaka, who pulls alongside down the Conrod straight in towards the fast right of the chase. Benelli loses 5th place. Yamanaka's up a position there as well, and Sato is still lurking in the background, ready to take advantage.
Yeah, he did well to keep him there, but it's got to be a pit stop now for Benelli, surely. Into the pits he comes.
I thought he was diving to the inside there.
Mega lunge there. No, not quite coming in the box there. I think, it's about time to get off those tyres. So soft tyres coming off that car. We'll let you know what he goes on to once he pits. Let you know what he goes on to once he pits and gets up to the stall. So here is the replay of, I think this is Nabatani on Kokkerman. Around the outside, got the inside now for the left-hander, easier to take. The Kokkerman also, I think, understands that right now this isn't the fight he would be in. Drop behind, try and get pulled along a little bit, save a bit of time that way. But a clever move there by Kokkerman, I think, to still let that one go.
I'll tell you what, though, because Kokkerman and the likes of Yamanaka not too far apart from one another actually on track as well. Suzuki in the middle of those two drivers, and Yamanaka on the quick soft compound tyre, new soft compound tyres compared to the medium shod Suzuki and Kokkerman at the moment. So he's going to be slowly creeping onto the back of them. He's already taken half a second out of those drivers on this lap alone in the first sector.
Yeah, so I mean, it just shows the difference that the tyre advantage gives you around here. Of course, a little bit of skill in there as well, but the tyres do play a big part of that. Here is Kokkerman, very experienced driver at these live events. He was actually at, I think he won the 2018 Nations Cup event. Back when it was done a little bit differently back then, and I remember there thinking, man, this guy's quick, and ever since then he's always in the top 5, always there or thereabouts, and with Mazda it's no different. On board with Yamanaka now. We've not seen him for a while, have we? It's good to see him back.
It is good to see him back. He's always a driver who provides a lot of entertainment for us. You can see him giving you a wave down there on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. He's driving nice and calm at the moment, and he looks to be in a position to pounce on the drivers in front of him before too long here. So let's keep an eye on Yamanaka's progress in the middle stages of this race. This is the thing for the likes of Yamanaka and Kawakami, etc. They've got so much experience here. They've been in this position a good few times. They know how to handle pressure and races like this. If you look to some of the newer drivers on the international stage here, I think the likes of Hashima, of Goto, etc. They don't have the relative experience compared to those around them, and that could prove to be to their detriment in the live event environment that we have here.
It is different. We say it every time we do this. It's different racing in front of a big crowd, having two annoying English guys talk over the top of your racing. That's being yourself. I am. Than being in your sort of comfortable space you're used to driving it. But look at the speed difference here. Will we see him move from Yamanaka? Yeah, he's going for it straight away. No time lost there for Yamanaka, up into P4, and now he goes on to the back of Kokkerman. But I think Suzuki let that happen. In the background, though, Sato started to gain as well. I was going to say he did have the fastest lap until just then. Yamanaka setting the fastest lap of the race last time around a 2-minute .2. That was faster than some people's qualifying lap.
Amazing job from Tomoaki Yamanaka. Suzuki just also hitting it into the wall, going through the left-hander of the cutting as well. Yeah, just a bit of a kiss there for him. And Kokuma now with a face full, or a rear view mirror full, I should say, rather, of Tomoaki Yamanaka. And again, this is going to be a case of when and not if. You can't really make a move going through here, but we have seen Yamanaka very close. You can see him right on the ragged edge of adhesion through the Forest elbow we go, and down the back straight, and Yamanaka is surely going to breeze past the Mazda. That Mazda pretty handy in a straight line with its rotary Wankel engine. Don't ask me to say that one again. Down this straight we go, though. Yamanaka's going to pull to the inside. Kokuman's not going to try and defend this one too much, I don't think, because Yamanaka, different strategy, newer tyres, and indeed the Japanese driver in the Toyota up through ahead of Kokuman in the Mazda.
Yeah, really nice move there. I think he made the right choice to do it there and not go for a London Forest elbow. I think he could have made the move there, but he had the draft, and that would have gained him a bit of time as well, although he would have lost a bit for the elbow. But anyway, Yamanaka turning into a real contender in this race.
Just look at the lap times here with Kawakami. He was some 2 seconds slower a couple of times around. Whether he made a mistake or something, I don't know, because the lap times are a little bit closer this time around. Kawakami at 2:02.2, Nebatani at 2:01.1. Nebatani, of course, on the softer compound of tyre compared to Kawakami, but that gap was over 10 seconds. It's now down to, what's that, 8.2?
Interestingly, on the same tyre, Miyazono is one of the fastest guys in the circuit on the medium compound tyre. He's still in that little gap right now, just gaining and gaining and gaining. So gap coming down the front, down below 8 seconds for the first time in a while, as Nebatani starts getting the best out of that soft compound. But behind him, Yamanaka incredibly fast, but still 3 seconds down the road. So most drivers now on the medium compound tyre. We think we've seen the last stop from Miyazono, Benelli and Sato, with the rest of the field still owing. So keep an eye on these guys as the race progresses. Collision somewhere there, Tom.
Yeah, Moto and Hashima colliding with one another. They've been pretty inseparable throughout the entirety of this race. Sadly, for the wrong reasons as well, because they're not in the point standings. And at the moment, they will be set to lose their positions in the championship here. We will have a new championship leader. Let's have another look and see what happened here between Moto and Hashima. So this is down what looks like the mountain straight in towards the right-hander. Hashima closing the door. Moto, for my money, was very firmly up the already.
Yeah, I'd say that he got turned in on there. A shame for Hashima, but yeah, he was there. You can't just pretend it's not there. So we'll see what the stewards say. We have a bit of a running joke with the stewards. Like, will I agree with the stewards this time around? So,
and if you're playing bingo at home, you can cross that one off.
Yeah, I know. So it's that. What else do we have? The Subaru's fast, slow, straight line, rotary Wankel. We've got some good ones.
Yeah, we certainly do. So we're coming in towards the business end of this race, and this is where it's really going to begin to hot up, because we've got the strategies to come into play, and we've got drivers coming into the pit lane then at the end of lap 16. Kokuman and Suzuki coming in, so they are going off of the medium compound of tyre. They're going to be going on to the softs. Now they are going to have a lot of pace in the closing stages of this race. Miyazono's made his final stop, as you can see. He's on the medium tyres towards the end of this one. Hashima also in the pits after being in the wall a few corners ago. Gotto coming in for Chevrolet as well. So a flurry of activity in the pit lane here, and a smorgasbord of drivers that are going to be going on to some quick compounds of tyres, which could be proving to be a bit of an upset for some of the other drivers. I'm thinking of the likes of Kawakami, Nabatani, Yamanaka, etc. They all owe the hard tyre at the end of this race.
Yeah, we've seen the track position doesn't really matter around here too much, because these straights are so long you can just draft by the guy in front of you. But now it'll be a fast finish for these guys. So Benelli, interestingly, behind this pack, as is Sato as well on that hard compound. So for Sato, really, that's kind of his race over. I don't think he's going to come back from that. But Kokuman, Suzuki, Goto and Hashima, who's a bit further down the field now, all on those soft compound tyres. Meanwhile, Miyazono has been quietly making moves there on that medium compound tyre. So we will keep an eye on him. He owes no more stops. Kawakami, our leader, does owe one more stop, and more importantly, owes the hard compound tyre, which you've seen is the slowest. So how many more laps can he get out of that medium? I think he's really burning through these tyres, Tom.
Certainly is, and he's got to try and eke them out for as long as he possibly can to not lose as much time. But the thing is, you've got to find that right window, haven't you, where you don't want to sell the tyre for too long, and you want to have as much pace as you can whilst you're on it. So if you sell it for too long, you'll be set to lose pace. Kawakami leading then on this one. Owes the hard tyre, likewise Nematani and Yamanaka. Is he going to come into the pits at the end of lap 16? Not this time. Oh, he does. Late move into the pit lane there for Kawakami. That's all okay. But he's going to be on the hard tyre then for the closing stage of this one. I'm looking at the likes of Sasaki, at Miyazono, at Cockburn, etc. All on the soft competitive tyres towards the end of this one. Because, well, Miyazono's in fact, he's already on the medium competitive tyre, but these drivers are going to be on quicker compounds compared to the top three at least.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to now see where they all line up. So in comes Kawakami, of course, our leader. Where is Miyazono in relation to this? This could have been a masterstroke by Dekhiye Miyazono. Kawakami comes out the pits. Where is Miyazono? Don't see him. I think he's just a bit. 5 seconds is the gap there. So that 5 seconds has sort of held for the entire race. But Kawakami is now on the slower tyre. It's going to take a while to get some heat into those Michelin hard tyres. And Miyazono already out there, already on some warm medium tyres. It's going to be a lot quicker on this first lap.
Well, we've got 5 laps now remaining. It's about a second or so a lap, so it's going to be pretty close here for the podium with Kawakami and Miyazono. Let's keep an eye on that battle and see how it develops. The crucial thing is here, Nematani, Yamanaka, etc. Again, all owe those hard competitive tyres, and are they going to be possibly set to lose out on the podium in the closing stages of this one? Because they've still got a box, they're on the soft competitive tyres, and they're coming towards the end of their useful shelf life. Yamanaka's more worn than Nematani's at the moment, so Nematani may get an extra lap compared to the Toyota driver, but we'll see how that's going to play out.
I think using my incredibly large galaxy brain, Yamanaka and Nematani are going to lose 20-odd seconds in the pits. So put them down to 3rd or 4th position.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Miyazono is the real outlier because he's on the quicker compound tyre through the closing stage of this one. Don't count out the likes of Cockburn and Suzuki. I mean, it's going to take a fair old mission for them to challenge for the podium, but it's not out of the question. The soft tyre is just so much faster, and anything can happen here in these races.
But it is faster. We've seen it really drop off towards the end of the stint. So even if you're quick now, you have to nurse it a little bit to get it home. Otherwise, you're going to end up just running out of tyre and not being able to fight anyone. So Miyazono going down the straight. Nematani boxing. This will be a really good indicator to see where they are. Yamanaka opting to stay out a bit longer on that soft tyre.
That surprises me because Nematani have more tyre life left compared to Yamanaka.
It does. They're in different places. It seems Yamanaka in that Toyota, more front biased, more tyre wear on the front right tyre, whereas Nematani in the mid-engined Honda NSX, a lot more tyre wear on the rears, which around here, especially over the top of the mountain, sketchy. So maybe a better idea to get onto the hard tyres now, more for safety.
I think Miyazono's got an absolute blinder here. He's going to breeze past Nematani, surely.
Yeah, there he goes.
There he goes, yeah, straight through off into the distance, and Nematani emerges in 4th position. Crucially, though, you've got Cockburn and Suzuki on the soft tyre, not far away at all, so it could go from bad to worse here for Honda and for the Japanese driver. 2 other cars bearing down on him.
So at the moment, the real fight is between Miyazono and Kawakami at the front. You can see there, they were 3 seconds faster on that last lap, but that does include the outlap of Kawakami as well, so that is going to be a little bit inflated, but we'll see what his time is this time around. But the gap is 3.6 seconds, about 3.5 laps to go. Kawakami in the wall there. You can see he's really struggling. I think he's just not getting that heat into the tyres, and he knows he's under pressure as well, and that can really get to you if you're not used to it.
Well, this is really beginning to hot up in the closing stages of this race. Nose-to-tail action here, and Nematani surely is going to be a bit of a sitting duck because Cockburn and Suzuki both on the soft compounded tyre coming down through this section of circuit we go, and this is where it's one at a time, but down the Comrod Straight is where we could see and probably will see some moves being made, because I don't think Nematani, despite the fact that he's a very talented driver, on that slow compound, hard compound tyre, is going to be able to do anything to thwart the challenge of the Mazda and the BMW that sit in its wheel tracks then. So down the back straight of the Comrod Straight we go. Nematani pulls to the left at the side of the circuit, and Cockburn is surely going to be able to pull alongside him before too long. We go side by side, down the straight we go. Yamanaka's into the pit lane here. Cockburn is into 4th position, into the chase, and keep an eye out for the BMW of Suzuki as well, who's going to look for the outside line. Nematani's going to park the car on the apex and thwart Suzuki's charge for the time being, but will Suzuki have more room and more momentum on the outside? That is absolutely fantastic for Saya Suzuki and the BMW as he goes up into 5th position, and Nematani drops down 2 places in the space of 2 corners.
Yeah, nothing you could do there, just drove clean around the outside of them, so great move there by Suzuki. Yamanaka into the box for his set of hard tyres, comes out in 4th place, right in the trade as well. And there is Nabatani, just lost a place. He'll gain one back now from Yamanaka. And I think that's horrible for Yamanaka there.
Well, the positions are really important here because it's down to 6th place for the points. You want to get yourself as high up as you possibly can here for someone like Yamanaka. Miyazono is on the ragged edge of adhesion though. 3.3 seconds last time around to give you a bit of a flavour of how different the lap times are. Kawakami a 2:02.1, Miyazono a 2:01.6, about half a second or so quicker than the Lexus last time around was Miyazono. Cockburn even quicker than those two. I don't think Cockburn's going to be close enough. I think he'll be dead on for that 3rd place, but the win may be a stretch too far. It all depends on how these last few laps look for Kawakami in terms of the lap times. We've seen him a little bit under pressure. He glanced the wall last time around, and if the pressure starts to get to him, he starts making a couple of errors, that's where we could see Miyazono ready to take profit and ready to try and take the victory.
Half a second faster last lap is Miyazono. That's not enough though. It needs to be a bit faster than that to catch onto the back of Kawakami. You can see that in the same frame for the first time since the start of the race, and it's been a long way round for Miyazono, but Kawakami and Miyazono are still in the places they started in. 1st and 2nd place right now, with Miyazono on the charge in the Subaru. But behind them is Ryota Kokura. Now, he only needs to be really within a second of Miyazono to start picking up that draft down the straight. The straights are so long here that could be enough for him to catch and then pass Miyazono in the Subaru. Let's get a look at the lap times as they come back through. Kawakami still not yet coming to the line, but it was a 2:02.1 last time around for Kawakami. To Miyazono's 2:01.6.
It's definitely less than that. It's got to be, surely Kawakami's got to be slower than Miyazono. Only by a couple of tenths of a second though. It's not much.
Same lap time.
Yeah, 2:02.1 for Kawakami, 2:01.9. So is Miyazono just off the gas a little bit? It's Cockburn that's very firmly on it, and he's closing that gap down. 2.7 seconds now to Miyazono.
But he's now under threat from Suzuki. I told you these guys wouldn't be as good friends at this point in the race. Kokubun is now starting to defend. Every point counts here. Kokubun going defensive into Griffin's corner there. Running Suzuki around the outside, who's going to drive it round the outside in the M6. He likes that, doesn't he? Suzuki up into P3 there. What a move from the BMW driver. Maybe he's the threat. He did a 2:03 last time around, 1.5 seconds faster than Miyazono in front, and nearly 2 seconds faster than Kawakami. He might still have a chance to win this.
2.5 seconds then is the deficit that he needs to make down to Takuma Miyazono there and thereabouts over the course of this lap. 2.5 laps to go in this race as well. Just remind you, points awarded for the top 6 finishers. If it stays as it is, we will have a new leader at the top of the pile because Porsche not scoring, Lexus possibly on for a podium finish here. This is Kokubun versus Suzuki. Kokubun tried to hold the inside line. Suzuki said thanks very much, and I'll go to the outside. Managed to just drive it through. Better traction on the outside of that corner, despite not being on the grippy part of the racetrack, and got himself up through into 3rd position. So down the Conrod straight we go. Kawakami 2.7 seconds. The gap kind of levelling off here, isn't it? I tell you what, Kawakami's race, if he does win it, that was won in the opening stint where he was able to just drive away from the rest of the field, do an Igor Fraga, as it were, clear off into the distance, and he's given himself that comfortable cushion for now.
Yeah, I think that there was a bit of a wobble mid-race for Kawakami, but he's sort of come back around now. I think now he knows that I don't think he can catch me. I think I'm good. He's just chilled out a bit there and is now just getting on with it. 202.5 from Kawakami to Miyazono's 202.1. That's enough. That is enough for him. But in the background, Suzuki and Kokubun still squabbling. They lost a bit of time to that fight last time on the last lap. Not quite as quick as they were before, but I think now, actually, Suzuki and Kokubun are going to be engrossed in their own fight and then not going to go after Miyazono. Of course, both these manufacturers, they do have points on the board. They're actually tied right now for points, BMW and Mazda in the standings. So whoever comes out on top there will move up. But this team, Team Subaru, currently are non-score. So any points that Miyazono can get, the most he needs to basically stay where he is. He can't afford to lose anything. But Kawakami and Lexus, this is perfect. Porsche are not going to score. They're in P10. And Kawakami and Lexus are going to take 4 points, which will rocket them to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Lexus could be set to lead it going into the World Finals in Amsterdam at the start of December. Kokubun and Suzuki under investigation for a collision as well. Has there been something off screen that we haven't seen? You can just see Kawakami. You haven't seen, you can just see Kawakami into the distance, and Miyazono, well, he's there and thereabouts, but he's not quite close enough. Let's have another look here. Suzuki versus Kokubun. So this is this time around. Oh, they had contact going into Griffiths, and Kokubun got sent into the wall there on the outside. It was only a half a sort of wheel of contact really going into there. Not much at all, but the slightest of touches when you're on the limit like these drivers are, and it can cost you very dearly indeed. And speaking of costing very dearly, Suzuki still just 2.1 seconds behind Miyazono. Down the Conrod straight we go with the BMW driver Saya Suzuki. BMW currently 5th in the standings coming into this one, tied on points with Mazda, so they'll be getting the better of them not only in the race but also in terms of the points finishes in this one as well. Just to remind you, 6 points awarded for the victory, all the way down to 1 point for 6th place. So Toyota will be the last of the point scorers as it stands for now.
Miyazono's not safe. Suzuki has really upped the pace there on that last lap. We come on to the final lap here in the Manufacturers' Cup in Tokyo. Mount Panorama is your circuit, and we're on board with 3rd place. BMW, Suzuki at the wheel, the fastest man on track at the moment, and he's bearing down on Takuma Miyazono. 1.7 seconds is the gap right now. We've got 2 big straights here, which is going to be a big disadvantage to that Subaru. But can Miyazono hold on over the top of the mountain?
Well, let's see what happens here with Suzuki versus Miyazono. Surely it's going to be in the twisty stuff going into the Conrod straight where he'll be able to gain that time, Suzuki, over Miyazono. But we know also that that Subaru, conversely, is really handy in the twisty bits. You can see him, though, in front, dangling that carrot for Saya Suzuki at the moment. And half a lap left in this one to decide 2nd and 3rd in this race. It is not over. Suzuki right up against the wall. He is leaving nothing on the table in the closing stages of this race here. But I wonder if it's just going to be a charge that will come a little bit too little too late. Down in towards this section we go. This is where Suzuki will be gaining time on that soft tyre compared to Miyazono. Down through into the Forest Elbow section, and then on towards the Conrod straight. Kawakami has driven an absolute blinder, by the way. He's managed to keep that gap pretty constant at 2 seconds in the closing stages of this one. The gap now down to 1.9 seconds. It's close for Miyazono and Suzuki, but it's not quite close enough for Suzuki to be in the slipstream of the Subaru driver. So, down the Conrod straight we go for the final time, and this has been a quite brilliant race for Lexus and for Kawakami. He managed to get into the lead of this one at the start of it from being on pole position, drove away from the rest of the field on the soft compound of tyre, built up a gap of 5 seconds, doubled that to 10 seconds when all the pit stops worked out, and after Lexus took victory in the opening round of the Gran Turismo World Series in Montreal, they will take their 2nd victory of the season as Kanata Kawakami wins for Lexus in Gran Turismo World Series 3 here in Tokyo in the Manufacturers' Cup. It's Lexus who spearhead themselves to the top of the tables ahead of Takuma Miyazono for Subaru in 2nd and Saya Suzuki on the podium for BMW in 3rd place. Fantastic race there. What a drive from Kanata Kawakami. That was absolutely textbook.
You can tell that he is sweating. He felt the pressure on that one. But as you say, Tom, that couldn't have gone any better for Team Lexus. We had Igor Fraga here of his...
And the drivers are ready out on the circuit as we get ready to go for a 28-lapper at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. Who will be claiming the checkered flag and those all-important points as we have our first look at the grid. Starting on pole position, it is Mohamed Badima in the Ferrari 458. Porsche represented by Benjamin Hengste from Hungary on the front row of the grid. Daniel Fenton heads row 2 with Mercedes-AMG and Kylian Drumont in the Subaru BRZ. Alongside row 3, Thomas Laboutelet in the BMW M6. And then next up, it is Paul Ura in the Mazda RX Vision Gran Turismo concept. Then it's Jose Serrano, 7th on the grid, ahead of Romain Desrouches in the Chevrolet Corvette C7. Nico Romero heads Genesis's charge. He lines up 9th position with Daniel Penco, the Spaniard, alongside him. Next up, it is Mateo Estevez in 11th place. And 12th and last on the grid will be Coque Lopez in the Lexus. Won last time out a few weeks ago, just to remind you. Now, as you can see, the weather conditions far from ideal. It is sopping wet out there. No choice for these drivers here, Jimmy, to start on the wet compound of tyre.
No, you have to do that, otherwise you'd just be completely gripless for the first couple of laps or so. But Badima out front in that Ferrari, feeling fast, obviously, as he said a bit earlier on. So if you're him, really, ideally, you want to just eyes forward and try and build as big a gap as you can whilst the car is feeling good. Of course, tyre wear on as well here. So easy to burn these wet tyres if it gets into difficult conditions. But I think it's going to be a fun race, this one, Tom.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, because, of course, it can dry out. There is that possibility with the dynamic weather. Will someone go on to the intermediate tyres? Will they make a gamble and go straight onto the dry compound tyres? We'll wait and see what is going to happen over the course of this 28-lap race. But round 2 of the 2024 Gran Turismo World Series is about to begin. We're ready to go racing here in Prague as Mohamed Badima and Ferrari will lead the field across the line. And we are underway then here at the Red Bull Ring, as we head up towards the first corner. Badima, Hengste, then Fenton, Drumont, Laboutelet. Don't expect any rash moves in towards turn 1, out of turn 1, into turn 2, and then the heavy braking zone of turn 3 is where we should see drivers getting themselves in position for the first overtakes. You saw Fenton there running a little bit wide on the exit of turn 1. That's left him under attack already from Kylian Drumont in the Subaru as we head up the rise in towards turn 3. Badima's got the lead. Second place there for Hengste, looks pretty sure. But what about what's happening further behind? Drumont right on the back of Fenton. Don't think he was able to launch a move, but you got Laboutelet and Ura in position there side by side. 5th place for Laboutelet as he drags alongside and then past the Mazda and up through into 5th place.
Romain Desrouches in the background in the Chevrolet, going around the outside perhaps of Paul Ura in Mazda, who's looking to the inside of Laboutelet. Cars getting very close, contact there between Hengste and Badima at the head of the field. Estevez there having an awful time, I think, spinning down at the T4 there at the back of the pack, so bad to worse for him. But meanwhile, the mid-pack is everyone for themselves. Contact again, I think, this time between Desrouches and Drumont. These guys are fighting for their lives whilst racing each other out there. Horrible conditions to drive in these, but this really shows the talent of these drivers, and it shows the strengths and weaknesses of the cars too, as Drumont just struggles to get on the throttle there out there in the Subaru. Fenton hangs on in 3rd for now.
Look at this, you can throw a blanket over these drivers. They're so close to one another from 3rd place back. Badima, meanwhile, has pulled out a 1.3 second advantage over Hengste on this first lap. Then the cork in the bottle is Daniel Fenton at the moment, the Mercedes driver who we ride on board with, and we're not even at the end of the first lap. Out of the final corner we go then. Is anybody going to think about a lunge in towards turn 1? You'll be brave if you think about doing that, because it could leave you under threat in towards turn 3. Drumont, though, decides that discretion is the better part of valour. Looks for a half move up the inside, but eventually ducks back into the wheel tracks of the Mercedes. He's trying to line it up on the exit of turn 1 and into that braking zone of turn 3.
Yeah, that AMG is just a roadblock right now. No one can find a way around. On board now with Paul Ura in that Mazda. Of course, highlighted by that rotary engine. Look in the mirror there in the bottom right-hand corner. You can just about see that BMW being pushing along Paul Ura. Laboutelet on the outside. They all try and break off line. Just about managing to keep out of each other's way. Desrouches there getting by Drumont. So Desrouches up into 4th place. Now Ura's following through as well. That Subaru really struggling on the straights here. Unfortunately, this is not a circuit. You're going to have a car that's slow in a straight line.
Yes, left him under attack here from Laboutelet. Oh, moves under braking there. Drumont and leaves no room for his countryman. Laboutelet's going to try and rough it around the outside. I don't think he had much choice in the matter, but he's turned it into an opportunity. He's got ahead of Drumont, and he's almost side by side with Ura. Just has to back out of it again on the exit of that corner and duck back into the wheel tracks. But that was very close and aggressive racing. Ura's a little bit wide. That's left the door open for Drumont to go through into 6th place, or 5th place possibly, but no, not for now. Drumont just sits there in 6th position, but all the while they're squabbling. Look at what's happening in front. Badima, Hengste, all clearing off into the distance. They're nowhere to be seen.
It's hard to overstate how difficult this is. Just driving around in these conditions at this speed is impressive in itself. Whilst trying to race each other, this is where these guys earn their reputation. So the Boutelet now are focusing on him and the BMW P7 in the pack, and there's Drumont as well. A bit slow off the exit is Paul Ura. Drumont's now putting alongside Will. He has the legs to get by the Boutelet. He's going to push his fellow countryman through there, up into P5 and P6. Go BMW and Subaru. Up the inside goes Thomas the Boutelet. No, he thinks better of it for now. Still holding the place, but no, Paul Ura hanging on the outside somehow in that Mazda. Has to back out of it finally, but that was great to working together there by the Boutelet and Drumont, but maybe the stewards will have a look at that.
It's allowed Serrano an opportunity to go through up into 7th place there, so Ura has just lost out a little bit whilst they were going side by side into that braking zone of turn 3. I tell you what, I wince every time we go into there because it just takes one locked brake, and these drivers don't run ABS, so one snatch brake and you're going straight off to the scene of the crash.
I'm waiting for that one guy to just come flying across the inside of the picture there, out of control, wiping somebody out. Hopefully it won't happen, but of course it can happen. So still here, on to lap 3 there. Badima and Hensei, they're really not separated by much. Very, very quick in these wet conditions are the Ferrari and Hensei. 3.5 seconds back is Fenton. So these guys seemingly the ones to beat at the moment.
Lap times in the high 138s for the two leaders. We expect the crossover time, by the way, to go on to intermediate tyres about 137 there and thereabouts. You can see Badima with that big old slide in that Ferrari 458 as he came through the right-hander. But that's the crossover time. Rain is still coming down as it stands for now, so just keep an eye on the weather conditions. If it starts to dry out, when the times get down into the 1:37s, that's when we should see drivers thinking about boxing for inters.
Yeah, I'd love to take a look at the weather radar, of course, a feature in Gran Turismo 7 to see sort of what's coming and what's happening there. But wipers still on for now. Rain is still falling for now, so we'll keep an eye on that and see if things get any better. But we're going to have to T1 again. Badima stretching his legs a little bit. The gap now up to 1.2 seconds, but it seems a little bit weak through T1. That's where Hensei comes back at him. There's a replay. Here's what happened here between Jose Serrano and Labute. We go down towards T4. Heavy on the brakes. Contact there. Oh, and off goes Serrano. He spins. Oh, what a shame there. But this run after such a strong showing at the Montreal round.
Yeah, a bit of a hand-fisted attempt there for the Spaniard, I'm afraid to say, as he went into the braking zone of turn 4. Labute, we ride on board with him and Drumont, all out of shape there, and then contact spins round Drumont. Oh, Killian, what on earth is going on with your 2024 season? He made a mistake in the Nations Cup, if you remember, back in Montreal, and it goes from bad to worse for him. He must have walked under a stepladder or, I don't know, something along the lines of that. You know, it's a black cat or something today, because it's just not working out at all.
I'd love to see a replay of that, but I think like Labute there was quite heavily involved in that incident there. But we'll comment on that when we see more. For now, there you go, the stewards having a look at that. We have live stewards here at the event, straight into the action, straight into the investigation, and we'll get back to you as soon as we know more. But that does put, as you say, Kylian Drumont at the back of the pack, and Coque Lopez will be happy with that because he's getting enough place out of it. But not moving forward. Someone who is moving forward is Estevez for Honda, up to P7 right now after starting from the back of the grid. So great racing so far from Estevez. Can he continue?
We have a look at the weather radar in our commentary box, and there's a little bit of a break in the weather we can see coming along the way in a few moments' time. So if that does start to ease off ever so slightly, we'll keep an eye on things and see what happens. There is Nico Romero driving for Genesis. As I mentioned earlier on, Genesis podium for them in the World Finals at the back end of 2023 in Barcelona. Can they repeat that feat over the course of this year? Just to remind you, as we now see the weather radar, you can see there heavy rain at the moment, but it is going to start to break a little bit later on in this one. So if that does happen, or when that does happen, I should say, then we'll see drivers changing their strategy and thinking on the fly.
I love that we have that in the game. In real life, the weather radar is something you just don't like looking at, especially if you're in the grid. But anyway, here is a replay of what happened between Drumont and Labute. So we're coming down to T4 there. A bit of contact on the way in. Is there something? No, he loses it on his own. No, he doesn't. He almost does. Yeah, the contact there with Labute just spins him around, but you can see all the way in. Really struggling with the rear of that Subaru, sorry. So I think that maybe that car just not quite the right car to be in these conditions, but still he'll do well to come back from this Drumont, but back in the field for now.
Unfortunate there for Killian as he sits down at the back of the field in 12th position for now. There is Hensei. Tell you what, he's keeping Badima honest, actually, isn't he, over the course of this first few laps in both of their first races in the Gran Turismo World Series. They're driving like they've been here for a fair amount of time. You can see 4.2 seconds there and thereabouts over some parts of this lap that they put into Daniel Fenton, who sits in third place. You can see Labuschagne getting a 3-second penalty for that collision with Kylian Drumont. Well, we wondered the stewards might have a look at it, and they have, and they've decided to hit Labuschagne with a 3-second penalty, which is going to drop him down to about 10th place there and thereabouts once he served it.
I mean, yeah, it was fair. He spun Drumont, ended his race pretty much, so yeah, penalty there I think is fair in that situation. So meanwhile, in the mid-back, Paul Euro will be the first person to gain from Labuschagne's penalty. You can see that 3 seconds above the top of his car there. As he comes to the penalty zone, he'll be forced to brake for 3 seconds. So you lose a lot more than that in reality. And then, of course, the time getting back up to speed again is massive, especially given around here a lot of high-speed acceleration zones. But on board with Paul Euro, looking a little bit flustered, I think, at the moment. Not looking like he's very comfy. That Mazda proving difficult in these conditions so far. Almost collects the back of the Labuschagne there and picks up his own penalty. But we've seen a lot of drivers doing that, just sort of being off the corner, trying to avoid too much rotation, trying to get it all in one hit and accelerate in one straight line instead of accelerating with a bit of lock-on, because that's an easier way of just getting traction that way.
Just brought Estevez a little bit closer in that Honda there as well. That Honda's not been particularly fast, actually, so far this week, especially in these wet conditions. You can see Estevez struggling with the traction as he comes out of turn 4.
I mean, Estevez's lap time, so if we look at it, he's matching the leader pretty much at the moment, so he's really quick as Estevez. So keep an eye on him. We did say he'll come back through the field, didn't we? And here he comes now in that Honda, in P7. I'd say at the rear-engine cars, the mid-engine cars, having a bit of a better time at the moment than the front-engine cars.
Yeah, oh, a snap of oversteer there for Euro as you saw him just coming through that right-hander. His Labuschagne serving his penalty, moves off of the racing line. Such closing speed they have as Labuschagne, where's he going to emerge? About 7th place, a little bit higher up the order than I thought. Penko and Romero also under investigation for a collision as well. They're in 8th and 9th place, Romero and Penko respectively at the moment. Out of the final turn we go, and across the timeline. So it's all pretty quiet on the Western front as it stands for now, but it's going to bubble up a little bit later. Where are we at in terms of lap times? We're still in the low 138s at the moment, so we're not close enough for a changeover. The rain is still falling down, but at a lighter intensity than it was. Let's have a look and see if we can work out what happened here with Romero and Penko into turn 4, downhill on the braking, Penko on the inside, bit of contact there with Romero. I don't think that cost me much, really.
That's all right. It's racing, that one. That's right. I say that, and the steward's going to say, isn't that? Well, no further action. There you go. Finally, I've got one right after all this time. It's taken 8 years, however long it's been. Oh, Lopez there, forgetting that it's the pedal on the left that slows you down. Or you've got a clutch, I guess, but slows you down too. And back down to 12th place. He goes behind Kylian Drumont. Coque Lopez is struggling big time in that Lexus.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to try and launch an attack immediately on Kylian Drumont and get himself ahead. Down into the braking zone we go. Closes right up on the back of the Subaru, and it's just not working out at all here for Coque Lopez. He doesn't look comfortable. Look at the way he's driving. Look at his driving position as well. He looks tense in his shoulders, doesn't he? You can see him fighting the car, scrabbling for grip and trying to find performance that just doesn't seem to be there for the Spaniards.
Yeah, it's important in wet conditions to sort of let the car move a little bit. If you're trying to put in these really big aggressive inputs, that's when the car has the biggest issue. It looks like he's sliding through this midsection here. So we have to hope, for Coque's sake anyway, that the weather does lighten up a little bit. Again, our weather radar suggesting that the rain's still coming down pretty decently at the moment. So we're a long way left in this race. Lap 8 of 28 as Padima comes across to start lap 8. And here is a replay there of Coque Lopez. So this is going to be quite scary on board if you're Coque Lopez. You hit the brake pedal. Nothing's happening. You've got to get out of the way. Oh, you can imagine just a feeling there of, am I about to wipe something out? No, but I am now lost.
Yeah, that would make you twitch like a rabbit's nose, wouldn't it? Unfortunate there for Coque Lopez, and just about managing to avoid contact into turn 3. Now Serrano versus Drumont. Drumont starting to come together in this race. 8th lap out of 28 we are on here in the Manufacturers' Cup Grand Final. Euro versus Estevez a bit further up the road. Estevez now finding that pace. He got ahead of Labuschagne a couple of laps ago. Now his next target is going to be the Spaniard. So out of turn 3 and into turn 4 could be the opportunity that the Honda driver is looking for as he makes his recovery through the field following the difficult qualifying. Side by side we run. Estevez is going to be on the outside into the downhill braking zone. There's a bit of hip and shoulder and a bit of contact. That's going to run Estevez a little bit wide, but can he find traction on the exit of the corner to get ahead of Euro? Side by side they go through into the next left-hander. Estevez is going to have track position here if he can just firm it on the inside, but has he got the grip there to get ahead of Euro? No, Euro sweeps around the outside and holds on to 5th place.
What an impressive drive so far by Estevez. This guy started in P11 and is up to P6 and challenging Pol Ura in P5. I think he's got the pace to get by, but Pol Ura, very experienced in Gran Turismo 7, just putting the car in the right places right now, but the pace isn't there for him. It's just a matter of time, I think.
Tremont just losing a position there to Jose Serrano for 10th position as well. On board we ride here with Thomas Laboutelet. Pole position for BMW back in Amsterdam. That seemed like ever such a long time ago, no? There was a bit of contact, isn't there, going through that final corner. Estevez now under a bit of pressure. Meanwhile, Laboutelet versus Estevez as we come across the timing line to be in lap 9. Laboutelet with the inside line, with track position, with the grip under braking, but does he want to get ahead of Estevez, or does he want to leave himself open to the opportunity into turn 3? Estevez run to the curb on the outside. Laboutelet is going to try and pick up his slipstream here on the exit of turn 1, and then run it for a move surely on the inside into turn 3. The Frenchman closes up onto the back of the Argentine then. Estevez defends track position on the inside and just holds on to 6th place for now. So nice, clean, fair racing in the mid-pack here.
So the rain's getting a little bit lighter, but we've still got a heavy rain zone coming in there from the south. The wind is blowing a north direction, so it's bringing that rain zone across. So it's not quite done in terms of rain, but already though, some of these guys searching for the water, it seems, and these wet tyres, they've been on since the start of the race. They're going to start to wear somewhat. But if you're Estevez right now, you're in a bit of a tricky situation because you're trying to overtake Pol Ura. But if you do that, you put yourself back into the clutches of the car behind Laboutelet, and we've seen him. He's elbows out all the way as Laboutelet in this race. So definitely one to watch out for. But Estevez needs to try and focus and try and put a car between him and that BMW behind.
Got to be careful as well. You don't want to squabble too much because look who's going to clear off into the distance. Pol Ura doesn't need a second invitation to build a bit more of a gap over those two drivers, and Estevez there wide on the exit. That could leave him under threat from Laboutelet. Maybe not into these last couple of corners, but perhaps across the timeline and into turn 1 again.
I was going to say, speaking of clearing off into the distance, the leaders now are 5 seconds ahead of the rest as Laboutelet dives up the inside of the last corner. Not usually a place to see an overtake there. Up into 6th place goes Laboutelet. So that was a nice move there, but these guys have been sort of bashing and crashing into each other a little bit, so we'll see if the stewards have got anything to say about any of the racing. To me, it's all fair racing right now. Great move by Laboutelet. Can he make up the time to Pol Ura in front? The gap now about 1.8 seconds, just about out of the slipstream range. It's got to be all power from that BMW, which we know has got plenty of as it bears down on the Mazda in front. But yeah, Medima and Hensei, first and second, 6.5 seconds ahead of Fenton for Mercedes in third. So it's looking good for Ferrari and Porsche right now.
Well, hugely impressive as well for Hensei to just stick it onto the coattails of Medina, not launching any moves, not getting himself into any trouble, just keeping himself there ready to try and pounce. Let's have a look here. Estevez, he just ran a little bit deep, didn't he? And then Laboutelet said, thanks very much. There's a tiny bit of contact out of that penultimate corner, into the final turn. Laboutelet up the inside and through into 6th position. Didn't need a second invitation there. His next target will be trying to close up onto the back of Pol Ura for 5th position. Meanwhile, back at the front, you've got Medina and Hensei still close to one another. This has been the story of the race. It is a little bit closer than it was last time around. So I wonder if Hensei wants to just try and lead the race at this point, maybe.
Might be a mistake from Medina as well. Of course, that gap is now down to only a tenth of a second. And that Hensei makes the mistake, gets onto the silly part of the circuit, recovers it well. But that would have been a nerve-wracking moment there for Benjamin Hensei and Team Porsche. The gap back up now to 0.6 of a second, much to the delight, I'm sure, of Mohamed Medina in front in that Ferrari. But we're seeing the pace. We're seeing the pace come through now for Hensei and Team Porsche. That's going to be a wake-up call, I think, for Mohamed in front. He's going to be, okay, cool, right. This guy is quick behind me now. I need to focus. I can't be making silly mistakes and letting that gap come down again.
I'll tell you what, I can't remember the last time we saw a driver, though, come into the Gran Turismo World Series and just perform as well as Mohamed Medina has done, and also for Benjamin Hensei as well, actually, for that matter. These two have just been parachuted into this season, and it's like they've been here for years.
Yeah, they've done amazing so far, but the race is far from over. And to prove that, here are people squabbling for position in the midfield. Romero and Benko looking up the inside of that Genesis. Not going to get a good run off the corner there. Here comes Kylian Drumont in the Subaru trying to recover after a spin earlier on. But again, just hasn't quite got the legs in that bit. Any corner exit, any acceleration zone, it just goes backwards. It must be so frustrating. But that is the Manufacturers' Cup. Not all cars have the same strengths in the same places. There's Drumont, big dive up the inside. Penko there also having contact with Romero in the Genesis, and there's still contact, nearly spinning out. Penko is Drummond. They all seem to somehow get out of the corner, but that was a bit of a mess down there.
That's the thing, is when these cars are driving on the limit, as they are in these conditions, you could push them round with your little finger, basically. They are just on the ragged edge of adhesion. You can see Penko has now lost out here to Jose Serrano, who's having something of an anonymous race, it must be said, in that Toyota. Let's have a look at the lap times. Where are we at in terms of that, the weather? It's still in the sort of mid-138s. Nothing really to write home about. Certainly not change over to intermediates time for the drivers, despite the fact the rain has definitely decreased in intensity. So we'll keep an eye on that over the next few laps or so and see how this circuit develops, whether the pace does start to pick up.
There'll be a couple of drivers out there really, I think, hoping for that penalty. And the Bouteille given another 1 second penalty. Do you reckon that was for that little bump into the last corner? Because that would have unsettled Estevez, and basically you refer to it as a bump and run, which if you're driving a stock car is great. Here, not so much. So that may be for that. We'll come back to you when we can confirm that entirely. But another penalty for the Bouteille. He's costing himself here a good result.
Yeah, he's been in the walls a little bit over the course of this race, hasn't he? Let's be completely fair. We're still not quite at the halfway stage of this first race. There's plenty of action left to come. You can see Nico Romero there, just up ahead of Kylian Drummond. 8th, 9th, 10th then for Romero, Drummond and Serrano as it stands for now. And the Bouteille there with that 1 second penalty, that's going to drop him close to the likes of Estevez and Romero, so they may fall into the distance of that, because it's not only the 1 second that you lose from the penalty, it's also the fact that you've got to get yourself back up to the same racing speed as the rest of the drivers. You can see he's right on the back, though, of Paul Ura as we head through this middle sector of the lap. Ura doesn't want Le Bouteille to try and get himself involved in the action, because that's going to cost him time. You can see there, cue the Jaws music, Estevez, Romero and Drummond all not far away from this.
Meanwhile, he is over there signing autographs casually, but here we go then. Penalty being applied to Le Bouteille in that BMW right now. Can Estevez make the most of it? It's going to have the overspeed a lot quicker, right onto the back of that BMW, but not quite close enough to make the move at that point. And I tell you what, Estevez will be ruined that. He really wants to get by Le Bouteille. He had that pace, but as you said that, since Le Bouteille got past, he did manage to open up a little bit of a gap. So maybe the charge starting to wane a little bit there for Estevez and the Honda.
So across the timeline we go. Badina, Engsay and Fenton still your top three as it stands for now. Nose-to-tail racing here, though, in this mid-pack of this one. Keen to see what is going to happen here. You can see Drummond now on the recovery with Nico Romero just up at the sharp end of the field. You can see them also on the left-hand side of your screen. Drummond up at the top, Romero down at the bottom. Reverse of those in positions on the track at the moment as we go through the left-hander kick. This is turn 2 technically, and then this braking zone just after this is into turn 3, and we've seen a few drivers making a bit of a meal of it, it has to be said. You can see Romero there really slow actually on the apex of the corner, allows Drummond to close right up onto the back of him.
Interesting strategy there for Drummond, taking a higher gear and just nailing it out of the corner and hoping for the best. Maybe better than trying to play with the throttle and having that wheel spin, the moment that we've seen so many times from these guys coming out of the slow corners. As we come through again now down to T4, and still rain coming down for these guys at the moment, so still having to deal with this, still having to deal with the conditions there, as Padima has actually just about spread the gap a little bit to Hensei up in the lead. You can see there are live audience there enjoying the racing as of now. Manufacturers Cup now, Nations Cup a little bit later on today, so lots of racing for you Gran Turismo fans at home watching. And there is our weather radar, and after I think this one the last cell of heavier rain, I think it looks like we're starting to clear up a little bit. So we will see. Of course, the weather is moving all the time. Dynamic weather conditions here in GT7. So lots of the possibilities still to come.
And speaking of those possibilities, Jimmy, for the likes of the Le Bouteille, Estevez, who are a little bit further down the order, do you think they'll be a little bit more inclined to take that risk? As we see Drummond now getting close onto the back of Romero, not quite going for the move. But yeah, just go back to that point, do you think that they might take a bit of a gamble? They've got less to lose.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the moment, if I was one of those guys, the moment I saw contact there, between Drummond and Romero, nothing seems to come from it there, but just showing that braking performance of that Subaru. You see on the brakes, Drummond is a demon. It doesn't matter. You can't do anything with it when he comes off the corner. But to finish my thought there, yeah, if you're one of these guys who may be trying to think, can I improve my race? The moment I saw my lap time coming down, I would come into straight away. Maybe even one lap before. Just try and cool it before everyone else does.
Do a Jensen Button. Do you remember what he did in Australia 2010? He came off the intermediate tyres straight onto the slicks, went off on the next corner, and then managed to get enough heat to get those tyres working. That's a problem for later for these drivers to worry about. We are now at the halfway stage, though, of this race. Into turn 4 we go. Romero still in front of Drumont, as Serrano there in the background got a bit of a slip and a slide on as well.
Now, we've been singing the praises of Estevez in this race, but also Ryan Derouche up 4 places from his starting position. The second best of the front engine runners to Fenton, who has, I think, just sort of found his pace now, found his groove, and is actually starting to go back towards Hensey in front ever so slowly. It actually looks like the charge of Ben Hensey in the Porsche is starting to slow down a bit as Drumont goes up the inside of Romero at the S's there. They're now side by side coming up to this last couple of corners here. Drumont on the inside, Romero on the outside, but Romero able to just drive straight back past him again. That must be so frustrating if you're Kylian Drumont.
But what a shame there for Drumont. He's doing nothing wrong at this moment. And look at the exit he's got out of the corner, pulls alongside Romero and easily gets ahead. But is that going to leave him vulnerable into the next heavy braking zone of turn 3? Side by side they go down the start-finish straight. Romero's going to go for the long sweeping line on the corner of turn 1 and try to use the traction on the exit. Gets a bit of a slip and a slide on Drumont, pushed to the sausage curb on the outside, and again side by side they go. Romero on the inside, Drumont's on the outside, and Romero in the Genesis with greater straight line speed just powers past the Subaru. Nothing Drumont is able to do. Into the braking zone of turn 3, closes it up once again, gets very deep on the brakes, tries the switch back on the inside, gets himself ahead. That might leave an opportunity here for Serrano to come into play as well.
That's what he needs. He needs that. He needs someone else in between him and Romero. Serrano dives up the inside in that Toyota, but Drumont, even still, that amazing exit, is still struggling to try and make the gap. Heavy on the brakes. Now, this is where Drumont's got to make the difference. He's got to be quick in this middle sector. If he can get free, I think we're going to see him pull up to the back of Labuta today. He just needs to be on his own, and he's made it. Look at the difference in speed there as Serrano gathers it up from a slide mid-corner. 100 mile an hour plus slide, and these things are scary, I can tell you that for sure. But going for his middle sector, Drumont just disappearing now from Samara Romero as he is finally unleashed.
Romero was so wide out of turn 4, he was almost off into the car park at that point. He managed to get it back online and gather it all up, but it really could have cost him quite dearly indeed. He's now got to redo all of the hard work that he was trying to do on Serrano a few corners ago. In towards the penultimate turn we go. Lap time's now starting to creep into the 137s for the first time as well. Hensey and Fenton in the high 137s. The low 137s are where we're expecting that intermediate tyre crossover point to begin. So across the timing line we do begin. So across the timing line we go. Jura and Labusle under investigation. Let's have a look here and see what happened. Jura's late on the brakes. This is down into turn 4-3, isn't it? And, yeah, up the inside. That allowed Estevez to go through.
I mean, he was there for a long time. He was alongside. I know he came from a long way back, but they were side by side, and Labusle still turned in. So I don't know if he got there. I think that's fair, but it doesn't matter. They're still going at it. Jura at the inside again, trying again, but Labusle will have the better traction on the outside. We think so anyway, but Jura actually managing to outpace, it seems, the BMWs wheel to wheel, side by side, coming down to the next corner. It's a downhill braking zone. You want to be on the outside really for the grip here, and the Labusle there just a bit more confident in the brakes, able to get the move back past again and up back into 6th place.
I love the way that Jura's got the indicator on, as if he's signalling that he's going to move over to the left-hand side of the circuit. Can he launch an attack here on Labusle into the next corner? No, not quite. Just sits in the wheel tracks of the BMW for the time being.
I think we're getting... Look, is that a dry line?
It's drier than it was,
It's drier than it was, wasn't it?
Look at them. Look at them using the outer parts of the circuit to try and cool those tyres down. They don't want to be on the normal racing line because there's no standing water on that part of the track. It can't cool the tyres down enough.
Yeah, it seems that they're really struggling right now. And I think if I saw Hensey, I mean, the time was 37.8, 37.4 from Hensey. If I was someone on track right now and I was struggling, that's my right. Okay, I'm coming in. I'm putting those inters on, and I'm gonna chance it because the weather radar that we have, you guys can't see it right now. We have it here in our booth, and we can see that there's a bit more rain coming, but it's really starting to dry out enough that these cars are now starting to move that water off the circuit and create a drying line. So really, as we come into lap 17 of this 28-lap race, it's all going to unfold and start again. Who's going to make that first gamble? Who's going to go to that intermediate compound tyre first? And who's going to reap the benefits of that?
So, who is going to roll the dice then? Let's see what happens. Surely at the end of this lap, some of the drivers that are a bit lower down, they've got to come in, they've got to take a gamble because it's their opportunity to try and use that pace advantage that they may have from switching onto the intermediate tyres. I don't think anyone's going to be quite as bold as to go onto the dry tyres, but if you look at the weather radar though here, Jimmy, there's not much rain on the horizon, not much on the forecast. Do you just chance it, stay out on the wet tyres for a little bit longer, then go onto the dry tyres at the first available opportunity and try and miss a pit stop? Because what you're going to lose, what, 10, 12, 14 seconds maybe from a pit stop?
Yeah, I think so, but I mean, you have to, surely. I mean, the difference in tyre and in speed between the two tyres is pretty significant, so you really have to think about that. And yeah, again, looking at the timings, I mean, the worst person to be right now is Mohamed Badima, because you're out front, you're the one basically giving the info to everybody else. This is where it gets really difficult. But if I was Coque Lopez, I'd be like, you know what? I'm coming in right now. Why the hell not? I'm 26 seconds off the lead. Make a gamble.
Yeah, well, he's got nothing to lose, hasn't he, Coque Lopez? And I tell you what, the gap for the race lead has come down a little bit. Yeah, let's see who has come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. We look at Labuse Leñora. Yeah, Mateo Estevez in the Honda has come in for another set of tyres. Now, which way is he going to blink? Is he going to go onto intermediate tyres? Surely that's going to be where the sensible money is for the Honda driver. Or does he just gamble and go straight for the dry tyres? I don't think he'll be able to get the heat into them. Let's see which way the Argentine goes. Yep, it is onto the intermediate tyres then. So, nicely done for Mateo Estevez in the Honda. Exits out of pit lane, and he is the first driver in the now drying conditions. ready in the commentary box. The drivers are ready as well. And here is how the grid will line up for the final time in 2024. 12 teams ready to take to the field, and it's Honda on pole position. Shoda Nebatane, the man who will lead their chance at the start. Saya Suzuki on the front row of the grid as well. Then Team Porsche with Benjamin Hengse for company on the second row, and Lexus with Kanata Kawakami alongside. Adriano Corazza will take along for Toyota later on, with Yamanaka starting this race. Subaru with Angel Nestroza also at the wheel. Genesis line up 7th with Dean Helt starting this charge for them. Jun Hashima for Ferrari lines up P8. 9th position, Yusuke Goto for Chevrolet. 10th is Mercedes-AMG with Guy Barbara starting their charge. Then it's Audi and Daniel Penko, the Spaniards. And Mazda completing the 12-driver strong field with Robbie Heck. Now, the only dry compound of tyre that the teams have are the medium compounds. And as the track is dry, they are all starting on the mediums here, Jimmy. Now, it's a rolling start, so we shouldn't expect any dramas down towards the first corner. But up the rise through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, there's a good chance of some overtakes.
It's dark and foreboding here at Spa at the moment. You can see the grey skies. I mean, I think we know what's coming at some point, but when do our drivers, what do you do with that strategy? All starting on mediums for now. Honda leading the way here at Spa for the grand final. Will they still be there come the end of the race?
Well, who is going to be crowned as the Manufacturers' Cup champion of the 2024 season? We're about to find out in 20 laps as the grand final here in Amsterdam gets underway. Honda leading the field across the timeline. We are ready to go racing for one more time this season and crown our world champions here at Spa. Honda lead the field down towards the first corner, and already a flash of rain looks like it's beginning to start in these early stages. BMW, Porsche, Lexus leading them down towards the first turn. Out of La Source, up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and on the run to the Kemmel Straight and into Les Combes is where we'll see the slipstream coming into effect. And of course, for Nebatane, the man who's leading the charge, he does not have that hole being punched in the air in front of him, so he may be under a bit of pressure in the early stages. You can already see a little bit of water on the racing line on the circuit, so let's see how this one works out. Here come BMW against Honda. Up the Kemmel Straight we go into Les Combes, and Suzuki takes over the lead in the early stages at the front.
Yeah, I mean, easy there. Porsche also looking at the inside. Big lunge there by Team Porsche, knocking Honda off, returning the favour. Oh, Team Honda, big slap there. I think that's Nebatane at the wheel there of that Honda. I mean, all's fair in love and war, but I'm not sure the stewards will agree with that one.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. That's what you've got to remember in this race. You can't win it on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. Toyota getting into the back of Porsche there, and also in turn pushing Honda a little bit wide. It's aggressive, it's feisty. Honda now side by side with Toyota through X as well. Toyota with no room. Genesis trying to find their way through. They've got momentum. This is scrappy here, lads, in the opening lap of this one. Genesis now side by side with Toyota down through Pouon. 2x2 through there is a little bit brave. Toyota managed to get the better of Genesis, or do they? Because they still run side by side on the exit. That's going to shuffle them out and allow Subaru to come back through and try and challenge them for position, and do so. So Toyota, the big losers on the opening lap, they've lost 2 places from where they started.
Yeah, massive start there, but Dean Helt in the Genesis car really getting his elbows out early doors. I mean, Dean's definitely that sort of driver. He'll make the move if he needs to, but then understeering through the first step, though, that allows Team Subaru to try and get into Nestroza in the car for them at the moment. But that's a small gap now opening up between first, second, third and fourth, and that second pack in fifth backwards. But at the front, Team BMW have just bolted away at the moment. Suzuki at the wheel, we know how quick he is in that BMW, and just showing it there, taking the place early, and he's just cleared off.
So Honda, not a particularly brilliant start to their race. Let's have a look at what happened here with this overtake then down into Les Combes. On the outside here of BMW, now Honda, keep an eye out for Porsche behind, because they're going to come through stage right. Up the inside they go, pushes Honda a little bit wide. They go off to the runoff, returning the favour. Porsche get muscled out there as well. And like candy from a baby, Lexus go through and up into second as well.
I think the move from Porsche is a little bit optimistic. I mean, you've got to go for it, of course, but then that rejoin from the Honda, I don't know if it's because they just hit a bit of AstroTurf and the car didn't grip, but it looked like it just slid sideways onto the back of the course and collecting Porsche on the way through. So, I mean, sometimes I think the stewards just go, well, listen, you're as bad as each other, deal with it, and then no further action. But I've not even seen them investigating yet, so...
No, it seems like it's been indeed a racing incident, because, as you say, there's been nothing flashing up on our timing screens. Up we go in towards Les Combes. And Porsche sitting there in third place and not close enough to mount a challenge to Lexus at the moment. Benjamin Enkse behind the wheel of that car, the Hungarian driver who was made an emphatic debut earlier on this year. If you remember back to World Series 2 in Prague, challenged for the victory right up until the final corner. And I dare say if that track had been a couple of 100 metres longer, he would have been on the top step of the podium. It all came down to tyres in mixed conditions. So let's see whether they can repeat that feat here tonight. Genesis versus Subaru, Ferrari and also Chevrolet. Four abreast. Look at this. How do you thread the other needle? Ferrari are going to outbrake themselves and go straight off into the Ardennes. Chevrolet left to pick up the pieces there. Well, and somehow Genesis and Subaru managed to emerge without any problems as Mazda have picked up a 1 second penalty.
I love that Ferrari there, where they were heroes for approximately a second. And then just completely off they go. But Navatani in the Honda there, just about clinging on inside that top four at the moment to the back of Porsche. BMW is still there with Suzuki. I think gradually, very slowly pulling away from the cars behind. Just seems to have that little bit more speed in these early stages. But it's a team game. They're only on lap 2 of 20, and each team still has 2 drivers yet to go, so it's far from over, but BMW, your early leaders.
So Subaru there in the wheel tracks of Genesis. I mean, that's good for them because it'll help them with their straight line speed deficit that they've been struggling with as Mazda just drops down after that penalty to last position in this one. Angel Stroza behind the wheel of that Subaru, a Porsche man for many years. If you remember back to the World Tour, as it was named then, back in 2019, he burst onto the scene by taking victory for Team Porsche at the World Tour event in Tokyo, and we'll be keen to see what is going to happen here for the team of Subaru, sitting in 6th position at the moment. So BMW lead them 1.7 seconds back are Team Lexus at the moment. Toyota there in 7th place as well, and Mercedes-AMG not too far adrift there either. It's all pretty calm as it stands for now between these drivers, and we'll be keen to see what's going to happen and how this is going to work out. So up the rise we go on the Kemmel Straight, and you see Subaru there with Toyota in front at the moment. In towards Les Combes we go. All close up in front there as well between Genesis and Honda. That's an exchange for position, and Honda being muscled to the outside here, and Toyota and Subaru ready to take profit as Honda are left down in the doldrums, going through into the right-hander of turn 7. Subaru are going to get shuffled onto the curb on the outside here, down in towards turn 8. We're going to go on the inside for Honda. Mercedes are ready there to try and take advantage. Subaru are going to get it hung out to dry, but the track will come back to them. Are they going to be able to hold on to 7th place? Oh, they're up to the grass. They just about managed to keep it facing in the right direction. Great recovery there from Angel Stroza, because that could have been quite messy, but a very busy couple of corners.
These guys are going hard. I mean, it's early doors yet, and everyone's acting like it's the last couple of laps of the race, but really, really aggressive so far. So far, Guy Barbara's done a great job in this Merc AMG. He's up 3 places. And we saw him earlier on in the Toyota GT Racing Cup. He was very good at scything through the field early doors. I've got to say, he's been good today, but that's not going to make him very popular. Running into the back of the Honda in front. A little word maybe uttered under the breath of Guy Barbara there as we go up now towards Blanchimont very fast. He's got the draft on Honda and Navatani, but what an awful start it's been for Team Honda. Down 5 places, maybe even 6 here as AMG looks up the inside, not quite enough space to do that now, I don't think.
Yeah, up the inside through into Blanchimont, you need to be having a willing dancing partner, or you need to be comfortable having your Christmas dinner through a straw. Going in towards the bus stop chicane we go. Is Guy Barbara going to have a lunch to the inside? Thinks better of it, and he's got to keep an eye on behind him. Whoa! A door open very late there between Honda and Mercedes. Mercedes now on the outside. Chevy are going to join the party. 2 for the price of 1 as Honda get muscled out down as well. 3 abreast down the top, finish straight. So Subaru in the mix there as well. Honda shuffled down to 10th. On the inside is Subaru. On the outside there you've got Mercedes as well as Ferrari. Again still 3 abreast on the exit of La Source. Ferrari shuffled out onto the curb, onto the outside. It is kicking off dramatically here, and I wonder whether the drivers are just thinking about the fact the rain's coming in and they've got to try and make up as much progress as they can because of the strategy changes that are going to be involved in this race.
And Gotto there for Chevrolet just went, oh, thanks, I'll take those. And just took like 3 places there and all that melee. So, yeah, crazy in the midfield right now. Everyone desperately vying for position. But, of course, you don't want to be fighting too much in these early stages because otherwise you might lose ground to the leaders. And, again, there's some contact in the background. Ferrari, I think, coming to blows with Team Honda. Navatani has had an awful first stint. Down 8 places. What is wrong with Nabatani?
You're making it sound like top of the pops here, Jimmy. Down 8 places,
down
up 2 places.
I know he's gone. He's out of there. But that team is our biggest loser so far.
Yeah, it's not been good, has it, at all for Nabatani? And the problem is that then means it's going to be an uphill struggle from that point on for his teammates, Matteo Estevez and Valerio Gallo. They're going to have a lot of work to do. And, of course, we know the weather is going to be closing in before long.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get very tricky very, very quickly. But that's the great part about these GT live events. Don't make it easy for our drivers. We know they're some of the best Gran Turismo drivers in the world. Unless you look at that clown, my God. You just see that and think, yep, it's over, boys. It's coming. You've got to cue the Jaws music, haven't you? Because you know it's an inevitability. And the thing is, as well, I suppose some of the teams are thinking about and will have had to have the difficult discussions of who's quicker when it gets wet. Because, you know, some drivers are quicker in the dry, some are tricky in mixed conditions. Let's have a look here at Toyota. This is in front with Honda and Genesis. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Toyota just, the sea's parting for them. Beautiful. That's how you do it. That's how you get those places made. But that's part of being a driver here, is you have to be able to see those moves happening. You have to be able to understand that these things unfolded in front of you and how do you react to them. But to go back to your point, Tom, about the drivers having that conversation, I mean, part of being a team player here is knowing your strengths, knowing your weaknesses, and being honest with your team, because you can't perform at your best if you aren't all performing well and playing to your strengths. There is whoever. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Here it comes.
And you can see it's going to be coming in a fairly heavy intensity as well, because it's going sort of, what's that? I've never inked shredded. Wait, hang on a minute.
Northeast.
Northeast, there you go.
God, mate.
I know. Geography was never my strong point. Yeah, can you tell? Anyway, it's coming in northeast, and you can see it's coming in a fair old intensity as well, and it's going to hit, where's at the bottom of the circuit first, so sort of Lake Coombe area and down through the Stavolo corners. That's where the rain's going to start to hit, but depends on the sort of intensity. You can see if the checkered flag fell now here on lap 5, that's what the points rankings would look like, but there's a lot of time for things to change, and that of course depends on the fact if Lexus finish in second. If they get dropped down to third place, well, it could be BMW that take this crown.
Yeah, I mean, all can change. We've still got a very long way to go in this race. Honda there holding on for dear life, whereas Ferrari and Subaru team radio here. This Team Subaru. Team Subaru there saying one more lap. Then what? On to another set of mediums, I guess?
Yeah, well, there's no sign of the rains here yet, as we saw from the weather radar, so that's the only logical option. You can't go out on intermediate tyres on a bone-dry track, can you? Otherwise that would be, well, it would be daft, wouldn't it, really, if you think about it? We'll wait and see what's going to happen, though, with that weather and how quickly it's going to come in.
I feel like you'd wait, though, you know, if you could see that, because they've all got access to the same weather radar we do, would you not wait?
Well, that would be the logical thing, unless they're trying to throw a dummy and play a bluff. Let's have a listen. That'll be Genesis then in 5th place, saying they're catching BMW. So behind the wheel of that is Dean Hell, who we saw has been getting his elbows out in the opening stages of this race.
But you can see that they're looking at the big picture. You know, they're only in 5th right now, but they're not looking at 5th. They're looking at BMW. Go, right, they're the leaders. We are catching them, which means that we're going to be, you know, we're some of the quickest on the circuit. Let's just keep that up. Let's just keep moving forward. As we watch Team Lexus go into the bus stop again, followed by Porsche, Toyota, Genesis. That rain getting ever closer as we get further into this race. And again, the teams all have this information. So the guys will be back on the pit wall in the lofty seats of our Theatre Amsterdam at the front row there, just giving that advice to their teammates. And Porsche, where's that come from?
Penalty for colliding with another car. Is that an incident that we haven't seen on screen? Because they're not particularly close to anybody this moment, unless they had it coming together with Lexus that we didn't see about. It could have been for earlier on in the race. Now Subaru and Mazda in the box at the end of lap 6, but we know that weather's coming in now. Which way they're going to play it and who are they going to change over driver-wise to as well? So onto the wet tyres, Subaru, on a track where it's not even raining at the moment. So they're trying to get ahead of the curve, essentially. Innestrosa out of the car. Into the car goes Kylian Drummond. Heck out of Mazda. Jura in the Mazda. They've gone for a differentiation in strategy here. Mazda going on to the intermediate tyres. Subaru going on to the extreme wet tyres. The rain not even arrived at this point. That is a bold call at this stage. Oh, it has arrived. Look at the wipers on.
There is some rain, but I just think, especially for Subaru, that's far too early for the wet tyres. Surely, I've been saying that. Look how the rain is now coming out of the X corners to go down towards Pouhon. And Suzuki there, you can hear the rain just coming down the roof. Really deviation in line. Still giving it the full beams at the moment, but it is going to get to the point soon when the track grip does start to reduce. And of course, with slick tyres, once you lose the heat, it's over, basically. So what you're trying to do now is just keep pushing, keep the heat in the tyres. I'm sure we'll see him boxing at the end of this lap, but I just think going for the wets and the intermediates, you've just lost about a lap of dry pace from that, which is not the way.
Well, let's see how this plays out. Mazda have got the better of Subaru on the intermediate tyres. The rain is at its heaviest at this point on the circuit. In terms of the weather radar, we can see from our commentary box it is going to be absolutely tipping down over the course of the whole track. Very, very dark clouds, and you can look at that. So anyone who's on the slick tyres, they now have to come in. Look at how quickly the complexion of this race has changed as the rain has come down very, very suddenly, and those who are on the slick tyres are going to have to come into the box. But are those who pitted early, Mazda and Subaru, going to be able to take benefit of that early stop? I don't think they are, because the pace, though it's going to be a bit slower, I don't think it's extremely slow. It's not like they're tiptoeing around, is it?
No, I mean, they seem to be at a decent pace coming in, but now's the real question. Do you go for intermediates or do you go for a full wet tyre? I mean, the idea is you try and skip the intermediates if you can, just to make, if you are going from one extreme to the other. Let's see. All our drivers coming now, every team in. Unsurprisingly, as the rain comes down, you can see now the trails in the pit lane. Waiting for our first cars coming in. Here is Team BMW, our leaders. Now, what do? This is crucial for their race. They go on to the wet compound tyre. Full wet there for BMW and Lexus. Do Porsche and Toyota follow suit? They don't. The Bouteille in for Team BMW. We spoke to Super GT Steve Brown earlier. He said the Bouteille were one of the fastest drivers in that BMW. Now, here are Team Mazda, Team Subaru. They opted to pit earlier, but they're miles away. Absolutely miles away.
It was a bold gamble. I didn't think it was going to be one that particularly paid off. I'll tell you what is interesting is you've got a right mixture of tyres here at the moment. Some have gone on to intermediate, some have gone on to wet, and the problem is it's moving quite quickly, this weather at the moment. It's sort of going from a light blue on our weather radar to a dark blue to a light blue again very quickly, and dark blue means it's heavy rain, light blue means it's light rain. So this is going to be hugely interesting. Of course, different drivers now in the car for the most part as well. So Labouteille's behind the wheel of the BMW. Lopez now in for Lexus. Mosso in for Team Porsche as well. Serrano in for Toyota. Yuta Sasaki in for Genesis inside the top 5 as it stands for now. The top 2 on the wet tyres. Likewise, Genesis and Chevrolet. Porsche and Toyota sticking with the intermediate tyres then at this stage in the race. And only time is going to tell if this is going to be a gamble that will pay off. We'll have to look at the sector and the lap times.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated, of course. We'll have a little while before we know which is quickest. Coque Lopez now in the car for Team Lexus. Man, this guy, what a veteran of Gran Turismo. He's won pretty much everything, so he knows how to win a race here at Spa in the Group 3 cars. And we'll be keeping an eye on some of the crossover times. Let's have a look. So we think that at this point, the best tyre to be on, if you're doing 2-minute 30 lap time plus, is a heavy wet. Intermediate, it's about a 224 to 230, and after the racing mediums, anything under a 224, you should be on that slick compound tyre. They're definitely slower than that right now. We're on board with Team Toyota, and the rain already seems to have sort of let up a little bit. It's not quite as dark as it was before, but still coming down through this second sector. Now we go, tough spot here. Team Porsche taking that wet line, getting off that rubber, and then onto the curb on exit. Wouldn't want to usually be there, but seems to be a little bit grip out there. Jose Serrano, Team Toyota, coming up the hill. And looks like Lexus, Coque Lopez, is bringing that gap down to BMW in front.
Like a freight train on Porsche and lunging to the inside, down at the bus stop, side by side they go. Porsche aren't going to give this one up too easy, and Toyota have to settle for second best. But can they get the switchback on the exit of the corner? Coming out of the final turn we go then for Porsche, and they do manage to hold on to third place for now, but Toyota having a look on the inside, maybe into the source, but Porsche parking it on the apex and holding firm for the time being. Now a look at the lap times. Wet tyres for BMW and for Lexus, 236.3, 235.2. Porsche
same.
And Toyota about the same. There's not much difference, is there?
I think the Inter is maybe slightly quicker, but only slightly at this point. As we look at Toyota and Porsche, Lexus also closing up on Team BMW, but you have to think this is probably going to be it now for Team Porsche and Toyota. Porsche going to threaten to go to the inside line. Serrano's going to have to go the long way around the outside, but you might want to do that really if it's the wet. That straight line speed of a Supra, proving that it doesn't even need to matter what line is on. Drive straight by that Porsche in a straight line, and up to third place go Team Toyota. Great move there from Jose Serrano. Now, can he latch on to the top two. The gap is about 4 seconds between him and Coque Lopez, his fellow countryman, in that Lexus. So it's got a bit of a gap to bring down there, but let's see if that intermediate tyre is the one to do it on.
Ferrari have picked up a penalty as well. Down in 9th place, Mohamed Badima now behind the wheel of that car. It's not been a particularly fortuitous day for them, and likewise Honda still struggling to make an impression after a quite difficult start to their race. After being on pole position, they've dropped down into 8th position. They're now on the wet tyres, whereas everybody else around them is on the intermediate, and if the track gets wetter, they're okay. If it gets drier, they've had it, really. We'll wait and see.
You say that. Weather radar, which we'll try and show you guys very shortly, is we're coming to a heavier bout of rain again across the circuit. So if you are on those intermediate tyres, it's about to get a bit more sketchy for you. For the wet tyre runners, maybe the right choice to be on that tyre at this time. But it's so hard to choose. Looks like Toyota's actually fallen off the back a little bit. Lost a second and a bit in that middle sector.
These intermediate tyres are going to be coming to the end of their life now here, aren't they? Look at this. Porsche struggling, Toyota struggling, Genesis on the extreme wet tyres. This is going to be easy because you don't need a car with an engine. You need a boat with 2 oars out there at the moment here at Spa-Francorchamps. Genesis now versus Porsche, and surely this is going to be a formality as we head into the next braking zone of the bus stop. You've got to go one at a time into Blanchimont, or can Genesis take that advantage? Well, they certainly think about it, and they're being slowed up by Porsche here as we head through there, but Porsche are going to surely run it wide. Nack will play a little bit off line as Genesis then do go now through and into 4th position. Next target is Toyota as the rain buckets down here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, it really is getting tricky out there now. Team radio. That's definitely Genesis, I can tell there straight away, and that was aggression. Through they go. They need that. They need to be pushing now. And look at this. The fight for the lead is closed right up. Coque Lopez is now right on the back of Thomas Abutale in that BMW. Coque Lopez on a charge right now, on board now with the Spanish driver in that Lexus RCF up Eau Rouge to the top now through Radion, and we're now just in the draft of the car in front. Do we go for a move here? We latch onto the back of the team BMW deep into the slipstream. Let's see if the racing line differs. Still on the draft. Will Coque Lopez go through his pulls out to the left, then ducks back inside, dummies him, takes the place, goes up into first and holds the BMW's contact, and they're both off into the grass there. Same thing happened earlier on, Tom. He just got onto the AstroTurf, and there's no grip out there, and just slides back onto the circuit.
It's so hard to hold the line when you've got a lack of adhesion, when the rain is coming down in the intensity. It's starting to ease off a little bit again. It was heavy for just a minute or so, and that favoured the wet weather runners. But if the track again dries out, if the rain gets lighter, and according to our weather radar that we can see in the commentary box, it looks like it's going to for a little while. So that could bring the intermediate runners now back into play in a lap or so's time.
Genesis up to P3 in the background too, so they're the P3 in the background too, so they're really making the most of this wet compound tyre. Here's a replay of what happened there. So we're on board with the Lexus just on the roof cam here. Great move by Coque Lopez, splits his car up the inside, he's got it there. Then just a tiny bit of contact, the BMW goes off onto the AstroTurf. It's not really those things where it's like, okay, it's his fault. When he's out there, I think there's no grip, there's zero grip, so he just slides back on the position, which I'm sure Coque Lopez won't be too happy with.
No, and the thing is, while they're squabbling amongst one another, they've got to bear in mind the fact that that gap to Genesis is going to be closing. I know it's about 7 seconds there and thereabouts at the moment, but you know, if they have another couple of corners like that, that could easily be halved in a matter of moments, can't it?
Both of them really on the edge of grip right now, just trying to get that traction down. And again, Coque Lopez smells blood in the water all over the back of that BMW, coming up now towards Blanchimont. Very, very fast left-hander. See, just a little bit more confidence, I'd say, from Coque Lopez behind. Will he ever go into the bus stop? He likes the heavy late braking zone. Does Coque Lopez? He does. Lunges up the inside. Will he get it stopped in time? No. Straight on goes Coque Lopez, but he's got the inside for this left-hander. Just about had the door shut there by Thomas Abutale. What a battle here for first place, and the crowd love it.
Absolutely amazing. Amazing. We're at the halfway stage now here of this race, and the top two are knocking 7 bells out of one another. If Coque Lopez had misjudged that, been a couple of metres later on the brakes, that would have gone down like a knackered lift. Fortunately, they managed to keep it facing in the right direction. BMW then lead by 0.3 of a second over Lexus at the moment, but Genesis closing the gap now. It was 7 seconds just a lap or so ago. It's now down to just over 6 seconds.
And what a show these guys are putting on for our audience here at Amsterdam. The grand final of of course, of the Manufacturers' Cup. We're halfway through the race now. BMW and Lexus so far are your headlines. Back on board with Coca Lopez. He fancies another go at it. This time he's going to try the outside up towards Lake Commerce, side by side. Not really much grip out there. He's on the curb. Is he going to make it stick? He goes all the way around the outside. Coca Lopez and Team Lexus up into first place. And now I think, Tom, we're going to see Lexus and Coca Lopez just put the hammer down and try and extend that gap.
Well, let's not forget that the Lexus team won the Manufacturers' Cup, the inaugural one, back in 2018, and there is an opportunity for them to do that here tonight if they do take victory and clear off in the points tally. Just to go back to some of the intermediate shot runners, by the way, they're nowhere at the moment with the track being as well as it is. They're about 2 or 3 seconds off the pace of the wet weather runners, and that has really helped Subaru out at this middle stage of the race. They were down in last place just 3 laps ago. They've now brought themselves back up into 9th position, so they're slowly creeping their way back through the field. But I dare say, on the horizon there, Jimmy, looks like the clouds are easing off a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Man, I love change of weather in a race. It just makes everything so much better, doesn't it? It really does. And Coca Lopez, again, we talk about the guy's experience. I mean, he's still in his 20s, but he's one of the most experienced drivers here at the moment, knows this game back to front, knows this car back to front, and just showing exactly what he's capable of when he's given a free track ahead. Already the gap up to nearly a second between Lexus and BMW, and you see really battling with traction there, but just skirting on the edge of grip and making it look easy as he does it. So your order right now as we come to the end of lap 10, it's Team Lexus from BMW and Genesis in P3. So here's a replay between Porsche and Toyota. What happens here? Toyota looks to the outside, just runs into the back of Porsche, does spin. Masterful recovery, but AMG ladies there. Who's at the wheel of that right now? That's Kamata. No, sorry, that's not him. Sorry, my bad.
Behind the wheel of Mercedes is Daniel Fenton.
Yeah, he just. Well, all right, well, like that.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Lovely.
Again, go.
The sea's parted. That's the thing. Keeping your car on the straight and narrow, not getting involved in any bother, could prove to be very beneficial. You can see, meanwhile, Chevrolet have closed up onto the back of Genesis here, 7/10 of a second, so they're within slipstreaming range. Behind the wheel of the Chevy at the moment is Antonio Santos, the Frenchman who's making his World Series debut here this weekend. And we'll see whether he is going to be able to ruffle a few feathers at the moment.
How have Chevy done that?
Team radio. Yeah. So let's see whether Chevrolet can depose Genesis down, and look at that, blue skies up ahead, so the rain beginning to ease off, and this might bring the intermediate shot runners back into play. But are we going to see wet drivers going on to intermediates, or are they just going to wait for the track to dry out and go on to slicks? That's a crucial point. More problems for Porsche as they spin off on the exit of below, all of their own accord, and go tumbling down the order. What a shame for Artemosso.
They were... Oh, man, Mosso not happy, is he?
No, he wasn't.
No,
he wasn't. He certainly was not, Artemosso, and now down into last place. Well, very fine margins here in the GT World Series.
What I was going to say, sorry, before we saw that replay there, is that is our second place, current second place in the standings.
Yeah.
Now, pretty much out of it.
That is it. We need to have a look at the live point standings, don't we, at the moment? Well, it's Lexus and BMW who are at the top of the pile, and Lexus, by a comfortable margin, if the checkered flag fell now, would be crowned as the champions. But there's still plenty of time for things to change, and as you saw there for Porsche, a couple of mistakes over the case of a couple of laps, and their race has turned completely on its head.
And we've only seen so far 2 of the 3 drivers from each team. So still a couple of drivers yet to go. This race could still change, as you say. And now it is still raining slightly, but you can see the water is starting to be dispersed there as Team Genesis really hanging out on that curve. You don't want to be there in the wet. It's very slippy out there. There is still, I mean, there's still rain due, but like, you can see the track isn't quite as wet as before. You wouldn't believe that, though, as Genesis, man, all over the place. And then in comparison to Santos behind in that Corvette, the Chevy Corvette, just a lot more composed.
Yeah, the Chevrolet looking, as you say, just a little bit more stable at this particular point, but still right on the gearbox of the Genesis as we head through the Blanchimont corner. And Chevrolet now ahead of Genesis and up through into third place, whilst we're looking at this battle a little bit further down. So we'll have to get a replay of that overtake for position, because now it is Antonio Santos in front of Yuito Sasaki then. Out of the final corner we go, and is Sasaki going to be able to repay the favour on the Chevy down in towards turn 1? Don't think they're going to be close enough at the moment. Well, Chevrolet have shown consistently similar pace to Genesis, in fact quicker pace over the last lap by about a second or so, as BMW pick up a warning for a collision. And look at this now, BMW back in front of Lexus. So Lopez, whether he made a mistake or something like that, I'm not 100% sure, but there must have been a smattering of contact between the two. It now means the Frenchman, Leboutelet, behind the wheel of the BMW, is now back in the lead of the race.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, I'm not quite sure what happened there, as you say, but maybe a mistake, maybe Leboutelet's tyres were in just a bit of better nick, although looking at the... doesn't seem that that was the case. Interestingly, Tom, looking at the standings as well, the intermediate runners are starting to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah,
in fact, a bit quicker than the wet, sorry.
They've had to go through the sort of ugly stage in the middle of this one, haven't they, where they've not had the pace. But now, as you can see, the rain isn't really falling that much, if at all, to be honest with you. And that's where the intermediate shop runners, the race will begin to come back to them. But the crucial thing is, have they lost so much time? So let's have a look here what happened with BMW and Lexus. Into La Source. Lexus a little bit deep on the brakes. BMW are going to get a good exit out of La Source. Is there going to be contact side by side going up through into Eau Rouge and Radion? No, it was just a mistake there from Coque Lopez, which allowed Leboutelet and the BM to go through and take the lead.
Just better traction out the corner, wasn't it? The BMW just picked up really nicely, and the Lexus were just there, just left standing. But
Toyota got a penalty as well, red dot flashing next to their name, so not been a particularly brilliant race so far for Jose Serrano. There he is in the background, a half-second penalty, so track limits violation, 1.5 seconds actually for Toyota. That's even worse, so they will not be retaining their crown if it stays as it is. Fenton going through into the Fagnes chicane and in towards Stavelot. You can see a bit of rear instability as he just kissed the white line. Wide there for Subaru and for Kylian Drumont as well. We know how fast that Subaru is in these mid-speed corners at this circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. And look at that, a possibility maybe of some blue sky coming in before the end of this race. The track will begin to dry out, and if it does dry out, who is going to be brave and bold enough to make the switch onto the dry tyres? AMG and Ferrari, meanwhile, pretty close to one another. Just a change of positions there as well between Mazda and Toyota. Team radio here. So dry time is later for Genesis. That's Yuito Sasaki, the voice that you were hearing a few minutes ago. So I think what they're going to try and do is stay out on the wet tyres. And that's the problem, isn't it? The intermediate runners, they're kind of quids in here at the moment because they'll have more grip underneath them as the track begins to dry out, whereas the wet runners won't. But all have got to stay out, really, until the right time to switch over to dries.
And we can see just about weather radar on that left-hand side. That is the last of the rain. So we will probably have a drying, if not dry, circuit towards the end of this race. And this is where the intermediates are going to start to shine, and those wet tyres are going to start tearing themselves apart. I mean, the track, it's still in a condition where the wet or intermediate tyres are both viable, but we're going to see that Inter get quicker and quicker and quicker.
Certainly will. So through turn 7 we go. On board here then with Lexus, who got a face full of BMW for pretty much the majority of the last couple of laps. They were having a clear track in front of them. But for that mistake from Coque Lopez that we saw down at La Source, Honda have got a penalty now then as well in 5th place. It has not been a race to remember, and unfortunately a possibility of victory looks to be slipping through their fingers quicker and quicker as the laps count down.
Tell you what, it's been a great middle stint from Santos, the French driver, his first time at one of these events, and he's taken that Chevrolet up to 3rd place for now, only 7 seconds behind this battle. I'm interested as Coque Lopez, it seems as he's got dry, he's starting to fall off a little bit. He seems to be a bit more comfortable in those low grip conditions, but now the grip's coming back. Leboutelet is back in the pound seat and just that little bit quicker.
Keep an eye out for AMG and Dan Fenton as well on the intermediate compound of tyre. Let's have a look here at him and Kylian Drumont in the Subaru. Coming in towards X corner then, through the left-hander. Is Drumont going to go onto the curb? And, oh, just look at the traction, look at the drive that Fenton's got on that intermediate tyre. He's just going to steam past him down into Pouhon.
Yeah, and it's been a bad race strategy-wise for Team Subaru, that's for sure. Definitely not gone their way. But, well, again, there's still another driver yet to go. AMG Mercedes, Fenton there at the wheel of that. He is the lead intermediate runner, he's going to be a great yardstick. And of course, all the teams are going to be watching that. BMW, Lexus, Corvette, Chevrolet, sorry, they're all going to be watching what happens there all the time. Well, it's really coming down the times now. 2:28 from the Bouteille on the BMW. We're now firmly in the window for those intermediates to be quick.
And that's the problem for the wet shod runners. So you can see the top four all on the wet tyres, but behind them, Daniel Fenton, team radio here.
Oh, wow, big call.
So that's Sasaki and Helt at Genesis exchanging notes with one another in fourth place, and they're working out when is the best time to change over to the dry tyres. So there'll be a driver change. Sasaki will get out of the car. Nico Romero will be behind the wheel for what looks to be their closing stint in the race, and all they've got to do is try and find the right crossover point, and it could come to Genesis here, because the last thing these wet shod runners want to do is stay out too long, allow the inter runners to close up, and then they've lost the advantage that they gained in that middle stint.
Well, we thought that the crossover point for the racing medium tyres, which is what the guys have available to them for dry tyres, is a 2:24. We're not quite there yet.
But look at the intermediate runners, Jimmy, as well.
Wow, yeah.
Dan Fenton lost around 2:26.9. Wet shod runner nearest to him is Genesis, a 2:28.5.
A 2:25 from Porsche and Mosso. So I think you're right there. Yeah. Sasaki was right. Get on there. And the thing is, all the rest of the teams, actually look at that. Mercedes AMG Fenton, he's gained 1.3 seconds on Team Genesis, and Genesis has been quick on this little stint, but the tyres now starting to definitely go the other way. So all the teams must know this right now. You see a lot of people standing behind rigs. Miyazono there watching on, getting ready to get in, I think. And this next lap is going to be pivotal for the race. Will they pit? Will they stay out? Let's find out.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be busier in the pit lane than the supermarkets on Black Friday, isn't it, in a few moments' time, because there's going to be a lot of activity going on with drivers changing over, presumably all to the dry compound of tyres. The wet shod runners there, the hand is kind of tied behind their back at the moment. They've got no choice but to change over to that one. Otherwise, as I said, that advantage is just going to be washed away, so to speak. Mercedes closing up so fast.
I think you have to risk it. You have to risk the slick now. I mean, because if you get caught napping, it's not worth just a couple of seconds. It's going to be 4 or 5 seconds. So let's see. Our first teams coming by the pit lane. Will they pit in? BMW and Lexus. What are they going to do? Our leaders have gone past pit lane. Have they come out? I don't see them.
No, Lexus aren't in. BMW aren't in. Genesis go in then. So they're deciding to take the gamble. They said they were going to go aggressive, and they are the first of the wet shod runners to blink at the start of lap 15. Subaru also following them through. Not surprised at all. Subaru and Honda under investigation a few moments ago for a collision. They've got nothing to lose at this particular point and everything to gain. Meanwhile, look at Mercedes now right on the gearbox of Chevrolet, and this is surely going to be a formality, a matter of time before the Mercedes muscles their way past the Chevy.
Yeah, Fenton was 3 seconds quicker that lap. That's how much the difference between the wet and intermediate right now. So he just needs to go past him, just drive by and try and make the best of his intermediate. So now we have our first teams risking the medium slick tyre. This is where it's going to get tricky, because that little dry line you can see we're driving on now, that's the only surface of the circuit which has any grip, and it's still greasy. It's not completely dry. So you see, even on the curves, look at the grip difference. It's crazy.
Unbelievable there for Dan Fenton in the Mercedes, and coming out of turn 7 down in towards Rivage of turn 8. Is he going to drive around the outside? I thought he was thinking about that. You know, he's going to get held up for another couple of corners, but as I said, it's only a matter of time. We've seen moves being made through turn 9 of Ix with drivers on the wet tyres running wide, and the problem here for Fenton is he's just getting held up, and look at that, he's just waiting to get on the power. He needs to just steam past him here.
He's not being clever. He's driving right behind him. He's not giving himself the opportunity to have that overlap, to have that overtake. This should be it now. But he didn't. He's just waiting. You've got to be aggressive now. He's lost so much time here. This is pivotal for Mercedes AMG and for Fenton, and he's just not getting the move done. It's a great defensive drive by Santos. He's putting this car in the right spot, and Fenton can do nothing apart from wait again. He's just driving up to the back. He needs to give himself a slingshot.
Yeah, just needs to lunge, doesn't he, at the point? But look at Santos there, just parking the car on the apex. He's going to try and get the switchback here, is Dan Fenton, but again goes onto the wet part of the track, and then he doesn't have the same grip underneath him that he needs, and that's the problem here. So this is really compromising Dan Fenton, and also Mercedes AMG's race here, and a possible podium could be slipping through the net, courtesy of the dramas of being stuck behind Chevrolet here on lap 15. We'll wait and see how it all plays out, but we've got one more pit stop left to go, and surely now, if you're on the wet tyres, you've got to make that pit stop at the end of this lap. Otherwise, you're going to be up a creek without a paddle, so to speak. On the brakes we go into the final chicane. Chevrolet defending the line, and surely they're going to come into the box. Mercedes do as well, and that was a brilliant lap there from Antonio Santos for Chevrolet, and no surprise at all to see the last of our wet and intermediate job runners into the box for their final stint.
If you want a class on defensive driving, that was it. That was a car that was 3 seconds a lap slower than the car behind it, and managed to keep him there just by placing his car in the right point. Definitely round of applause there for Santos and Team Chevrolet. But now we get into the business end of this race. Everyone, and I mean everyone, coming into the pit lane to go over to that medium compound tyre. But you see Roach there, very slow on exit, just waiting to get up to speed. There you go, now on to the dry line. Where are those who went for the dry tyre first?
Well, Genesis were the first runners to come into the box, weren't they? So that will be the proof in the pudding. They're up into third place. They'll have a bit more heat in their tyres as well. They'll be a little bit more worn later on. But look at that wide there for BMW, up through Eau Rouge and Radion for Callum Roach there. And that could leave them under pressure from Harold Velsen in the Lexus. He's got a great run coming up the Kemmel Straight and in towards Lake Coombe. Is Velsen going to think about a move on the inside? The problem is that the wet line, or the dry line I should say rather, is so narrow that if you go off it, you're going to be going straight to the scene of the crash into Lake Coombe, and they line astern, and that just gives Roach a little bit of breathing space to get those tyres up to the right working window.
So to give you an idea of that decision for Romero, it paid off or not, it did. They gained about 3.5, 4 seconds there on the top two, which puts them in striking distance if anything happens in. If these guys start fighting, Roach at the wheel of that BMW is a very, very quick guy. If these guys fight, then they might end up being caught by Team Genesis, and that battle for the lead becomes a three-way fight. Although also AMG and Benelli in the background. Here are the life point standings. If things finish now, Lexus would be your champions by 1 point. That's all it is over BMW. Genesis third, AMG fourth, and Subaru up into fifth. But we still have 5 and a bit laps to go, or 4 and a bit laps to go of this race, and these are the tricky conditions where you're on that very narrow racing line, and when you go off things, and when you go off that line, it can all go wrong from there.
So, yeah, Lexus and BMW team radio here. That's Genesis, isn't it, team radio?
Look at that gap, Tom. It's come down again. It's 2.3 seconds now. Genesis are on a flyer at the moment. Incredibly fast. That's Nico Romero. Again, Romero knows this car very well. He's driven for Genesis for a while now, and he knows he's got to go hard and go early. He's now the gap down to 2.2 seconds.
Oh, Mazda a bit wide there on the medium tyres. That's going to allow Ferrari to go through, surely, or at least try and attack in towards the bus stop chicane. That's for 8th position. No, they managed to live to fight another day. I just wanted to say on a quick point as well, looking back at the former Manufacturers' Cup champions, Nissan won it last year, Subaru the year before that, Toyota have won it twice, Subaru have won it twice, Lexus have won it once, Subaru have won it twice, Lexus have won it once. We've never had a non-Japanese manufacturer Cup champion. We could be set for that here tonight. This is the moment then between Ferrari and Mazda for 8th place. We ride on board with Mazda, that rotary Wankel engine, screaming its way up to the gearbox, and they go for that aggressive move on the outside into Blanchimont, pinches the Ferrari and manages to get themselves up into 8th place. I thought it was a mistake from Mazda, but it was actually a very aggressive overtake. And look at that now, down to 1.2 seconds, the gap between Lexus and Genesis, and it's bringing a train of cars along with it as well. AMG, Chevrolet, Subaru, and even Toyota not far adrift of this one, and we've got 3.5 laps remaining. There is still time for the complexion of this race to change. Just to remind you, if the checkered flag fell now, Lexus would be crowned as Manufacturers' Cup champions of 2024 by just 1 point over Team BMW. Genesis have currently got 19 points, so we need to do the mental arithmetic. If they go and win the race, is that going to be enough for them to be crowned as the champions here if BMW and Lexus finish in 2nd and 3rd respectively?
Oh man, I mean, that you can now feel that Nico Romero and Dean Howe are like, okay, this is our chance, we can do it. And look at him, maybe a little bit of a smile there on the face of Nico. He knows he's got pace, but he's not there yet. The gap down to 1.7 seconds. Look who's behind though, it's Benelli, and he is fast. The Brazilian driver from Mercedes AMG is latched onto the back of Team Genesis, and this is a guy you don't want in your mirrors. Extremely quick driver is Benelli, and it feels like the whole field's just sort of come back together a bit at the end of the race as the dry running has maybe changed the dynamics of the car slightly. It's going to be a mad finish, this one.
Yeah. Hold on to your hats then and stand by your beds, because it is going to be a cracker here for the grand final of the Manufacturers' Cup. Under the brakes we go in towards the bus stop chicane. Genesis holding firm in third place for now, but I mentioned that train of cars that's coming through. They are all going to be nose to tail in just a lap or so's time, I'm sure of it. Over the timeline we go. BMW and Callum Roach 0.3 of a second in front of Harold Valson in the Lexus. Genesis, meanwhile, last time around they were over half a second faster than leaders BMW. Likewise, Lucas Benelli was in turn half a second faster than the Genesis. So Benelli and AMG, as Jimmy said, on an absolute charge at the moment, and it's anybody's guess as to who is going to claim victory in the grand final here tonight, but who, of course, is going to claim the overall crown here as well.
Harold Valson at the wheel of Team Lexus. Super sub, of course, subbing in for Igor Fraga, who can't be here for this final. What a performance he's put in there, the Chilean driver. Lexus are within reach of yet another Manufacturers' Cup title. All they've got to do is stay where they are. They stay where they are and they win. But look who's behind them. Team Genesis and Nico Romero. Lucas Benelli as well for Mercedes AMG. It's not going to be just simply drive to the end. It's going to be watch your mirrors and try and keep that place. If they do lose that place to Team Genesis, BMW will be the Manufacturers' Cup champions. So still all to play for with only 2.5 laps left.
I'm hugely excited to see how this one is going to work out. Tell you what, Benelli's challenge has just faltered a little bit on this lap. He must have made a mistake, the Brazilian driver, because he was right on the coattails of Romero a few corners ago, and now he's 1.1 seconds adrift of the Spaniard.
Here we are.
Subaru and Chevrolet as well, not far adrift of them either.
And it will take us one little mistake and that whole field compresses. I'm telling you now.
So through into the finish game we go, team radio. No more talking, I know what to do. That's got to be Callum Roach, hasn't it? That has to be the voice of the American driver. And there are the live points rankings if the checkered flag fell now. But there are faster drivers behind the BMW of the Lexus, the Genesis and the AMG.
Well, there's nothing that really Callum Roach can do right now. He is the best he can be, which is be in the lead. It's up to what happens behind him, which will dictate who wins today, who wins the Manufacturers' Cup, the grand final, the decider for the season. And we only have 2 laps left here to go at Spa. Genesis, they seem to be stuck in that 1.5 second range. Or Lexus have got that little bit closer to BMW in front. Do you attack if you're Team Lexus? I mean, if you finish where you are, you're champions.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. Do you play it safe? There's no point throwing it up the inside, sending them both off the track potentially and taking that risk. But the problem is, you can see that Genesis and AMG are still lurking there in the background. The problem is they're running out of time. We've got 2 laps now remaining.
He's going to have the draft up here, so there might be an opportunity. BMW need to win this. They have to win, so I think Callum Roach will be defensive here. But Paul there through Eau and Radion for Team Lexus. And look, Team Genesis now are in the draft, only a second behind. Meanwhile, Subaru and Mercedes AMG go side by side. That is Takuma Miyazono versus Lucas Benelli. Will Miyazono try the outside line? There's contact between the two. Oh, and they both go off.
Oh, well, Benelli did not want to give that one up. And Chevrolet going spinning round up at Lake Comas. Well, that's a disaster for the American manufacturer. They were having such a strong race. Mercedes AMG pick up a penalty and they're under investigation. Well, the thing is, you've got to give racing room to the car on the outside. And to my money, Miyazono wasn't given that. It cost them both time and it's cost them potentially both a chance of victory. So maybe a 5-way squabble has been now reduced down to a 3-way squabble, has been now reduced down to a 3-way squabble. And you can see there that Lexus are now dropping off the back of BMW. Let's have another look.
This was almost comedic timing from the Corvette. What happened to it? So there was contact there, and the same thing happened behind. True, the same thing between Toyota and Chevrolet. And just like that, 4 manufacturers are pretty much out. Toyota given a 3-second penalty, and rightly so. Look at this. Look how close Genesis are now and Nico Romero. He's within striking distance, and this could have massive ramifications for the championship standings here if Romero can just get by Lexus.
So it could be winner takes all stakes between these top 2. A little bit wide there for Lexus on Stavolo 2. Yeah, they know that. They've got to throw caution to the wind here, Genesis, haven't they?
Well, they will have no effect on their standings. They've worked that out, so maybe they just stay where they are, but it would have an effect on who wins the series overall. It does seem like that challenge has somewhat faltered, and Lexus there and Harold Volson just not quite able to get any closer to BMW and Callan Roach, but he might not need to as we come on to the last lap of the season for the Manufacturers' Cup here at Spa. BMW lead Lexus, who lead Genesis. If things finish now, Lexus will be your Manufacturers' Cup champions, but they're still one lap off one of the most difficult circuits in the world, Spa-Francorchamps. Can BMW keep Lexus behind, and can Lexus hold on to that Manufacturers' Cup win? Let's find out. 2-second penalty there for Mercedes with Benelli, that incident there for the collision on the last lap. No surprise there at all, but I tell you what, Lexus, they're out of slipstreaming range for BMW. 1.3 seconds. They're not going to get the advantage of the toe here up the Kemmel Straight, and you can see what that would mean, because Lexus would still win it by 1 point. They're going to have the middle sector of their lives as Mazda look for a lunge on the inside of Subaru down into Lake Coombe. Nothing doing for them at the moment. The seas will open though soon, because Benelli with that 2-second penalty will mean that Subaru and Mazda will elevate themselves up to 4th and 5th place here respectively too. Will that change though the position for Genesis, because Subaru would be tied with points if they move up?
Yeah, there is a good potential for that one. We'll wait and see how it works out. Through the left-hander we go. The final sector of the lap awaits. Yeah, so that's Genesis there saying that they're going to have to settle for P3. Let's have a look at this battle, though, between 5th and 6th place, because this could decide whether Genesis do finish P3 once this penalty has been served for Mercedes-AMG. Mazda having a look to the inside. Nothing doing for them here in towards the Fagnes chicane, and the penalty is about to be served here for Lucas Benelli and the Mercedes as they come out of Stavolo.
Yeah, interestingly, whichever of these cars finish ahead of each other will be 4th in the final rankings. They're all tied on 17 points if it finished now. AMG will go behind Subaru and Mazda serving this penalty. A good charge from Benelli, but unfortunately too little too late. So there goes Miyazono up into P4. There goes Mazda up into P5. So Subaru now tie with Genesis, as do Mazda for 3rd place. Look at that.
Three-way tie and just a couple of corners now remaining. Mazda having a look to the inside here with Subaru, but into the final corner we go with Team BMW. They're going to win the grand final of the Manufacturers' Cup here as they take the checkered flag at Spa-Francorchamps, but across the line will come Team Lexus to win the Manufacturers' Cup by 1 point in 2024. Genesis take 3rd, Subaru take 4th on the road. It's a three-way tie for 3rd in the overall standings as well. What a season, what a race, what a drive for BMW. They take top honours in the final race of the season, but it's Harold Velson, Koke Lopez, Kanata Kawakami and also Igor Fraga who will be crowned as the 2024 Manufacturers' Cup champions.
Something that I just worked out there, that basically Genesis were gifted 3rd by 0.0072 of a second, because if Mazda had passed Subaru, they would have been on that 3rd place on that podium. That's how close it was for that last step. But as you say, Tom, it's Team Lexus there. 2nd place enough to secure them yet another Manufacturers' Cup Series win. I mean, how do you stop these guys?
Absolutely amazing.